What if the killing curse didn't send Harry to King's Cross, but to the past? At the moment Voldemort strikes him down in the Forbidden Forest, Harry wakes in 1977, face to face with the people he has only known through photographs. James, Lily, Sirius, Remus, and Peter. He has 1 year to live among them, 1 year to love them. But there's one cruel rule. He cannot warn them about the tragedy waiting on October 31st. This is the story of the boy who lived before.
The curse struck him in the chest like a door closing. There was no pain. Harry had expected pain, even at the end. Some last bright tearing of flesh and bone, some final proof that his body had belonged to him before it stopped. Instead, there was only impact, green light, and the strange, almost gentle certainty that he had done what he came to do. He had walked into the forest. He had faced Voldemort without raising his wand. He had heard Hagrid's broken breathing somewhere behind him, had seen the pale blur of faces between the trees, had felt the resurrection stone slip from his fingers into the leaves. Then the killing curse met him, and the world vanished. For one soft, impossible instant, Harry thought of white mist, a station, a bench, Dumbledore, perhaps, waiting with folded hands and tired eyes. He had imagined it without meaning to. Not because anyone had promised him such a place, but because some part of him had always believed death would be clean. After all the noise, after all the screaming, after all the running, surely the end would be quiet. Instead, he fell, not backward, not down through. The air went out of him, though he was certain he had no lungs. Something cold gripped his ribs and pulled him through darkness so complete it felt less like the absence of light and more like light had never existed there at all. He tried to gasp and swallowed nothing. Tried to shout and heard only the echo of a voice that might once have been his. Then, in the dark, something turned its attention upon him. Harry knew without seeing it. He knew the way animals know a storm is coming before thunder speaks. He was not alone. A shape stood where no shape should have been. Not tall, not small, not robed, not bare. When Harry tried to look at it, his mind slid away, refusing the details the way hands refuse to hold smoke. He saw a hood and no hood, a face and no face, a crown of bone, a child's hand. The curve of a scythe that was also the branch of an old tree. Death had never needed one form. Death was the thing beneath all forms. Harry hovered in the black, unable to move, unable to breathe, yet somehow very much aware of the thunder of his own heart. That was it, he tried to say. The words did not leave his mouth. Perhaps he did not have one. Something like amusement moved through the dark, not laughter, never laughter. Laughter belonged to the living. No, said Death. The voice was not loud. It did not need to be. It came from behind Harry and in front of him, from under his skin and from the edge of every star that had ever burned out. Harry tried to steady himself. It was a habit, a stupid one maybe. His body was gone or somewhere else or lying in the dirt beneath Voldemort's wand. Still, he tried. I thought I was dead. You are owed a choice. The words should have comforted him. They did not. Harry's thoughts stuttered. He saw flashes, Voldemort's snake-like face, the circle of Death Eaters, Hagrid bound and weeping. Ron and Hermione somewhere beyond the trees, still fighting, still alive if he had done this right. His own body falling. A choice, Harry repeated. Then let me go back. The darkness held him. Death said nothing. Harry felt something inside him twist. They're still fighting. If I can go back, then send me back, please. Not yet. Those two words chilled him more than the darkness ever could. Why? Something moved. The black around him folded, and for a moment Harry saw threads, millions of them, no more than millions, too many to count. Lines of light stretching away into the dark, each one crossing another, knotting, snapping, rejoining, trembling with lives Harry could not name. Some glowed bright and warm. Some were thin as spider silk. Some burned red. Some had gone gray. And among them, one thread shone so fiercely Harry had to look away. His. It was not a straight line. It never had been. It twisted around others, vanished beneath knots of shadow, emerged again in places that made no sense. It was frayed at both ends. At one point, a black wound pulsed inside it, shaped like lightning. Then death reached, not with a hand exactly, and touched the thread. Harry screamed. He had no body, but he screamed anyway. Every year of his life opened at once. A cupboard under the stairs. Dudley's fist. A cake with green icing smashed beneath Uncle Vernon's fury. A giant kicking in a door, a hat dropping over his eyes, a red-haired boy grinning through dirt on his nose. A girl with bushy hair raising her hand like the answer could save the world. A mirror full of dead people. A graveyard. Cedric falling, Sirius vanishing. Dumbledore pleading, Snape's memories. His mother's voice, his mother, her face appeared for half a heartbeat, young and bright and brave, then broke apart. Harry reached for it. The darkness tightened. "You have carried what was not yours," Death said. Harry trembled. The Horcrux, a name for a wound. "It's gone now, nearly." The word struck him harder than the curse had. Harry went cold. Nearly. Death did not answer directly. It never seemed to. Instead, the thread shifted again, and Harry saw a shape in the distance. A house ruined beneath a Halloween sky, a child crying in a cot, a woman on the floor, a man in the hall, a wand rolling from a dead hand. Harry's breath caught. No, he knew before he understood. No, don't show me that. The scene sharpened. Godric's Hollow, October 31st, not as a memory. Memories were blurred by grief, by photographs, by stories told too late. This was clear. Too clear. He could see the torn wallpaper, the broken picture frame, the toy broom lying on its side, the thin trail of smoke rising from shattered wood. "No," Harry said again, but his voice was smaller now. Death watched him without eyes. "Please." The scene vanished, the dark returned. "You would choose to live," Death said. Harry swallowed. "Yes, for them, for everyone, for yourself." The answer should have been simple. Harry thought of Ginny's face in the chaos of battle, Ron's voice shouting his name, Hermione's arms around him after too many losses. He thought of Teddy Lupin, whose parents were lying somewhere in the castle because war had an appetite and never knew when to stop eating. For himself, he did not know how to answer that. Death seemed to understand. "Before choice," it said, "there is debt." Harry's anger sparked, sudden and hot. "I walk to my death. What more do you want from me?" The darkness did not react. That was worse. Death was not offended. Death was not cruel. Death did not bargain like a goblin or punish like a teacher. It simply was, and in that stillness Harry felt very young. "A year," Death said. Harry stared into the dark. "What?" "A year folded backward. 13 years before your birth. 4 before the door opens. You may walk inside. What made you?" The threads shivered. The ruined house appeared again, only now it was whole. Lit. Warm. A young man with untidy black hair laughed in a kitchen Harry had never seen alive. A red-haired woman turned, smiling at something beyond the frame. Harry forgot how to think. James, Lily, not in a mirror, not in a photograph, not in a graveyard hallucination, alive. Harry moved toward them without meaning to. The dark pulled him back. "You can send me there," he whispered. "I can send you where the wound began." Harry's chest ached. It should not have been possible here, but it did. "Then I can stop it." "No," the word did not shout. It ended the thought. The threads vanished. The warm kitchen was gone. Harry was alone again with the shape that could not be seen. "No," Harry repeated, but now the word belonged to him. "No, if you send me back, I can warn them. I can tell Dumbledore. I can tell Sirius. I know who betrays them. I know what happens. I can change it." Death said, "You may love them." Harry's throat tightened. "You may act." The cold gathered around him. "You may leave mercy where mercy can remain." Something pressed against his palm. Harry looked down. For the first time, he seemed to have a hand again. Inside it lay a small hourglass, no longer than his thumb. Its frame was blackened silver. One side was cracked from top to bottom, but the glass held. Sand moved through it in both directions at once, falling up and down, shining faintly gold. But you may not speak the shape of what must hold. Harry closed his fingers around the hourglass. It was warm. "What does that mean?" Death came closer. The darkness bent around it. Harry felt the answer before he heard it, a binding settling around his ribs, his tongue, his heart. It did not feel like chains. Chains could be broken. This felt like law. like gravity, like the silence that came after a coffin lid closed. If you try to name what would unmake the road, the words will fail. If you force them, you will fail. If you break yourself against it, you will break. Harry's fear turned sharp. That's not fair. No. Death did not sound sorry. Perhaps fairness had never been one of its languages. Harry clutched the hourglass so tightly the cracked edge bit into his skin. Why send me at all? For the first time, death paused. When it spoke again, the darkness seemed softer. Because you were loved before you knew how to remember it. Harry could not answer. The ruined house, the kitchen, his mother smiling, his father laughing, his eyes burned. He had thought he had finished grieving them years ago. He had been wrong. Grief, he was learning, did not end. It only changed rooms inside you. The hourglass grew hotter. The dark began to turn. Wait, Harry said, panic rising. I don't know what to do. That, said Death, has never stopped the living. Then the world cracked open. Harry hit stone. Pain returned all at once. It came roaring into him with the violence of being born. Ribs, shoulder, head, stomach, lungs dragging in air that tasted of smoke and rain. He rolled onto his side and retched until there was nothing in him but acid. His hands shook against wet cobbles. Somewhere nearby, glass shattered. A woman screamed. For several seconds, Harry could do nothing but breathe. In, out, again. He was alive, not in the forest, not in King's Cross, not in the cold in-between, alive. He opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a newspaper plastered to the stones by rain. The Daily Prophet, the headline had smeared, ink bleeding into gray puddles, but the date remained clear. 1 September 1977. Harry stared at it until the numbers blurred. 1977. His fingers found the hourglass before his mind caught up. It lay in his fist as if it had always been there. The crack down its side glowed faintly, then dimmed. Another scream tore through the street. Harry pushed himself up, too fast, and nearly collapsed. His legs did not want to hold him. He was in an alley, narrow and crooked, its brick walls leaning close enough to turn the strip of sky above into a dark ribbon. Rain fell in cold sheets. Smoke drifted from the alley mouth. A flash of red light lit the bricks, spellfire. Harry's body knew what to do before his thoughts did. He grabbed his wand. It was still there, his holly wand, warm against his palm. Relief nearly took him to his knees. At the alley mouth, figures ran past in robes, not students. Adults. One wore a silver mask pushed up over his forehead, his face twisted with excitement. Another laughed as a shop window exploded outward, showering the street with glass. Death Eaters. Not the scattered, desperate remnants Harry had fought in his own time. Not the frightened followers who had crawled back to Voldemort after years of hiding. These moved like men who believed the world already belonged to them. A curse struck the opposite wall. Bricks burst. Harry threw himself back, heart hammering. "Move!" someone shouted from the street. "Get the children inside, children!" Harry looked again. Beyond the smoke, he could see a cluster of teenagers being shoved toward a shop with a blue-painted door. Two wore Hogwarts robes despite the rain. One had a shiny badge pinned crookedly to his chest, Prefect. Red and gold, Gryffindor. Harry's mind lurched, 1st of September. Students buying last-minute supplies. Families in Diagon Alley. A public attack because Voldemort's people had never needed much reason to hurt the unprepared. A little girl slipped on the wet stones near the alley mouth. She could not have been more than 9. Her mother reached for her, but a masked witch raised her wand. Harry moved. He did not think. Thinking would have slowed him. Protego. The shield burst from his wand, rough and brighter than he expected. The curse struck it and ricocheted into a stack of crates, blasting them apart. The girl's mother screamed, grabbed her child, and stumbled away. The masked witch turned. Harry's stomach dropped. She was young, younger than he expected. Maybe 20. Pretty in a hard way, with wide eyes and a smile that did not belong near a wand. For one insane second, he thought of Bellatrix, not her. Too young. No, Bellatrix would have been around 26. This witch was not Bella, but she had learned the same kind of joy. "Well," she called, stepping toward the alley. "What have we found?" Harry backed away, wand raised. His arm shook. Not from fear alone. His magic felt wrong, heavy. like trying to lift a sword after nearly bleeding out. The killing curse had not killed him, but it had not left him untouched either. The witch flicked her wand. Harry barely blocked the first curse. The second hit the wall beside his head. Stone chips sliced his cheek. He ducked behind a broken crate, breath rasping. The urge to fight surged up in him, fierce and familiar. He had survived the Department of Mysteries, the Tower, the Seven Potters, Malfoy Manor, Hogwarts. He had faced Voldemort and walked toward death. But this was not his war yet, and he was tired. So tired his bones felt hollow. The witch advanced, humming. Harry tightened his grip and searched desperately for options. Stunning spell, disarming charm, he could try, but if he missed, she would not. Before he could move, a new voice cut through the rain. That will be quite enough. The alley filled with silver light, not harsh, not explosive. It spread like dawn under a door, touching the wet bricks, the broken glass, the smoke. And for a moment every shadow seemed to remember it was only shadow. The masked witch stopped, her smile vanished. At the alley mouth stood Albus Dumbledore, not the Dumbledore Harry had watched die. Not the frail old man with a blackened hand and half-moon spectacles balanced low on his crooked nose. This Dumbledore stood straight-backed and fierce, his auburn hair and beard only lightly streaked with silver, his robes deep blue and whipping in the rain. He looked younger by decades and somehow no less ancient. His wand rested loose in his hand, but the air around him had changed. Even the Death Eater felt it. "Professor," she said, trying for mockery and missing. Dumbledore's expression did not shift. "I would advise you to leave before the Aurors arrive." She looked past him. More cracks echoed from the street. Someone shouted Moody's name. A whistle shrieked. The attack was already breaking apart. The witch's eyes flicked back to Harry. For a moment, Harry thought she might try one last curse just because cruelty hated being denied. Dumbledore lifted his wand by a fraction. The witch vanished with a sharp crack. Rain rushed into the silence she left behind. Harry lowered his wand. His knees gave out. Dumbledore crossed the alley quickly enough that his robes snapped behind him. "Easy." Harry tried to shove himself upright. "I'm fine." "An admirable lie," Dumbledore said, catching his elbow before he hit the stones. Though not a convincing one. Harry flinched at the touch, Dumbledore noticed. Of course he did. His grip loosened at once. "My apologies," Harry dragged in a breath. "Where am I?" Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "Diagon Alley." "No, I know that." Harry closed his eyes briefly. Stupid, too much, too fast. "I mean," he stopped. His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. Not from fear, from the binding. The silence had woken. It lay inside him, patient and cold, waiting for him to step too close to the edge. "I'm from 1998. He tried to think the sentence, and even that made his chest tighten. Dumbledore watched him with unnerving calm. Harry swallowed. "What happened?" "A question I had intended to ask you." The street beyond the alley was chaos, but organized chaos now. Aurors in dark robes moved through the smoke. Parents held children. A man with a bleeding forehead sat beneath a shop awning while someone wrapped a bandage around his arm. The blue door had opened, and students were being guided out in small groups. Harry saw another prefect badge flash in the rain, blue and bronze this time. A Ravenclaw girl, 17 perhaps, white-faced but steady, shepherded younger students toward the leaky cauldron. 1977. The thought struck again, heavier this time. His parents were alive. Somewhere in this world, James Potter was 17. Lily Evans was 17. Sirius was laughing too loudly at something dangerous. Remus was tired before anyone had the decency to ask why. Peter was. Harry looked away. Dumbledore's gaze did not leave his face. "You are injured," he said. "I've had worse." That at least was true. Something like sorrow passed behind Dumbledore's eyes. It startled Harry. The old Dumbledore had often looked as if he knew too much. This one looked as if he feared he soon would. "What is your name?" Dumbledore asked. Harry opened his mouth. The answer rose instinctively. "Harry Potter." Pain clamped around his throat, not sharp, not yet. A warning, he coughed, bending slightly. Dumbledore stepped closer. "Careful." Harry pressed a fist to his mouth and forced himself to breathe. He needed a name, not Potter. Never Potter. Not Evans. not black, nothing tied to people who mattered. Nothing that would send Dumbledore digging in exactly the wrong direction. His eyes dropped to the newspaper in the rain. A smaller headline near the bottom had not fully smeared. Fawley estate dispute continues after lines decline. Fawley, old pureblood family. He remembered the name vaguely from history of magic, which meant almost nothing. There had been too many pureblood lines, too many portraits, too many dead branches on family trees people like Sirius had been forced to memorize. Thin enough, maybe, old enough, forgotten enough. Harry wiped rain from his face. "Harry," he said. The binding did not tighten. His heart kicked. "Harry Fawley." Dumbledore said nothing for a moment. It was not belief on his face. It was interest, dangerous interest. "Harry Fawley," he repeated gently. "Yes. And where have you come from, Mr. Fawley?" The truth pressed against Harry's teeth like blood. The forest. Death. The future. "Your grave, my grave. A war you lose and lose again." "My family kept moving," Harry said, building the lie as he spoke. "France for a while, then Germany. A small school, not one most people know. Things got bad." That much was true enough. Things had always got bad. Dumbledore's eyes rested on his torn jumper, his muddy jeans, his trainers soaked through with rain. Not wizarding robes, not travel clothes, not the sort of thing a pureblood refugee would wear to Diagon Alley on the 1st of September. "And your guardians?" Harry looked at the broken crates. "Gone." Dumbledore did not ask how for that. Harry was grateful. "Do you have documents?" "No." "A wand registration?" Harry looked up sharply. Dumbledore's gaze dropped to the holly wand. Of course, this wand did not exist yet. Not for him. Not in Ollivander's records. Not in any place where people who understood wand lore might look too closely and ask why a boy in 1977 carried a wand that had chosen him in 1991. Harry slid it carefully into his sleeve. Dumbledore pretended not to notice. "Mr. Fawley," he said, "you have arrived in Britain at a complicated time." A laugh escaped Harry before he could stop it. It sounded rough. "Wrong." Dumbledore's eyebrows lifted slightly. Harry shook his head. "Sorry, no need. Complicated may have been too gentle a word." From the street, someone shouted that 2 attackers had escaped. Another voice replied that the flue had been sealed. A child was crying. Rain beat against the cobbles like thousands of tiny footsteps. Dumbledore looked toward the alley mouth, then back at Harry. "You are of school age?" "Yes." "Hogwarts begins term today." Harry stared at him. For one absurd second, the world narrowed to that single sentence. Hogwarts, not ruined. Not full of bodies and broken stone. Not defended by children because the adults had been murdered one by one. Hogwarts as it had been before him. "I can't," Harry said. The words came too quickly. Dumbledore's expression softened. "Cannot. I mean, I don't have books, robes, money, all solvable difficulties. I'm not enrolled, also solvable. You don't know me." "No," Dumbledore agreed. "I do not." That was not reassuring. Harry's hand closed around the hourglass in his pocket. The glass was warm again, wrongly warm. "Then why would you help me?" Dumbledore was quiet for a while. Behind him, the last smoke from the attack thinned in the rain. "Because," he said at last. A young man appeared in Diagon Alley in the middle of a Death Eater attack, injured, exhausted, carrying a wand he is reluctant to discuss, and still chose to defend a child he did not know. Harry looked away. "I did what anyone would have done." "No," Dumbledore said softly. "You did what many would like to believe they would have done." Harry hated how much that sounded like the man he remembered. He hated more how badly he wanted to trust it. Dumbledore offered a hand. Harry stared at it. He could refuse. Run. Disappear into 1977 with no money, no papers, no food, no understanding of where his parents were or how to reach them without breaking whatever Lord Death had wrapped around him. He could try to find the Order, try to warn them, try to smash the timeline open with both fists, until it bled. But the binding sat cold beneath his ribs, and the hourglass ticked wrong in his pocket. Harry took Dumbledore's hand. The headmaster pulled him to his feet. He swayed. Dumbledore pretended not to notice that too. "A warm room first, I think," he said. "Then we shall see about robes." I don't have money, Harry repeated, because panic had decided this was the safest problem to hold. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. I have occasionally been known to manage minor miracles of administration. You're just enrolling me, for the present. You don't believe me. No, Harry blinked. Dumbledore's smile was mild. Would you prefer I did? Despite everything, Harry nearly smiled back. Nearly? I would prefer not to be interrogated. A perfectly natural preference, rarely granted but natural. They stepped out of the alley. Diagon Alley looked bruised. Windows were shattered. Smoke stained the rain. A display of brass telescopes had collapsed into the street, lenses rolling like fallen eyes. Outside, Flourish and Blots, a witch hugged two boys in Hogwarts robes so tightly they could barely breathe. Aurors moved through the crowd with wands raised. Harry kept his head down. He had spent years being recognized in this alley. Years of whispers, stares, pointing fingers, lightning scar fascination. Now no one looked twice at him except to notice blood, mud, and a thin boy standing too close to Dumbledore. His scar. Harry stopped. Dumbledore turned. Mr. Fawley! Harry lifted shaking fingers to his forehead. The scar was there. Of course it was. He felt the familiar raised lightning shape beneath his fringe. But when he touched it, pain shivered through him and the world tilted. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Harry dropped his hand at once. Head injury, he muttered. Indeed. Dumbledore did not press. That was somehow worse. They moved quickly after that, not to Gringotts, not to the leaky cauldron. Dumbledore guided him through a side door Harry did not remember ever seeing, into a narrow room above a closed apothecary that smelled of lavender, dust, and old parchment. A fire burned in the grate though no one had lit it. Sit, Dumbledore said. Harry sat. The moment he did, exhaustion crashed over him so hard his vision went gray at the edges. Dumbledore conjured a blanket and a cup of something steaming. Drink. Harry eyed it. Tea, Dumbledore said, with far too much honey, a reliable cure for shock, according to no medical authority whatsoever. Harry took it with both hands. The warmth nearly undid him. For a few minutes neither of them spoke. Harry drank. The rain tapped the window. Dumbledore stood near the fire, looking not at Harry exactly, but at the space around him, as if listening to a song too faint for anyone else to hear. Finally he said, "Your accent is British." Harry's fingers tightened around the cup, mostly. "Yet you claim schooling abroad." I moved around, with no luggage, lost. No documents, lost. No guardian. Harry looked into the fire, lost. Dumbledore's face changed, not belief. Not pity exactly, recognition, maybe. War had already made too many orphans for the word lost to sound unusual. "I see," he said. Harry hated lying badly. He hated that Dumbledore knew he was lying. He hated that some part of him still wanted to tell him everything, to pour out names and dates and betrayals until the older man fixed it all. But when he imagined saying Peter, his throat closed. When he imagined saying Halloween, the hourglass burned. When he imagined saying Voldemort will mark my parents because of a prophecy not yet spoken, pain flashed white behind his eyes so suddenly he almost dropped the cup. Dumbledore crossed the room in 2 strides. "Mr. Fawley!" Harry forced air into his lungs. "I'm fine. You say that often. It's been useful." For whom? Harry did not answer. The question settled between them. Dumbledore returned to his chair, but his eyes had gone grave. "There are matters we must address," he said. "If I enroll you at Hogwarts, questions will be asked. I thought you handled minor miracles." "I do. Major ones require paperwork." Harry stared at him. Dumbledore's expression remained completely serious. Then Harry gave a small, unwilling huff of laughter. It hurt his ribs. Dumbledore's eyes warmed for half a second. "You will be placed provisionally," he continued. "A late transfer? Your records delayed due to unrest abroad. Your family connection obscure but not impossible. The Fawley name still opens doors precisely because so few remain to answer them." Harry looked down. So Dumbledore had understood the choice immediately. Of course he had. "You know the family." "I know of them. Are there any left?" "A few distant cousins, none likely to challenge my administrative creativity." Harry nodded slowly. "Your wand," Dumbledore said. Harry went still. I won't take it from you, Dumbledore added. That's reassuring. But you understand why it interests me. No. Another admirable lie. Harry's mouth twisted. Dumbledore leaned back. Very well. Keep your secrets for now. I have found that secrets, like measles, often come out from beneath the sofa when they grow hungry. Harry had no idea what to say to that. Dumbledore stood. I will arrange robes and books. You will travel to Hogwarts tonight with the late arrivals. Under the circumstances, the Sorting Hat may be persuaded to tolerate an irregular schedule. Harry almost dropped the tea. The Sorting Hat. Naturally. I've already... Pain snapped around his tongue. Harry choked. Dumbledore was at his side instantly. Breathe. Harry gripped the arm of the chair. The words dissolved before they could become sound. I've already been sorted, gone. He could think the memory, the hat slipping over his eyes, whispering about Slytherin, his own desperate not there, not there. But when he tried to make it a sentence, the binding crushed it flat. Dumbledore's gaze fixed on him with terrifying focus. Harry forced a breath, then another. Sorry. He rasped. I meant I've heard of it. Dumbledore did not believe him, but he let it pass, for now, by sunset, the attack had become a headline waiting to happen. Harry knew because Dumbledore left and returned with a fresh evening edition tucked beneath one arm, along with a plain Hogwarts trunk, second-hand robes, and books that smelled like dust and other people's hands. Harry touched the Transfiguration text and felt a strange, sharp ache. McGonagall would be younger too. Not young, exactly. Harry had difficulty imagining Professor McGonagall as anything other than eternal, but younger. Less gray, still stern, probably. Some things time would not dare change. He dressed in the robes because his own clothes were torn and filthy. They hung a little loose. Dumbledore had guessed his size well enough. The trunk had no name on it. Harry Forley. He stared at the empty brass plate until the letters seemed to appear there anyway. Not Potter, not here. The hourglass lay hidden beneath his shirt now, tied on a cord Dumbledore had given him without asking what it was. It rested against Harry's chest, warm and ticking in a rhythm no clock would accept. When Dumbledore brought him through the flue to Hogsmeade, night had fallen. The village was quieter than Harry remembered. Fewer shops lit, more shutters closed. War had touched even this place, though not as brutally as it would one day. The castle rose in the distance, black against a sky torn open with stars. Hogwarts. Harry stopped walking. Dumbledore paused beside him. Across the lake, the castle blazed with golden windows. Not broken, not burning. The towers stood whole. The grounds spread dark and peaceful beneath them. Somewhere inside those walls, ghosts drifted, portraits argued, staircases shifted, and hundreds of students complained about homework as if the world had not begun sharpening its knives. Harry's eyes stung. He had defended those walls while they crumbled. Now they stood untouched. Beautiful, is it not? Dumbledore said. Harry swallowed. Yeah, you have seen it before. The question was gentle, too gentle. Harry kept his face turned toward the castle. No. The lie tasted like ash. Dumbledore nodded as if he had expected nothing else. They reached the gates under a moon half hidden by cloud. The winged boars loomed on either side, stone mouths open in silent warning. Harry remembered clinging to these grounds as home when he had nowhere else. He remembered running across the lawns with Ron, watching Hermione march ahead with books hugged to her chest, seeing Cedric alive, seeing Sirius in the fire, seeing Dumbledore fall from the tower. All of it was waiting ahead of him. All of it was behind him. Inside the entrance hall, the smell hit him first. Wax, stone, old wood, food drifting faintly from the great hall. Home. Harry had to stop again. Students' voices echoed beyond the double doors. Laughter. Chairs scraping. The sorting must have already happened. The feast was underway. He could leave. The thought came suddenly. He could turn around, walk out into the night, and refuse to step into the past wearing a false name. Refuse to see them. Refuse to love them. Refuse to lose them again. Then, from beyond the doors, someone laughed, a bright, reckless bark of laughter. Harry's heart stopped. No, not yet. He was not ready. Dumbledore looked at him. Mr. Forley! Harry forced himself to move. The doors opened. The great hall spread before him in candlelight, 4 long tables. a ceiling full of stars, hundreds of faces turning toward the late entrance. Whispers rose at once, rippling like wind through leaves. Harry saw none of them clearly at first. The room blurred. Too many ghosts were alive. There, at the staff table, Professor McGonagall sat with dark hair pinned severely beneath her hat, her mouth pressed in exactly the same thin line Harry remembered. Flitwick looked nearly unchanged, though perhaps with fewer lines around his eyes. Slughorn sat broader and pinker than memory, laughing into his goblet, and at the Gryffindor table, Harry forgot how to breathe. James Potter sat with one elbow on the table, head tipped back in laughter, black hair even messier than Harry's had ever managed to be. He was not a statue, not a photograph, not a ghost stepping from a wand. He was 17 and alive and careless with it, grinning at something Sirius Black had just said. Sirius lounged beside him like the bench had been built for his boredom, handsome and sharp and burning too bright. Remus sat across from them, thinner than Harry expected, eyes watchful even while he smiled. Peter Pettigrew was there too, round-faced and laughing a heartbeat late. Harry's stomach turned. Then a girl at the end of the table looked up. Red hair, green eyes. Lily Evans glanced toward the doors, curious rather than alarmed, one hand still resting beside her plate. Harry's whole world narrowed to her face, his mother, alive, not screaming, not pleading, not standing between him and death, just alive. Harry's fingers dug into his palms until his nails hurt. The hourglass against his chest ticked once, wrong, loud. Dumbledore's hand rested briefly, lightly between his shoulders. Only then did Harry realize he was trembling. The headmaster guided him forward. "Your attention, please." Dumbledore called. The hall quieted, though whispers still crawled at the edges. "We have had an unusual beginning to term," he continued, voice carrying easily. "And in keeping with that theme, we welcome a late transfer into our company. Mr. Harry Forley will be joining the 7th year." Whispers sharpened. Harry kept his eyes on the floor. A stool appeared. The Sorting Hat sat atop it, patched and ancient and far too familiar. Harry approached as if walking to another execution. He sat. The hat dropped over his eyes, darkness. For half a second, panic seized him. Not the hat. Not cloth. The other darkness. Death's darkness. The place between. Then a dry voice murmured in his ear. "Well, well, well." Harry closed his eyes. "This is unusual. Please don't," Harry thought. So much already sordid, so much broken, so much hidden. The hat paused, not from confusion, from caution. "Ah, you are not asking where you belong, are you?" Harry's throat tightened. "You are asking where you can survive." He thought of Gryffindor table. James's laugh. Lily's eyes. He thought of sitting beside them and pretending his heart was not tearing itself apart. The hat shifted slightly. Brave enough. Loyal enough, a mind sharpened by pain. Ambition too, though you would deny it. But this time perhaps the question is not what you are. Harry held very still. Perhaps it is what the story can bear. The hat lifted its voice. Gryffindor. Applause burst from the red and gold table. Harry removed the hat with numb fingers. He walked toward Gryffindor because his legs understood what his heart could not. The bench had space near the 7th years. Near them, of course it did. James Potter grinned up at him as Harry approached. "Late transfer, eh?" James said. "Excellent entrance. Very mysterious. We'll have to work on the tragic expression, though. You're overdoing it a bit." Sirius laughed. "Ignore him. He thinks trauma is a styling choice." Lily Evans shot both of them a look. "Could you not interrogate him before he's even sat down?" Harry stared at her voice. He had heard it before only in echoes, in memory, in a night he had been too young to understand. Now it was real, irritated, warm, alive. Lily's expression softened a little. "Are you all right?" The question nearly destroyed him. Harry sat before his knees could fail. "Yeah," he managed. James leaned forward, still smiling. "I'm James. I know. This is serious, Remus Peter, I know. And Lily, who pretends not to like us but has tragically failed to sit anywhere else. I sit here because Mary saved me a place." Lily said crisply. A girl beside her waved cheerfully. Sirius leaned closer to Harry. "That means she likes us. It means I tolerate you because moving tables would be dramatic. Evans, everything about you is dramatic. Potter, everything about you is exhausting." They continued bright and easy, and the table laughed. Harry could not. He looked down at the golden plate before him as food appeared by magic. Roast potatoes, chicken, vegetables, treacle tart. His stomach clenched with hunger, but his throat felt too tight to swallow. Across from him, Remus watched quietly, not suspicious exactly, concerned, too perceptive already. Peter asked him something about where he had transferred from. Harry answered with pieces of the lie: continental school, family trouble, last-minute arrangements. He kept it vague enough that Sirius declared vagueness an art form, and James suggested Harry was secretly a spy, which made Lily threaten to hex him if he started rumors before dessert. Harry tried to smile at the right places. Sometimes he succeeded. Mostly he listened. James talked with his hands. Sirius mocked him with perfect timing. Remus interrupted only when necessary and always made it count. Peter laughed, fetched things, repeated jokes softly as if trying them on for size. Lily argued with James like she had been doing it for years and expected to continue for several more. They were not legends. They were not martyrs. They were children standing at the edge of a war that had already started naming graves. Harry ate because his body demanded it. He answered because silence would draw attention. He did not look at Lily too long. He failed often. At the staff table, Dumbledore watched him over the rim of his goblet. When the feast ended, the hall rose in a storm of noise. Prefects gathered first years. Students spilled toward the doors. The marauders moved as a unit, not tightly, not obviously, but with the gravity of people used to finding each other in crowds. "Come on, Forley," James said. "Gryffindor Tower before the staircases, develop opinions." Harry followed. He told himself it was only for tonight. Only because he needed somewhere to sleep. Only because death had sent him here, and the timeline had placed him on this path, and refusing would not save anyone. But as they climbed the marble staircase, Sirius complaining about start-of-term speeches, Remus quietly correcting James's exaggerated version of the Diagon Alley attack, Peter trailing half a step behind, and Lily walking ahead with Mary MacDonald, Harry felt the year open before him like a wound. At the first landing, Lily turned back. For 1 second, her eyes met his, not his eyes, hers. No recognition. No impossible mother's instinct, no sudden understanding, only curiosity, mild concern, and the guarded kindness of a girl who did not yet know what she would one day give to save him. "You coming?" she asked. Harry's breath caught, the hourglass ticked against his heart. He nodded. "Yeah," he said softly, "I'm coming." And because the corridor turned just then, because the candles shifted in a draft, because James laughed at something Sirius said, and Lily rolled her eyes, Harry saw them all framed together in gold light. For the first time in his life, he stood in the same room as his parents, and no one was dead. It should have felt like a miracle. Instead, it felt like the beginning of goodbye. Harry did not sleep so much as fall unconscious in a bed that should not have known him yet. Gryffindor Tower was exactly the same and not the same at all. That was the first cruelty of it. The common room had the same deep armchairs, the same scarlet hangings, the same fire that seemed too bright and too warm to be ordinary. The same battered tables stood under the same windows. The same portrait hole opened beneath the same fat lady, though she looked younger too, which was absurd because portraits were not supposed to age in any way Harry's tired mind could understand. But the room smelled different, less like his years. More polish. More pipe smoke from some long banned habit the older students had not yet been caught for. More wet wool and parchment and firewood. Fewer memories of Hermione's revision timetables, Ron's chessboard, Fred and George's stolen fireworks, Ginny's laugh cutting through the noise. The room had not changed. Harry had. That made it worse. He had been given the 7th-year boys' dormitory because that was where the lie placed him. There were 5 beds in the circular room already, 4 occupied by trunks and robes and signs of lives in progress. His bed had appeared by magic beside the far wall, close to the window. A plain trunk sat at its foot, empty except for the second-hand school things Dumbledore had arranged. James Potter dropped onto the nearest bed like gravity was a personal insult. Forley, he said, pointing at Harry with a socked foot. Important question. Do you snore? Harry blinked. What? Do you snore? Because if you snore like Peter, we'll need to establish defensive charms early. Peter, halfway through folding a jumper, looked wounded. I don't snore. Sirius, who had flung himself backward across his own bed and was staring upside down at the ceiling, said, You breathe like a dying accordion. I do not. You do, Remus said, without looking up from the book he had already opened. Peter looked betrayed. You're supposed to be the nice one. I am. That was the nice version. James grinned. See, essential dormitory knowledge, snoring, sleep hexing, whether you're likely to turn our pillows into porcupines. The usual. Harry stood by his trunk, still in borrowed robes, soaked in exhaustion and the impossible fact of them, alive. All of them alive, it made every ordinary joke feel like a miracle with teeth. I don't think I snore, he said. Sirius rolled over and propped himself on one elbow. That means yes. It means I've never checked. Suspicious answer. James snapped his fingers. Definitely a spy. Lily's voice, called from somewhere beyond the closed dormitory door, carried faintly up the stairs from the common room. If you lot accuse the new boy of espionage before breakfast, I'm taking points. James sat up at once. Evans, you can't take points. You're not head girl yet. No. Lily called back. But I can take your dignity. Sirius clutched his chest. Too late. He misplaced that in 4th year. James looked delighted. She's talking to me. First night back and she's already talking to me. She's threatening you, Remus said. James waved this away. Tone is negotiable. Harry turned toward his bed before anyone could see his face. He remembered stories. Not many. Never enough. Hagrid had told him James and Lily were head boy and head girl, brave and clever and good. Sirius had told him James had been the best friend he ever had, the sort of person who would have died rather than betray someone. Lupin had spoken of James with love and regret and careful omissions. Snape had offered uglier fragments, bitter and sharp. But no one had ever told Harry what James sounded like when he was 17 and convinced that Lily Evans threatening him was progress. No one had told him how young they all were. That night, Harry lay awake long after the others settled. James did snore, though not badly. Sirius slept like someone pretending not to be vulnerable even while unconscious, one arm thrown over his face. Peter muttered once in his sleep and turned over. Remus stayed awake longest, his book open on his chest, until he finally extinguished his lamp with a quiet charm. Harry stared at the canopy above him. The hourglass rested under his pillow. He had tried putting it in the trunk. It had grown cold enough to frost the wood. He had tried tying it around his neck again. It had ticked so loudly he worried the others would hear under the pillow. It was quiet. Not silent, never silent. Tick, wrong. Tick, wrong. His mind circled the same facts until they cut grooves in him. It was September 1977. His parents were alive. Dumbledore was watching him. Death had bound him. He could not say what mattered. He could not save what mattered. But he was here. Eventually, sometime before dawn, exhaustion took him. The dream came at once. Green light, his mother screaming, the forest, Death's voice, a baby crying in a ruined house. Harry woke with a gasp, wand in his hand, half out of bed before he knew where he was. Someone moved across the room. Easy. Remus said quietly. Harry froze. The dormitory lay in dim, blue pre-dawn light. The others were asleep. Remus sat on the edge of his bed, already dressed except for his robes, watching him with careful eyes. Harry lowered his wand. Sorry. Bad dream? Harry rubbed a hand over his face. Something like that. Remus nodded as if that answer was enough, which made Harry nervous. People who accepted incomplete answers usually had complete questions waiting behind them. You were quiet about it, Remus said. That's something, Harry almost laughed. Experience. Remus's expression shifted, not pity, recognition. Then he looked away, giving Harry the mercy of not being studied for a moment. Bathrooms are down the left stairs, he said. James takes forever with his hair, though it never improves, so getting there before him is wise. Harry glanced toward James's bed. James's hair was already a disaster. I'll remember that. Remus stood and reached for his robes. You'll need to. Hogwarts has more rules than the rulebook admits. I know. The words slipped out. Remus paused. Harry's stomach tightened. But Remus only smiled faintly. Everyone thinks that on their first morning. Usually Hogwarts corrects them before lunch. He left quietly. Harry sat on the bed for several seconds, heart pounding over nothing. That, he was beginning to understand, would be the rhythm of this year, not battles. Not curses, not always. Sometimes the danger would be a sentence said too easily. Sometimes it would be remembering in front of the wrong person. Breakfast was worse. The great hall in morning light nearly broke him all over again. Owls swept through sunlight beneath the enchanted ceiling. Students shouted greetings across tables. Plates filled. Porridge steamed. Pumpkin juice glowed gold in goblets. The castle did not know it would one day become a battlefield. The walls did not know they would crack. The children did not know whose names would be carved into memorials. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table between Peter and a boy called Benji Fenwick, whose name hit him like a poorly cast stunning spell. Benji Fenwick, a photograph in Moody's old picture, a body found in pieces. Harry's hand tightened around his fork until his knuckles whitened. "You all right?" Peter asked, mouth half full of toast. Harry forced his fingers to relax. "Fine." Peter nodded and returned to buttering another slice. No suspicion, no careful look, no sense that he had just sat beside someone who knew how little time he had. Benji leaned around Peter. "Forley, right? Heard you got attacked before even reaching school. That true?" "Everyone got attacked," Harry said. "Not everyone got personally escorted in by Dumbledore," Benji said cheerfully. "That style." James dropped onto the bench opposite them, hair wet and somehow more chaotic than before. "Exactly what I said. Mysterious entrance, tragic cheekbone cut, Dumbledore appearing like a dramatic thundercloud. Forley's already winning the term." Sirius sat beside him, stealing a piece of toast from James's plate before James could stop him. "I give it 3 days before he disappoints us by being normal." "Speak for yourself," James said. "I remain optimistic." Lily arrived with Mary MacDonald and Marlene McKinnon. Harry nearly stopped breathing again. McKinnon, he looked at her before he could stop himself. Marlene was bright-eyed, brown-haired, laughing at something Mary whispered. She looked strong in that casual way some people did, like she had never needed permission to take up space. Harry knew the name. Everyone in the order did, or would. Marlene McKinnon and her family, murdered by Death Eaters. One of the losses Moody had spoken of with a grimness that had made the old photograph feel haunted. She was alive too. Of course she was. This year would be full of the dead before they became dead. Lily sat across from Harry beside Marlene. "Morning." Harry looked down at his plate. "Morning." James immediately straightened. "Evans." "No, I only said your name, and I'm saving time." Sirius leaned toward Harry. "This is their mating ritual." Lily pointed her spoon at him. "Black, I will pour porridge in your lap." "See," Sirius said. "Warmth, affection." Marlene laughed. Mary tried not to. James looked as if the morning had personally blessed him. Harry watched them with a strange ache behind his ribs. They were funny, that felt unfair. It was easier to mourn saints. Saints stayed still. Saints did not steal toast, threaten people with porridge, or look at the girl they loved with transparent hope while pretending it was charm. Mail arrived in a storm of wings. The Daily Prophet landed beside James's pumpkin juice, delivered by a barn owl with offended dignity. James unfolded it lazily, his grin faded. That was the first sign. Sirius stopped reaching for another piece of toast. "What?" James turned the paper around. The headline stretched across the front page in thick black letters. "Diagon Alley attack leaves 3 dead, 17 injured." Harry stared at the words, 3 dead. He had known the attack was serious. He had seen the smoke and spellfire. He had watched auras moving through the street, but the headline gave the chaos shape. 3 people had ended yesterday. While he was stumbling through time, while he was lying to Dumbledore, while he was being sorted, Lily's face had gone pale. Mary whispered, "Merlin." Marlene snatched the paper and began reading aloud in a low voice, skipping details when younger students nearby leaned too close. Suspected Death Eater involvement. No official confirmation from the Ministry. Several suspects fled before capture. Among the injured, 2 Hogwarts students. Her voice hardened. James's jaw tightened. Sirius looked at the table, expression suddenly empty in a way Harry knew too well. The war was not an idea here, it was breakfast. Benji muttered something about cowards. Peter looked frightened and tried to hide it by drinking too much pumpkin juice. Remus read over Marlene's shoulder, eyes moving fast. Harry looked at the headline until the letters blurred. He had saved the little girl. Had she lived? He thought so. Her mother had dragged her away. That was something, 3 dead anyway. His shield charm had not changed the headline enough to matter, or maybe it had, maybe without him it would have said 4. The thought came small and dangerous. A mercy, tiny, private, downstream only, the kind death had allowed. Harry swallowed. Across from him, Lily lowered the paper. "I hate this," she said. No one made a joke. James looked at her, and for once there was no performance in his face. "Yeah." Lily folded the prophet carefully, hands steady in a way her eyes were not. "I don't understand how people can do this and still think they're superior." Sirius's mouth twisted. "Thinking is generous." Marlene leaned forward. "My dad says the ministry knows exactly who half of them are. They just won't move unless they can make the arrest stick." "They're scared," Benji said. "They're compromised," Sirius said, too sharply. James glanced at him. A whole conversation passed between them in half a second. Harry saw it and looked away. The Blacks, of course. Sirius was not merely a handsome rebel from a dark family in stories people told after he went to prison. He was a 17-year-old boy whose relatives were walking deeper into Voldemort's shadow, while he sat at a Gryffindor table, pretending he had already escaped them completely. Harry wondered if Bellatrix had already taken the mark. He did not ask. He did not want to know. Classes began after breakfast with the organized cruelty Hogwarts called a timetable. Harry's schedule had been waiting by his plate, written in McGonagall's severe hand. 7th-year classes. Transfiguration. Charms, defense against the dark arts. Potions, herbology. He had apparently been entered into a respectable but not impossible course load. Dumbledore's administrative miracle had limits, or perhaps mercy. Transfiguration came first. Professor McGonagall was younger, but only in the sense that a mountain might have fewer weather marks on one side. Her voice could still slice parchment. Her stare could still straighten spines. She gave Harry one long look when he entered behind Remus and Peter. "Mr. Forley, Professor?" The word nearly caught. Professor, he had missed her. He had not expected that grief today, but grief had never asked his permission. "You are joining an advanced class late," McGonagall said. "I expect diligence." "Yes, Professor. I expect honesty regarding what you do and do not know." Harry hesitated. That was dangerous ground. "Yes, Professor." Her eyes narrowed slightly, as though she had heard the pause. "Take a seat." Harry did. James and Sirius sat 2 rows back, which apparently did not prevent them from conducting a silent conversation through eyebrow movements. Lily sat near the front with Mary. Remus took the desk beside Harry. McGonagall began with human transfiguration theory, and within 10 minutes, Harry discovered something both comforting and humiliating. He was not as good as he remembered being. Or maybe he had never been as good as the war had made him believe. Battle magic was not classroom magic. Surviving did not require neat wand work or elegant theory. It required speed, nerve, and luck. Here, asked to perform a precise partial transformation on a silver button, Harry felt clumsy. His magic answered, but not cleanly. The button sprouted a soft gray fuzz, trembled, and then stubbornly remained a button. Remus's button had become a perfect beetle with tiny articulated legs. Lily's had 2. James's beetle was wearing spectacles. Sirius's had escaped and was attempting to climb Peter's sleeve. McGonagall closed her eyes briefly. "Mr. Black!" "It wanted freedom, Professor. It wanted competence." James choked on a laugh. Harry stared at his fuzzy button. Remus leaned slightly closer. "Too much force." "Less push, more instruction." Harry tried again. The button shivered. For 1 second, the shape almost changed. Then it turned into a beetle with no legs. Sirius peered over. "Bold choice." Harry rubbed his forehead. "Shut up." James grinned. "He speaks. Good." "We were worried you only communicated through tragic staring." Lily did not look back, but Harry saw her shoulders move as if she were hiding a laugh. The warmth that flickered in him was so sudden he nearly hated it. He was not here to belong. He could not afford to belong. But belonging had always been his oldest weakness. By lunch, the story of Harry Fawley had begun to grow. That was Hogwarts, too. Rumors moved faster than owls and lived longer than facts. Harry heard 3 versions before he reached the Great Hall. In the first, he had dueled 3 Death Eaters in Diagon Alley and saved a ministry official. In the second, he was the last heir of a cursed pureblood line raised in a castle in the Alps. In the third, offered with great seriousness by a second-year Hufflepuff, he was Dumbledore's secret nephew. Sirius loved that one. "Uncle Albus," he said, wiping tears from his eyes. "Please tell me you call him that." Harry stabbed a potato. "I don't, but you could." "I won't." James leaned across the table. "Fawley, you must understand, opportunities like this don't come often." Lily gave him a look. "You two are impossible." "3," Remus said calmly. Lily glanced at him. "You two." "I'm not proud." Harry almost smiled. Then he caught sight of Peter beside James, quietly pushing peas around his plate while Sirius and James dominated the conversation. Peter looked up, noticed Harry watching, and smiled uncertainly. "People will get bored soon," Peter said. "What?" "The rumors," Peter said. "They always do when someone else does something stupid." "That'll be James by dinner," Sirius said. James placed a hand over his heart. "I provide a vital public service." Peter laughed. A real laugh. Not late this time. Harry looked away. The thing about knowing someone would become a traitor was that it made every harmless moment feel like evidence waiting to be misread. Peter Pettigrew was not hunched in a graveyard. He was not silver-handed and sobbing. He was not the man who had resurrected Voldemort or sold Lily and James to death. Not yet. Here he was 17, nervous, eager. A little too grateful when Sirius included him, a little too quick to echo James's opinions. A boy among brighter boys, trying not to be left behind. Harry hated him. Harry pitied him. Harry did not know what to do with either feeling. That afternoon brought charms, and charms brought the first real test. It was not supposed to be one. That was the trouble. The moment arrived so simply that Harry almost missed it. Professor Flitwick had set them to revising non-verbal summoning variations, mostly to assess how much the summer had stolen from their discipline. The classroom was crowded and noisy. Feather bundles, inkwells, and small wooden blocks zipped unevenly across desks. James was showing off. Sirius was making his blocks loop through the air in patterns that spelled rude words until Lily threatened to tell Flitwick. Remus worked with quiet competence. Peter's inkwell shot toward him too fast and spilled across his sleeve. Harry was paired with Marlene McKinnon. She was good. Not Lily good, perhaps, but sharp and confident. She had a habit of grinning right before a spell worked, as if she had already dared it to fail and won. "You're holding back," she said after Harry summoned a bundle of feathers neatly but slowly. Harry blinked. "What? You cast like you're trying not to be noticed. That was too accurate. I'm new." So I'm trying not to be noticed." Marlene laughed. "Wrong house for that." She flicked her wand. 3 blocks flew toward her, spun in formation, and landed in a tidy stack. Harry raised an eyebrow despite himself. "Show off." "Obviously." Her grin softened. "Don't worry, half the class is showing off. The other half is pretending not to." A crash sounded behind them. Peter had knocked over a tall cabinet while trying to retrieve his inkwell from beneath it. A row of glass charm spheres wobbled on the top shelf. Harry saw what would happen a second before it did. The cabinet tilted. The spheres rolled. One fell. It was not large, not deadly. But it was glass, charmed to amplify sound for some later lesson, and beneath it stood a second-year assistant Flitwick had brought in to deliver supplies. The boy looked up too late. Harry's wand was in his hand before thought. Arresto momentum. The sphere stopped inches above the boy's head. The room went quiet, not completely. Classrooms never went completely quiet, but enough. The sphere hovered, trembling. Harry lowered it carefully into his palm. Flitwick blinked at him. "Excellent reflexes, Mr. Fawley." Harry's heart hammered. It was a small thing, a falling sphere. A bruise, maybe a cut, maybe nothing worse than a scare. No headline, no anchor point, no prophecy, no betrayal, just a child about to be hurt because of a careless accident. Harry looked at the boy. He was pale, eyes wide. "You okay?" Harry asked. The boy nodded. Peter babbled an apology. Flitwick restored order. Marlene clapped Harry once on the shoulder. "See," she said, "holding back." But Harry barely heard her. He waited for pain, for the hourglass to burn, for the timeline to push back. Nothing happened. The class resumed. The sphere stayed whole. The boy stayed unhurt. Harry's chest loosened by a fraction. Something could change. Small, private, downstream only, but real. That evening, Harry found himself in the library because he did not trust the common room not to ambush him with warmth. He chose a table in the back, half hidden behind shelves on defensive theory. The library in 1977 was almost exactly as he remembered, except Madame Pince looked less like an ancient vulture and more like a middle-aged vulture preparing for greatness. Harry opened his Transfiguration text and did not read it. Instead, he took out a scrap of parchment. He had borrowed a quill from his trunk and written one line at the top, "Things I can change." Then he stared at it until the words became meaningless. A little girl in Diagon Alley, maybe? A glass sphere in Charms, his own presence in Gryffindor Tower. What did those count for against Halloween, against Peter, against Sirius, against the prophecy that had not yet been spoken? He dipped the quill again. Beneath the first line he wrote, "Small mercies." The phrase felt foolish. Too soft for a war, too small for everything he wanted. But the moment he wrote it, the hourglass in his pocket warmed, not painfully, just enough to be noticed. Harry stared at the ink. "Small mercies," he murmured. The words did not choke him. They did not burn. They settled. A rationalization, maybe. A coward's compromise. A way to pretend that saving one person from a bruise meant anything when he knew entire families would be murdered. But the little girl had run. The second-year boy had not bled. Harry pressed the heel of his hand against his eye. He would take what he was allowed, for now. A chair scraped opposite him. Harry's wand was halfway drawn before he saw Remus Lupin lower himself into the seat. Remus looked at the wand, then at Harry. "Sorry." Harry slid the wand away, cheeks hot. "I didn't hear you." "I noticed." Remus placed a stack of books on the table. Defense Against the Dark Arts. Magical Law. A slim volume on advanced charms, not casual reading then. For a while they sat in silence. Harry tried to read. Remus actually did. After 10 minutes, Remus said, "You're very good in a crisis." Harry did not look up. "I've had practice." "So you said." The page in front of Harry might as well have been blank. Remus turned a page. "You're less good at pretending you haven't." Harry let out a slow breath. "Is this the interrogation?" "No." Remus's mouth curved faintly. If it were, James would have brought snacks and Sirius would have worn a false mustache. Despite himself, Harry smiled. It faded quickly. Remus watched him with that quiet, patient attention Harry remembered from lessons in a shabby classroom, from chocolate offered after Dementors, from a man who had always seemed to expect loss but still flinched when it came. "You don't have to tell me," Remus said. "Whatever it is." Harry looked at him then. Remus was 17. His face was smoother. The scars were fewer, but the tiredness was already there, hidden behind politeness and good posture. "I can't," Harry said. The honesty slipped out before he could stop it. Remus heard the difference. Not "I won't, I can't." Something changed in his eyes. "Right," he said softly. Harry waited for more questions. They did not come. That was worse too. Kindness was always worse. At dinner, James tried again with Lily. It began with a levitated pudding. Harry saw the danger the moment James glanced at Sirius with bright, terrible purpose. "No," Remus said without looking up. James froze. "You don't even know what I'm doing." "I know the expression." Sirius leaned back, interested. "Let him create." "Please don't," Peter said, though he was smiling. Lily was speaking with Mary and Marlene, unaware of the pudding beginning to rise behind a pitcher of pumpkin juice. Harry watched James guide it carefully through the air. It was impressive, actually. Smooth wandwork, silent, controlled. The pudding floated behind Lily, then turned slowly until the sugared top faced her like a tiny stage curtain. James tapped his wand. The pudding formed words. Evans, Hogsmeade Sirius made a strangled sound of delight. Peter covered his mouth. Remus closed his book with the weary air of someone watching history repeat itself in increasingly stupid forms. Lily turned. For half a second, Harry saw surprise flicker across her face. Then she looked at James. Potter. James stood and bowed. Evans? No, the pudding drooped. James straightened. You didn't even consider it. I considered it in 3rd year, 4th year, 5th year, 6th year, and approximately 12 seconds ago. And, still no, Sirius whispered loudly, ask again but with custard. Marlene burst out laughing. Mary looked torn between amusement and second-hand embarrassment. James lowered the pudding onto his own plate with dignity. One day, Evans, you'll admire my persistence. One day, Potter, you'll learn the difference between persistence and harassment. The table went quieter, not silent. But enough. James's smile faltered. Harry looked down. He knew this story in fragments. The arrogant boy. The girl who eventually saw him change. The father who became brave enough to die wandless in a hallway. But here the change was not finished. James was not a villain. He was not yet the man Lily would marry either. He was 17 and learning too slowly in front of everyone. James sat. Fair, he said after a moment. Lily blinked as if she had expected argument. James rubbed the back of his neck. I'll stop asking for a while. Sirius opened his mouth. James kicked him under the table. For a while, Lily asked. James winced. Bad wording, Remus murmured, improving in real time, remarkable. Lily's mouth twitched despite herself. Thank you, she said, still guarded. James nodded once, oddly serious. Yeah, the conversation slowly resumed. Harry stared at his plate. He wondered if this was how history happened, not in grand turns. Not always. Sometimes a boy heard a girl properly one evening at dinner because he was embarrassed enough not to make a joke. Sometimes that mattered. Sometimes it did not. Sometimes love grew because people changed by inches and were lucky enough to be seen doing it. Harry's chest hurt. After dinner, he went looking for air. He found it in a corridor on the 3rd floor where a narrow window overlooked the dark grounds. Rain had stopped. The lake reflected the castle lights in broken gold. Somewhere far below, students crossed the courtyard in laughing clusters. For a moment, Harry let himself imagine telling them, all of them. He imagined pulling James aside. Your son? Pain touched his throat. He stopped. He imagined telling Lily to run from prophecies, from cottages, from rats who looked harmless. The pain sharpened. He imagined telling Sirius not to trust Peter, not to chase revenge, not to lose 12 years to stone and dementors and a crime he did not commit. The hourglass went hot enough to make him gasp. Harry yanked it from beneath his robes and held it away from his skin. The crack glowed gold. Fine, he whispered. The heat faded. Harry leaned his forehead against the cold window frame. Fine, behind him, footsteps approached. Not Remus this time. Lighter, quicker. Harry shoved the hourglass back beneath his robes before turning. Lily Evans stopped a few feet away, a book tucked against her chest. Oh, she said. Sorry, didn't know anyone was here. It's fine. She hesitated. Then, because she was Lily, she did not immediately leave. Are you lost? Harry almost laughed, in every possible way. No. Because Gryffindor Tower is the other direction. I know. Her eyebrows lifted. Harry corrected himself. I mean, someone told me. Remus? Yeah, that sounds like him. She stepped closer to the window, leaving a polite distance between them. He collects lost things, people mostly. Harry looked at her. She was watching the grounds, not him. Do I what? Collect lost people. Lily smiled faintly. No. I usually shout at them until they decide whether they want to be found. That startled a real laugh out of him, small but real. Lily looked pleased. There, she said, you can do something other than stare mournfully into the middle distance. Harry's smile faded a little. James said that too. James says many things. Statistically, some must be accurate. They stood in quiet. Harry gripped the window ledge to keep from asking everything. What was your favorite flower? Did you know your eyes would become mine? Were you scared? Did you forgive him? Did you ever get enough time? Instead, he said, you handled him well at dinner. Lily sighed. James isn't bad, that's the irritating part. Harry's heart twisted. He's just... She searched for the word. Loud, thoughtless sometimes, too used to being liked, but not cruel, not really. No, Harry said softly, not cruel. Lily glanced at him. You sound very sure for someone who met him yesterday. Harry cursed himself silently. He reminds me of someone. Someone good. Harry looked out at the lake. Yeah, the word almost broke. Someone good. Lily's face softened again, and Harry hated how much kindness she had to spare for a stranger. Well, she said, whoever they are, I hope they're less exhausting. Harry swallowed. Not really. That made her laugh. Then she shifted the book in her arms. I should go. Patrols. You're a prefect? Which means I get the thrilling honor of telling first years that the suits of armor are not toilets. Harry stared. Lily's expression was perfectly serious for half a second before she smiled. Welcome to Hogwarts, Harry Forley. His false name sounded almost real in her voice. Almost? Thanks, he said. She left down the corridor, red hair catching torchlight until she turned the corner. Harry remained by the window long after she was gone. That night back in the dormitory, James was quieter than Harry expected. Sirius noticed too. Mate, he said from his bed. You look like McGonagall assigned emotional growth. James threw a pillow at him. Sirius caught it. Confirmed. Peter looked up from his cards. Are you actually going to stop asking Evans? James lay back, staring at the canopy. For a while, Sirius groaned. Not this again. No, properly. James folded his hands behind his head. She was right. The room went still in a way teenage boys' rooms rarely did. Remus looked up from his book. Sirius studied James carefully. About, James made a face. Don't make me say it in detail. That's how accountability works, Prongs. James kicked at Sirius's bedpost. Traitor, proudly, James sighed. About asking when she's already said no, about making it a performance, it's rubbish. Peter looked uncertain. But you like her. Yeah, James said. That's not her problem, is it? Harry stared at him through the dim. There he was, not fully, not yet, but there. The man who would stand wandless before Voldemort to buy Lily 3 seconds. The boy was still becoming him. Remus smiled slightly and returned to his book. Sirius was quiet for another beat, then said, Horrifying. Maturity in our dormitory. James pulled his pillow back and hit him properly this time. Chaos resumed. Harry watched them wrestle, Peter laughing and Remus pretending not to enjoy it, and felt something inside him loosen and hurt at the same time. He had wanted his parents alive. That had been a simple desire when they were photographs and echoes. But alive meant unfinished. Alive meant flawed. Alive meant he could not wrap them in sainthood and call it love. The next morning, another prophet arrived. This one carried a smaller headline below the fold. Aurors questions suspects after Diagon Alley attack. Ministry urges calm, no names that mattered, no answers, no comfort. Harry read it twice before passing it along. The war moved in print and whispers, in missing cousins, in parents who sent letters twice a week and students who pretended not to worry when the owl post came late. By the end of the week, Harry Forley had become part of the scenery. Not fully accepted, perhaps, but placed. He sat near the marauders in classes because James had decided this was natural. He studied with Remus because Remus asked fewer questions than anyone else and somehow learned more. He endured Sirius's attempts to uncover his dark continental secrets, most of which involved increasingly ridiculous guesses. He spoke with Peter in small moments, usually when the others were busy being larger than life. Peter was easiest when alone. That unsettled Harry. In the common room one evening, Peter helped him copy a missed assignment from an old Charms essay. Flitwick likes diagrams, Peter said. Even bad ones makes him think you tried. Harry glanced at Peter's parchment. His handwriting was round and cramped but neat. Thanks. Peter shrugged, pleased. Everyone forgets to say that. The diagram thing, useful thing to remember. Yeah, Peter smiled down at his work. I'm good at remembering small things. Harry's quill paused. Small things. Peter would remember the secret passageways, the habits. The trust people gave him because he seemed harmless. He would remember how to stand close enough to love and far enough to survive. Harry's stomach turned. Peter looked up. Something wrong. For one wild second, Harry imagined saying it, don't become what fear asks you to become. The sentence pressed against the binding, not specific enough to break it, but close enough that his chest tightened. Peter frowned. "Folly!" Harry forced his hand to move. "No," he said. "Nothing." Peter accepted it. Of course he did. By Friday, Harry understood the first rule of his borrowed year better than he wanted to. The past did not feel like the past to the people living in it. It felt like breakfast and homework and bad jokes. It felt like Lily rolling her eyes across a table. It felt like James pretending not to stare. It felt like Sirius laughing too loudly when anyone mentioned family. It felt like Remus vanishing on a Thursday evening with a carefully casual excuse and returning paler the next morning. It felt like Peter saving the last biscuit because he noticed Harry had missed dinner. It felt alive. That was the danger. On Saturday morning, Harry went to the owlery. He had no one to write to. That was why he went. The tower was cold and full of feathers, the floor scattered with pellets and straw. Owls blinked at him from the rafters. Beyond the arched openings, the grounds rolled away under a pale sky. Harry took out the parchment from the library. "Things I can change, small mercies." Below it, he added, "Do not mistake them for victories." The quill shook slightly in his hand. Then, after a long pause, he wrote one more line. "Do them anyway." The hourglass warmed. Harry closed his eyes. Footsteps sounded behind him. He turned, expecting Remus. It was Dumbledore. The younger headmaster stood at the top of the owlery stairs, robes plum-colored today, beard stirred by the wind. "Forgive the intrusion," he said. "I was told I might find you here." "By who?" "By a portrait who has made a hobby of knowing where troubled students go." Harry folded the parchment quickly. Dumbledore noticed, of course. "I am not here to demand your secrets," he said. "That's generous. Not entirely. I am here to remind you that secrets are heavy. Students often underestimate the strain." Harry looked out over the grounds. "I've carried heavier." Dumbledore was silent. Then he walked to the window beside him. For a while they stood together, watching the lake. "The attack in Diagon Alley has unsettled many," Dumbledore said. "It should." "Yes." His face was grave. "It should." Harry glanced at him. "Do you know who did it?" "Not officially." And unofficially, Dumbledore's eyes flicked toward him. Harry looked away too late. "Unofficial knowledge can be dangerous," Dumbledore said. Harry laughed once without humor. "You have no idea." "Perhaps not." The wind moved between them. Then Dumbledore said very softly, "But I think you do." Harry's throat tightened. The silence stirred, not painful yet warning. Dumbledore did not press the point. "I do not know what brought you to my school, Harry Forley," he said. "I do not know why your name sounds borrowed, why your wand resists questions, or why grief follows you so closely for one so young." Harry closed his eyes. "But I know this." Dumbledore's voice remained gentle. "You are not the first person to arrive at Hogwarts carrying more than he can explain. You need not be harmless to be helped, but you must try very hard not to be careless." Harry opened his eyes. Dumbledore was watching the horizon, not him. "I'm trying." Harry said, "I believe you." That was worse than suspicion. Dumbledore turned to leave, then paused. "One more thing," Harry braced. "Professor McGonagall informs me your transfiguration requires attention." Harry stared at him. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Not as brightly as the old man's had, but enough to hurt. "She used stronger words," Dumbledore added, "but I am fond of understatement." Harry looked away, almost smiling despite himself. "I'll work on it. See that you do." History is often altered less by grand declarations than by students completing their essays on time. Harry's heart lurched. History? Dumbledore descended the stairs before Harry could answer. Harry stood alone in the owlery, the parchment hidden in his hand and the hourglass ticking against his chest. Far below, on the grounds, James Potter chased Sirius across the grass after some insult Harry could not hear. Remus sat beneath a tree with a book open on his knee. Peter followed the chase, laughing and breathless. Lily walked nearby with Mary and Marlene, pretending not to watch James make a fool of himself. Alive, all of them. Harry leaned against the cold stone and let himself watch for one more minute. Only one. Then he folded the parchment carefully and tucked it away. Small mercies, he thought, not victories, never victories. But something, for now, something would have to be enough. By October, Harry had learned the shape of pretending. It was not the same as lying. Lying was simple. Lying was giving Dumbledore a dead family, a foreign school, and a pure-blood surname thin enough to hold his weight. Lying was saying fine when his hands shook beneath the table. Lying was pretending he did not know the names in the Daily Prophet before anyone read them aloud. Pretending was harder. Pretending meant laughing at James Potter's jokes before grief could reach his face. Pretending meant sitting beside Lily Evans in potions and not watching the exact angle of her hand when she tucked hair behind her ear, because it was the same movement Harry had once seen in a memory that did not belong to him. Pretending meant not flinching when Sirius threw an arm around his shoulders in the corridor and declared him an honorary suspect in whatever prank was currently under investigation. Pretending meant sharing a dormitory with Peter Pettigrew and not staring at his hands. Worst of all, pretending meant allowing the past to feel normal, because it did. That was the most dangerous part. Hogwarts in 1977 did not feel like a museum of doomed people. It felt like school. It felt like cold mornings and late essays. It felt like the smell of rain in wool robes. It felt like James stealing sausages from Sirius's plate while Sirius, without looking, stole them back. It felt like Remus falling asleep in the common room with a book open on his chest and Peter carefully marking the page before anyone woke him. It felt like Lily Evans discovering that Harry was dreadful at formal potions theory and deciding, with terrifying efficiency, that this was unacceptable. "You cannot just write stir until it looks right," she said one Wednesday evening, tapping his essay with the end of her quill. Harry looked up from his parchment. "It usually works." "It absolutely does not usually work." "It has worked in life-or-death situations." Lily stared at him. Harry froze. Too much. He had said it too casually. The kind of sentence that belonged to a war, not homework. Across the table, James stopped, pretending not to listen. Sirius looked over from the armchair where he had been levitating a sugar quill around Peter's head. Remus's eyes lifted from his book. Lily's expression changed first. Not alarmed. Not yet. But softer, sharper. "What sort of school did you say you went to?" she asked. Harry forced a shrug. "A bad one." The silence stretched. Then Sirius blessedly said, "I once stirred a potion until it looked right." James brightened. "You melted the cauldron." "It looked right before that," Peter snorted. The tension broke. Lily narrowed her eyes at Harry as if postponing a question rather than abandoning it. Then she turned the essay back toward him. "Rewrite this paragraph," Harry sighed. "Yes, Professor Evans," James made a wounded sound. "He says it once in lives." "I say it and you threaten me with ink." "That is because he is trying to learn," Lily said. "I try to learn, you try to be admired." James considered this. "Both can be true." Lily rolled her eyes, but she was smiling when she did it. That had begun happening more often, not much. Never enough for James to notice without ruining it, but Harry noticed. He noticed everything. James had kept his word after the pudding disaster. Mostly. He still looked at Lily like Sunlight had personally chosen a favorite person, but he had stopped asking her out as if persistence were proof of feeling. He listened more. Not perfectly. James Potter was still James Potter. But when Lily spoke, he made an effort not to perform over her. And Lily, who had no patience for false improvement, had begun rewarding the real thing with conversation. Small mercies. Harry reminded himself. The phrase had become a habit. When a fourth-year Ravenclaw slipped on the moving staircase and Harry caught her wrist before she fell, he thought it. Small mercy. When he nudged Peter into checking a charm twice and the charm did not explode in his face, he thought it. Small mercy. When he saw Sirius receive a letter sealed in black wax and quietly followed him after dinner, not to pry, but to make sure he did not spend the night alone in the owlery, he thought it. Small mercy. They were not victories. He did not mistake them for that. He tried not to. But October made trying difficult. War grew teeth in the autumn. The prophet carried more names now. Not every day, but often enough that breakfast had become an exercise in dread. Some articles were vague, suspicious fires, missing ministry clerk, Muggle-born shopkeeper attacked outside Bath. or our office denies rumors of infiltration. Others were worse because they were specific. A family in Kent, a retired cursebreaker in Inverness, a healer who had spoken too loudly about blood purity and was found stunned in her garden, her house marked with a symbol Harry did not have to see printed to know. The dark mark had not yet become the universal shorthand of terror it would be later, but it was getting there. Every headline made Harry want to act. Every headline reminded him that action had rules. Then Marlene McKinnon brought the war into the common room, wearing mud on her hem and fury on her face. It was a Friday evening, cold and damp. Gryffindor Tower was loud with the special relief of a week ending. First years played exploding snap near the fire. Seventh years occupied the better chairs through seniority and intimidation. James and Sirius had taken over a table with a map that was not the map, though Harry had nearly choked when he first saw the four of them working over it. Not yet. They were still building it, or something like it. Parchment lay spread beneath their hands, covered in moving lines that flickered and vanished when anyone leaned too close. Remus argued quietly about corridor timing. Peter took notes. Sirius doodled a dragon in the margin until James smacked his hand. Harry sat nearby with a defense text open and unread. Lily and Mary came through the portrait hole first. Marlene followed. The room noticed at once. Marlene was not crying. That would have been less frightening. Her face was hard. Her jaw was set. Her eyes burned. Mary hovered beside her, pale and worried. Lily had one hand on Marlene's elbow, not holding her back exactly, but ready. James stood. "What happened?" Marlene shook Lily's hand off and crossed to the fire. For a moment, Harry thought she would not answer. Then she said, "My uncle's house was attacked." The room quieted in layers. Even the exploding snap cards stopped popping. Sirius's face sharpened. "Death Eaters?" They didn't sign a guest book black. Sirius accepted the hit without flinching. Marlene rubbed both hands over her face, anger trembling through the movement. "He's alive. Aunt Catriona, too. The kids were at a neighbor's. No one died." A few people exhaled. Marlene heard it and turned. No one died this time. The silence returned. Harry's stomach had gone cold. McKinnon. He knew the name from a photograph Moody had shown him in a kitchen that smelled of dust and old grief. Marlene McKinnon, killed 2 weeks after that was taken. They got her whole family. Harry had not known the date. Not exactly. Moody's voice in memory had been rough, bitter, imprecise. The first order photograph had been taken much later than 1977, closer to the war's end. Marlene should have had years. But the timeline was not a set of dates in a textbook. It was alive here, moving. And now the McKinnons had been attacked. Marlene looked toward Lily. "Mum wants me home this weekend. You're going?" Lily asked. "Of course I'm going." Mary's voice was small. "Marlene, my family was attacked." "No one is saying you shouldn't care," Lily said carefully. "But if they targeted your uncle, then my parents need me." James stepped forward. "Do they need you, or do you need to see them?" Marlene rounded on him. "Careful, Potter." James lifted both hands. "I'm not joking." That stopped her more effectively than any joke would have. He looked uncomfortable but steady. "Going home makes sense," he said. "But if someone is watching your family, leaving Hogwarts might not." Marlene's face twisted, not because he was wrong, because he might be right. Harry could feel the room waiting for someone older to solve this. But no one older was there, only children practicing for a war that would soon stop calling them children. "I'll go with her," Lily said. "No," Harry said. The word was out before he could stop it. Every head turned. Harry felt heat crawl up his neck. Lily looked at him. "Excuse me." He should retreat. He should mumble something and disappear. Instead, he saw a family name in Moody's photograph and heard the words "whole family," and the thing inside him that had survived too many funerals refused to be quiet. "No," he repeated, more carefully. "If her family might be watched, sending 2 Muggle-born girls out of Hogwarts together is not safe." The room changed, not loudly, but Harry heard it. Muggle-born, he had said the ugly calculation plainly. Lily's face went still. Marlene's eyes flashed. "You think I don't know what they call us?" "I think they count on people being angry enough to walk into traps." Marlene took a step toward him. And you know so much about traps. Yes, too much. Harry met her eyes and said nothing. Marlene faltered. Sirius's voice cut in, unusually low. Fawley's right. James looked at him. Sirius stared at the fire. If they've already hit one branch of the family, they might be waiting to see who moves. Then I'm supposed to sit here, Marlene demanded. Safe behind walls while they live, Remus said quietly. Everyone looked at him. Remus's face was tired, older than 17 for one brief second. That is the point, isn't it? If they're alive, the goal is to keep them that way, not to prove you love them by making yourself easier to hurt. Marlene looked away. Harry's chest tightened. He could do something, maybe. Not save the whole family. Not rewrite the war, but this was not an anchor point. Was it? The McKinnons were supposed to die later, years later. If he prevented a weekend visit from becoming something worse, that was small enough, surely, a private change, downstream only. He could work within the rules. I'll talk to Dumbledore, Harry said. Lily's eyes narrowed. Why you? Because Dumbledore already knows I'm a problem. Because I have more experience asking him impossible things than anyone here. Because I know your friend's name from a list of the dead. Aloud, Harry said, because he found me during an attack. He may listen. Marlene's anger flickered into suspicion. Why do you care? Harry looked at her. Because one day a scarred old aura will point at your picture and say your family was wiped out, and I will be 14 and too young to understand how many times a war can kill the same people. He forced the words down. Because no one died this time, he said. Maybe that can stay true. The room held its breath. Marlene's face changed just slightly. Small mercies, Harry added before he could stop himself. Lily heard the phrase, so did Remus. Dumbledore did listen. That was the second problem. Harry found him that night in the corridor outside the staff room, as if the headmaster had been expecting him. Perhaps he had. Dumbledore had a talent for appearing where concern gathered. Mr. Fawley, he said, you look purposeful. I need to ask you something. That is often how purpose begins. Harry was too tense to smile. Marlene McKinnon's family was attacked. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. I am aware she wants to go home. I am also aware you can stop her. I can strongly advise her family that travel is unwise. Harry stepped closer. Advise. This is a school, not a prison. It might be safer if it were. Dumbledore's eyes saddened. Many frightened people have made that argument in many frightening times. Harry looked away. He knew. He hated that he knew. Can you send someone, Harry asked, to check the house? Put protections up. Warn them properly. I have already sent word to those best placed to help. The order, not fully public, not fully formed, but already there, moving in the gaps where the ministry failed. Harry's pulse quickened. Who? Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Harry cursed silently. Wrong question. Too eager. People I trust, Dumbledore said. Harry nearly laughed. Trust, that word would ruin everything one day. Trust carefully, Harry said. The hourglass warmed, not pain. Warning. Dumbledore went very still. Harry swallowed. I mean, these times, people can be scared. Pressured, they can make choices you don't expect. Indeed. People who seem harmless can still. Pain closed around his throat. Harry stopped, hand flying to his chest. Dumbledore stepped toward him. Harry, not Mr. Fawley, Harry, the pain sharpened at the edge of speech, waiting, Peter. Watch Peter. One day he will, his lungs locked. The corridor tilted. Dumbledore caught his arm. Enough, he said, not to Harry exactly. The command rang with power. The binding did not break, but it eased. Harry dragged air into his lungs, shaking. Dumbledore's face was pale beneath his beard. What? He said softly. Are you bound by? Harry could not answer. He wanted to. Merlin, he wanted to seize this younger Dumbledore by the robes and shake him until all the future fell out between them. He wanted to say names until the castle itself remembered them. Instead, his tongue lay heavy and useless in his mouth. Dumbledore watched him for a long moment, then he released Harry's arm. I will increase the warning, he said, as far as I can. Harry nodded, throat burning. Mr. Fawley. Harry looked up. Dumbledore's eyes were very blue. Do not destroy yourself trying to say what cannot be said. The words should have comforted him. They did not, because Harry could hear the part Dumbledore did not say, not yet. The next morning, Marlene did not go home. That should have been enough. Her parents sent a letter by owl, stern and loving and full of the kind of authority even Marlene could not argue with in public. She read it twice at breakfast, jaw clenched, then shoved it into her bag and announced she was going to the library. Lily followed. Mary followed Lily. James watched them go, then looked at Harry. You had something to do with that. Harry buttered toast badly. Dumbledore had something to do with that. That is not a denial. It wasn't meant to be one. Sirius leaned in. I'm impressed. Evans may not hex you today. That's the dream. James glanced toward the doors where Lily had disappeared. She was worried. About Marlene. About you, actually. Harry's hand stilled. James said it lightly, but his eyes were sharper than his tone. She said you looked like you were about to faint when you told Marlene not to go. Harry resumed buttering. I didn't. Again, not a denial. Harry looked up. Do you all talk like this because of Dumbledore, or does Dumbledore talk like this because of you? Remus, sitting across from him, smiled into his tea. James grinned. He's deflecting. Definitely one of us now. Harry wanted to be annoyed. Instead, warmth flickered. One of us. Dangerous words. The day passed without disaster. That was what convinced Harry he had done it. Not one. He was trying not to use that word, but done something aloud. Marlene stayed at school. Her family was warned. Dumbledore had sent people. The attack would not become worse. The name McKinnon would remain only a future grief, not a present one, small mercy. That evening, the marauders dragged him into something that was not yet trust, but was beginning to look suspiciously like inclusion. Mooney says you need practical revision, James announced. Remus sighed. I said his shield charm is good, but his formal spellwork is inconsistent. Same thing. It is not remotely the same thing. Sirius clapped Harry on the back. Congratulations. You have been invited to our secret training session. Peter looked around nervously. It's not secret if you say it in the common room. Exactly, Sirius said. No one suspects confidence. Harry stared at them. Training session. James's grin dimmed a little. Defense. Proper defense. Something in his voice had changed. Not a prank now, not performance. Lily, from the sofa near the fire, looked up sharply. Where? James hesitated. Sirius said, nowhere rule-breaking. Lily closed her book. That means somewhere extremely rule-breaking. Remus pinched the bridge of his nose. This is why we don't discuss operations in public. Operations? Lily repeated. Marlene, who had been pretending to read beside her, looked up too. Within 10 minutes, what had apparently begun as a marauder-only practice became a 6-person argument, then an 8-person expedition. Because Lily refused to let them sneak off unsupervised, Marlene refused to be left behind. Mary came because she did not trust Marlene's temper. And Harry came because James had already decided he was coming. They ended up in an unused classroom on the 4th floor, not the room of requirement. Harry checked. Of course he checked. This was simply an abandoned classroom with desks stacked against the wall and old chalk dust in the corners. James and Sirius had already placed privacy charms around the door, though Remus quietly strengthened them when they were not looking. Pairs, James said. Disarming, blocking movement. No curses that leave marks. Evans, stop looking at me like that. I'm being responsible. Lily folded her arms. I'm waiting to be amazed. You often are. Less often than you think. Harry expected joking. There was some. But once wands came out, the room changed. These were not children playing duel, not entirely. James was fast, very fast. His wand work had the confident snap of someone used to magic answering him instantly. Sirius fought differently, looser, sharper, less elegant but harder to predict. Lily was precise and ruthless. She did not waste movement. Marlene hit hard. Mary was defensive, clever with shields. Remus avoided showing too much until forced, then revealed he had been holding back enough to irritate everyone. Peter struggled, not useless. That surprised Harry despite himself. Peter's reflexes were slower, his confidence fragile, but he knew the spells. He watched others constantly, adjusted after mistakes, and improved when praised. James praised him often, casually, without making a production of it. Harry hated noticing that. Then James paired Harry with Lily. No, Harry said immediately. Lily raised an eyebrow. Should I be offended? Yes, Sirius said from the floor where Marlene had just knocked him down. Very. Harry glared at him. Lily stepped into the center of the room. Come on, Forley, let's see this famous crisis magic. It's not famous. You stopped a charm sphere from cracking a second-year's skull. That counts. Harry lifted his wand reluctantly. The first exchange was simple. Expelliarmus. Protego. Step. Counter. Lily tested him. That was obvious within seconds, not aggressively. Intelligently. She sent spells at angles, varied rhythm, watched his shoulders more than his wand. Harry blocked the first three, dodged the fourth, missed the fifth and lost his wand. Sirius applauded. Evans draws first blood. No blood, Remus said automatically. First humiliation, then. Harry retrieved his wand, cheeks warm. Lily smiled, but not cruelly. You react like you've dueled for your life and learned theory from a sandwich. James burst out laughing. Harry looked at her. That is, Lily added, not entirely an insult. It felt like one. It was half of one. They went again. This time Harry lasted longer. He stopped thinking like a student. That was the mistake. Lily feinted left and sent a stunning spell low. Harry moved on instinct, rolled under it, came up inside her guard, and had his wand at her wrist before anyone else processed the movement. The room went silent. Harry froze. Lily stared at him. His wand hovered inches from her skin, too close, too practiced, too much like war. Slowly, Harry stepped back. Sorry. Lily lowered her wand. No, she said, voice quiet. That was good, but her eyes said something else. James's face had gone carefully blank. Sirius was no longer smiling. Remus watched Harry as if another piece had clicked into place, and he wished it had not. Peter looked impressed. That, somehow, was the worst reaction. Harry backed toward the wall. I need air. No one stopped him. He made it as far as the corridor before the trembling started. Stupid, careless. Dumbledore had warned him, not harmless. Not careless. Harry leaned against the wall, eyes closed. He had spent years learning to survive. He could not unlearn it just because his parents were laughing 2 rooms away. His body did not know the difference between practice and ambush. His magic did not know that Lily Evans was not an enemy. He pressed his fist to his mouth. You all right, James, of course. Harry opened his eyes. James stood a few feet away, wand tucked into his pocket, hair falling into his eyes. Without the room watching, he looked less like a sunlit legend and more like a worried boy trying to decide how to ask a question without making it worse. I'm fine, Harry said. James winced. You know, Remus says that when he is absolutely not fine. Remus is wise. Infuriatingly. Harry looked down the corridor. I didn't mean to scare anyone. You didn't. Harry gave him a look. James sighed. All right, maybe a bit. I'm sorry. Don't be. James leaned against the opposite wall. You moved like Moody. Harry's heart kicked. He came to school last year, James said. Defense lecture. Terrifying man. Half the class had nightmares. Harry's mouth went dry. I've heard of him. Everyone's heard of Moody. James studied him. Not everyone fights like someone trained by people like him. Harry said nothing. James let the silence stretch longer than expected. Then he said, Whatever happened before you got here, it must have been bad. The binding did not react. Too vague. Harry swallowed. Yeah, James nodded. No joke, no demand. I won't ask, he said. Not tonight. Harry looked at him. James pushed off the wall. But if you're going to keep looking like you expect curses from behind every door, you should at least let us teach you which doors are actually cursed. Hogwarts has standards. Harry stared. Then, despite everything, he laughed. James grinned, relieved. There he is. The next morning, the prophet did not come at breakfast. At first, no one noticed. Owls arrived as usual. Letters dropped. Packages thumped onto tables. A 4th year received a howler and fled before it opened, which James called cowardice and Remus called survival. But no prophet landed beside James's plate. No paper for Marlene, no paper for Lily. Around the hall, other students began looking up too. That's odd, Mary said. Lily frowned. Owl post delay. Sirius's expression darkened. Maybe. Then the doors opened. Professor McGonagall entered quickly and crossed to the staff table. She bent to speak to Dumbledore. Harry saw the headmaster's face change. The great hall noise faded by instinct. Dumbledore stood. My apologies for interrupting breakfast, he said. His voice was calm, too calm. "There has been an incident affecting the delivery of this morning's newspapers. There is no danger to the school." That sentence did exactly what it always did. It made everyone afraid. Beside Harry, Marlene sat very still. Dumbledore continued. "Students who are expecting family correspondence may speak with their heads of house after breakfast. Classes will continue." He sat. The hall erupted. Marlene was already on her feet. Lily grabbed her hand. Harry felt the world tilt. No, he had stopped it. She had not gone home. Dumbledore had sent warning. No one had died this time. Harry stood too fast. James caught his sleeve. "Forley!" But Harry was watching the staff table. Dumbledore's eyes found his. Something in them told Harry to wait. He did not. Marlene was halfway to the doors when McGonagall intercepted her. Lily and Mary were with her. James, Sirius, Remus, Peter, and Harry followed at a distance that fooled no one. "Miss McKinnon," McGonagall said, voice lower than usual. "My family," Marlene said. "Tell me!" McGonagall's face softened, and Harry knew before she spoke that something had gone wrong. "Your parents are safe." Marlene's breath broke. For 1 second, relief nearly took her down. Then McGonagall added, "Your uncle's family was moved last night under protection. There was an attack on the safe route." Marlene stared at her. "What?" "The escort survived. Your aunt and cousins are safe." "Uncle Hamish." McGonagall closed her eyes briefly. Marlene made a sound Harry would remember for the rest of both his lives. Not a scream, not exactly, a refusal. Lily caught her as she stumbled. Harry stood frozen. The corridor moved around him in fragments, Mary crying quietly, James swearing under his breath, Sirius turning away, face white with rage, Remus looking at the floor, Peter whispering, but they moved them. They were supposed to be safe. They were supposed to be safe. Harry's throat closed. He had done this. No, he had tried to prevent this. No, both. The danger had moved, not vanished. He had pushed on the timeline, and it had pushed back through another road. Marlene had not left Hogwarts. Her parents had not been attacked. Her aunt and cousins had survived. But her uncle, alive yesterday, was dead now because a warning had become a journey, and a journey had become a target. Small mercy. The phrase curdled. Harry backed away. No one noticed except Remus. Harry turned and walked blindly down the corridor. He did not know where he was going until he reached the empty classroom from the night before. The privacy charms had faded. Dust hung in the morning light. A chair lay on its side from their practice session. Harry shut the door. Then he threw the chair across the room. It hit the wall and cracked. His wand shook in his hand. "Happy," he snarled. The hourglass against his chest grew warm. Harry ripped it free and held it up. "Is this what you wanted? Is this the lesson?" The sand moved both ways. Tick, wrong, tick, wrong. "I saved one person, so another dies. Is that it? Is that the rule?" The hourglass did not answer. Harry laughed, and it sounded ugly. "Of course not. You don't explain rules. You just punish people for not knowing them." He wanted to smash it. He raised it. His hand stopped, not because of magic. Because if he broke it, he might lose the only proof that any of this was real. His arm fell. Harry sank to the floor, back against the wall. Hamish McKinnon. A name he had not known yesterday, a man who had lived in the space between a headline and Harry's interference. A man whose family might survive now because he had not. Was that mercy? Was that victory? Was that murder? The door opened. Harry did not look up. "Go away," he said. "No," Lily answered. His whole body went still. She entered and closed the door behind her. For a while she said nothing. Harry wished she would shout, accuse him, demand to know what he had done. He deserved that, maybe not from her, but from someone. Instead, Lily sat on the floor a few feet away, careful not to touch him. "Marlene's with McGonagall," she said. "Mary's with her. James and Sirius are trying to find out more, which means Remus is trying to stop them doing something stupid." Harry stared at the cracked hourglass in his palm. "I'm sorry," he said. Lily's voice softened. "You didn't attack anyone." Harry closed his eyes. "You don't know that." The words came out barely above a whisper, silence. Then Lily said, very carefully, "Harry." His false name in her voice hurt. "You warned us she shouldn't go home," Lily continued. "You helped keep her here. Her parents are alive. Her aunt and cousins are alive. Her uncle isn't." "No." The honesty cut deeper than comfort would have. Lily drew her knees up, arms wrapped around them. "War does this," she said. Harry looked at her. Her face was pale but steady. "It makes you feel responsible for every direction you didn't look in, every person you didn't think to warn, every spell you didn't cast fast enough." Her mouth tightened. "My mum says that is how it gets inside you, not only by making you afraid, by convincing you that if you had been better, kinder, cleverer, no one would have died." Harry's throat ached. "Is she right?" Lily looked at the dusty floor. "I don't know." Then, after a moment, "I hope so." Harry laughed once brokenly. "That's not comforting. I'm not very good at comforting lies." "No," Harry said softly, "you're not." She looked at him then, curious through her grief. For a dangerous moment, Harry almost told her, not the future. "Not names, just the truth beneath it. You're my mother." The binding did not merely warm, it woke like a blade. Harry gasped, doubling forward. The hourglass burned in his palm. Lily moved instantly. "Harry, don't," he choked. "Don't what?" "Ask." She froze. The pain faded slowly, leaving sweat cold on his neck. Lily watched him with wide eyes, not frightened of him, frightened for him. That was worse. "What happened to you?" she whispered. Harry could not answer. Lily's face shifted through frustration, worry, and something like anger on his behalf. "All right," she said finally, just that, "all right." She stood, brushing dust from her robes. At the door, she paused. "You said something yesterday," she said. "Small mercies." Harry closed his hand around the hourglass. "It sounds smaller today." "It is smaller today," Lily said. "That doesn't mean it's nothing." The door closed behind her. Harry sat there for a long time. Eventually, he stood. He repaired the chair because leaving it broken felt childish and because McGonagall would somehow know. When he returned to Gryffindor Tower that evening, the common room was quieter than he had ever heard it. Marlene sat by the fire, Lily on one side and Mary on the other. Her eyes were red now. Crying had come after shock, as it often did. James and Sirius were near the window, speaking in low voices. Remus looked up when Harry entered. Peter sat alone at a table, twisting a quill between his fingers. Harry almost went to the dormitory. Then Marlene looked up. The room held its breath. Harry walked to her. "I'm sorry," he said. Marlene stared at him for a long moment. Then she said, "My mum says if I'd gone home, I might have been on that road." Harry did not know what to do with that. "She says I should thank whoever convinced Dumbledore to scare them properly." Harry's chest hurt. Marlene looked back at the fire. "I don't feel thankful." "No," Harry said. "I wouldn't either." She swallowed hard. "But I'm alive," she said. "Yes, my cousins are alive." "Yes, my uncle isn't." "No." The fire cracked. Marlene wiped her face angrily. "Small mercies," she said, and the words sounded like stones. Harry flinched. Marlene noticed. After a long moment, she reached out and took his hand, only briefly. A squeeze, not forgiveness, not blame, something harder to name. Then she let go. Harry sat on the floor near the fire, not close enough to intrude, not far enough to flee. The others slowly settled around them. No one played Exploding Snap that night. No one joked loudly. But Sirius brought extra blankets without comment. James put another log on the fire. Remus made tea no one asked for. Peter passed Marlene a handkerchief and looked relieved when she took it. They remained there until long after curfew. A cluster of children who thought they were nearly adults, sitting with the first real proof that war did not care how carefully love arranged itself around a room. Later, in bed, Harry took out his parchment. "Things I can change. Small mercies. Do not mistake them for victories. Do them anyway." His hand hovered. Then he added a new line. "The danger can move." Below that, after a pause, "saving some may still matter." He stared at the words until his eyes burned. The hourglass lay beside him on the blanket. Its crack glowed faintly. For the first time since he had arrived, Harry noticed something different. A grain of sand had stopped moving. One tiny speck, caught in the narrow center of the glass. Neither falling up nor down, held. Harry touched the glass with one finger. It was warm, not painful, not kind, just warm. He thought of Marlene alive by the fire. He thought of Hamish McKinnon dead on a road Harry had never seen. He thought of Lily saying that smaller did not mean nothing. Outside the window, October wind moved across the grounds. Inside the dormitory, James snored softly. Sirius muttered in his sleep. Remus breathed evenly, too evenly, as if practicing. Peter turned over and whispered something Harry could not catch. Harry closed his eyes. The past had given him a lesson, not the one he wanted, never the one he wanted, only the one it was willing to give. Some things could change. Some losses could be traded, not erased. And Harry, who had come to 1977 carrying grief with better aim, understood at last that aim was not control. He could point his love at the dark. He could cast. He could warn where the silence allowed. But time was listening too. And time, unlike Voldemort, did not need a wand to hurt him. November arrived at Hogwarts under a sky the color of old steel. The castle changed with it, not in ways anyone else seemed to notice. Students complained about the cold, about essays, about Quidditch practices in weather that felt personally hateful. First years began wearing scarves indoors until McGonagall caught them. The lake darkened. Frost appeared on the greenhouses. Owls arrived dusted with silver. To Harry, everything felt sharper. The stone corridors held sound too well. The candles seemed to burn lower. The Daily Prophet landed at breakfast with a heavier slap than parchment should have been able to make. Hamish McKinnon's death had not become a school-wide wound. That was another cruelty of war. A man could die, and the world could pause around his family for a day or two, and then lessons resumed. Homework was assigned. The staircases moved. Students whispered, then whispered about something else. A week later, someone laughed too loudly in the common room and then looked guilty, as if grief had a curfew and they had broken it. Marlene did not forgive the world for continuing. Harry understood that. She became quieter, though not softer. If anything, she seemed to harden at the edges. Her jokes grew sharper. Her spellwork became more aggressive. In their secret defense practices, she hit shields hard enough to rattle teeth. Lily stayed close to her without smothering her, which Harry watched with a feeling he had no name for. Lily was good at staying. Harry wondered if she had learned it, or if she had simply always been that way. The practices continued. That surprised him at first. After the McKinnon attack, he had expected Dumbledore or McGonagall to shut them down the moment rumor reached the staff. But Hogwarts had always had ears in walls and eyes in portraits. If the professors had not heard about 8 seventh years sneaking into unused classrooms to practice defensive spells, it was because they had chosen not to, or because Dumbledore had chosen. Harry did not ask. He already knew too much about what Dumbledore allowed children to do when war came too close. Still, the sessions helped. James was a better teacher than Harry expected. Not patient exactly, but bright enough to explain things 3 ways when someone did not understand the first 2. Sirius turned every correction into mockery, but he watched carefully and never let anyone leave with a mistake that might get them hurt. Remus noticed fear before it became panic. Lily taught precision like it was a moral duty. Marlene taught force. Mary taught caution. Peter learned. Harry hated that he noticed. Peter's shields improved. His disarming charm stopped wobbling. He still looked to James too often after every decent spell, hungry for approval, but James gave it freely and Peter glowed beneath it. Sometimes Harry wondered what would happen if someone told Peter, early and often enough, that he was already wanted. Then he remembered Godric's Hollow. Wanting had not saved anyone. One night near the end of November, after Marlene shattered Sirius's shield and sent him skidding backward into a stack of desks, James declared they were all becoming almost tolerably lethal, which Lily said was the worst motivational speech she had ever heard. Not lethal. She said, lowering her wand. Useful, defensive, alive. Alive is my favorite of the 3, Sirius said from the floor. Marlene offered him a hand. Try blocking next time. I was giving you confidence. You were giving me target practice. Peter laughed. Remus, seated on a desk with a book open on his knee, glanced toward Harry. You're quiet. Harry leaned against the wall, wand loose in his hand. I'm always quiet. No, Sirius said, accepting Marlene's hand and hauling himself upright. You're dramatically quiet. This is different. Harry tried to shrug it off. It did not work. Lily turned too. That was the trouble with becoming part of a group. Silence stopped belonging only to you. I'm tired. Harry said. James tilted his head. Full moon tired or normal tired? The room froze. Remus went still. James's face changed immediately. It had been careless, not cruel. A joke built inside an old friendship, spoken too easily in front of someone who was not supposed to understand. Sirius looked at Harry, then away. Peter stared at his shoes. Lily's eyes flicked briefly to Remus, then fixed hard on James. Harry kept his face blank. He knew, of course he knew, but Harry Fawley was not supposed to. Normal, Harry said, the tension loosened by half an inch. Remus closed his book. Good, normal tired is less inconvenient. Sirius jumped on the rescue. Speak for yourself. I find all versions of tired inconvenient. James laughed too loudly. Lily did not. Practice ended soon after. As they walked back toward Gryffindor Tower in small clusters, Harry kept behind the others. Remus fell into step beside him after 2 corridors, hands in his pockets. You handled that kindly, Remus said. Harry looked at him. Handled what? Remus smiled faintly. Even kinder. They walked a while in silence. The castle was cold enough that their breath faintly misted near the windows. Somewhere distant, Peeves sang something obscene about a prefect and a pudding. Lily, ahead with Mary and Marlene, shouted at him without breaking stride. Remus watched her with amusement. James is getting better, Harry said. Remus glanced at him, surprised by the subject. He is, Remus said. Slowly, against considerable natural resistance. Harry smiled, then the smile faded. Was he always like this? Like what? Harry searched for words that would not betray too much. Good underneath the stupid. Remus considered this seriously. Yes, he said. But being good underneath isn't enough forever. Eventually, people start asking you to bring it to the surface. Harry looked ahead. James was walking with Sirius now, head bent close as Sirius said something that made him shove him sideways into the wall. Both of them laughed. Peter hurried after them. And Lily? Harry asked. Remus's eyes sharpened. Harry regretted it immediately, but Remus only said, Lily sees people clearly. It's one of her more inconvenient talents. Harry swallowed. Does she see him? I think she's starting to see who he's trying to become. That answer stayed with Harry all night. Trying to become. He had spent most of his life knowing his parents as completed people. James Potter, brave father. Lily Potter, loving mother. A pair of names joined forever by sacrifice, but here they were still becoming, and Harry was watching. Worse, they were watching him back. December brought snow, and with it the first true crack in Harry's control. It began with Slughorn. Harry disliked potions in 1977 for several reasons, most of them involving the fact that he had become dependent on Lily Evans not letting him fail. Slughorn was exactly as Harry remembered and not at all the same. Younger, rounder, louder, wrapped in velvet waistcoats and self-importance, collecting promising students like rare sweets. He adored Lily openly. He admired James when James remembered to be charming. He enjoyed Sirius's name and distrusted Sirius's attitude. He had not yet learned to look at Harry Potter and see a famous boy worth arranging on a shelf. Harry Fawley interested him only mildly. That was fine. Harry preferred it that way. Until one Thursday afternoon, Slughorn set them a theory question on divination-adjacent magic and prophetic language in potion-making traditions. It should have been harmless. Not prophecy itself, mind you, Slughorn said, pacing between cauldrons as steam curled around him. Messy business prophecy, better suited to incense and theatrics, but the language of inevitability class, the language of signs, of marks, of chosen outcomes, has influenced potion theory for centuries. Miss Evans, perhaps you can tell us. Harry stopped listening. Prophecy? The word slid beneath his skin. He had been avoiding it. No. Worse. He had been walking around it as if it were a sleeping animal in the room, one everyone else had somehow failed to notice. The prophecy had not been spoken yet. Not in 1977, maybe not for years. Trelawney would make it in the Hog's Head during Dumbledore's interview. Snape would hear the first part. Voldemort would mark Harry as his equal because he chose to believe it pointed to the Potter's child. But there was no child yet, no target. No reason for Voldemort to choose Lily and James above any other young family who might one day have a baby at the end of July. Harry's breath shortened. The room blurred. What if he was the reason, not by speaking? He could not speak, but by being here, by drawing Dumbledore's attention. By entering James and Lily's orbit, wearing a scar hidden under his fringe, and carrying magic that did not belong to the time. What if prophecies were not arrows shot from nowhere, but echoes? What if his presence made a shape the future recognized? What if standing too close to his parents marked them before Voldemort ever did? Mr. Forley, Harry looked up. Slughorn stood beside him, eyebrows raised. Several students had turned. Lily, at the next table, watched him with concern. James frowned. Harry realized his hand had tightened around the knife he was supposed to be using to slice valerian root. The blade had cut his palm. Blood welled bright against his skin. "Oh," he said stupidly. Slughorn made a distressed sound. "Dear boy, that is quite enough blood for one lesson. Miss Evans." Lily was already moving. She took the knife from Harry's hand without asking, set it down, and examined the cut. "It's not deep," she said. Her fingers were warm. Harry stared at her hand holding his mother's hand not yet, maybe never if he was careless. He pulled away too quickly. Lily blinked. "Sorry," Harry said. "I'm fine." "If you say that one more time," Lily said quietly, "I may actually hex you." Slughorn laughed as if this were charming. Harry did not. Lily healed the cut with a neat charm. Her wandwork was gentle, precise. The skin closed smoothly. "There," she said. "Try not to bleed into the ingredients. It affects the balance." James, from behind them, said, "Only Evans would turn first aid into academic criticism. Only Potter would need that explained." The class laughed. Harry forced a smile. Inside, the thought kept turning. What if I mark them? That night, he avoided everyone. He skipped dinner, ignored Peter calling after him, and found his way to the astronomy tower because it was cold enough that people with sense would stay away. Harry had never been accused of sense often enough for the habit to stick. Snow fell lightly over the grounds. Hogwarts below looked peaceful. That was becoming harder to forgive. Harry took the hourglass from beneath his robes and held it up to the starlight. The crack had grown. He was certain of it now. It ran farther down one side, splitting the blackened silver frame, catching the light like a wound. The single trapped grain at its center remained fixed. Around it, the rest of the sand continued its impossible motion, up and down at once. "What am I doing here?" Harry whispered. The hourglass ticked. "Wrong, you sent me here, or death did, or whatever you are." Tick, "You said I could love them." His voice broke on the word. "That's a terrible thing to allow if loving them hurts them." The hourglass warmed, not a warning, not an answer. Harry closed his fist around it. "Am I making it happen?" The cold wind swallowed the question. Behind him, the door opened. Harry did not turn. "I am beginning to suspect," Dumbledore said, "that towers attract troubled young men at an alarming rate." Harry laughed once tiredly. "You followed me." "Not immediately." "I gave you enough time to brood with dignity." "I wasn't brooding." "Then I apologize to your dignity." Dumbledore came to stand beside him at the battlements. The younger headmaster wore no cloak, only deep green robes embroidered with silver thread. Snow settled briefly in his auburn hair before vanishing. He looked powerful and ridiculous, and sad in a way Harry was beginning to recognize too well. For a while, neither spoke. Then Dumbledore said, "Professor Slughorn tells me you were unsettled in class." "He tells you everything?" "Horace tells many people many things. It is part of his charm and his danger." Harry looked down at the hourglass in his hand. Dumbledore saw it. His gaze sharpened, but he did not ask. That restraint was beginning to feel deliberate. "Prophecy," Harry said. Dumbledore's face did not change. But the air did, very slightly. "You have an interest in the subject?" "No." Dumbledore waited. Harry exhaled shakily. "Yes." Snow moved between them. "I don't know how it works," Harry said. "That makes you part of an old and crowded tradition." "I mean, if someone knows something is going to happen, does that make it happen?" Dumbledore's eyes remained on the grounds. A question philosophers, seers, unspeakables, and frightened parents have all asked in different words. Harry flinched at parents. Dumbledore noticed. "Of course." He continued gently. "Prophecy is not command, at least not usually. It is possibility given voice. Danger begins when people mistake that voice for law." Harry thought of Voldemort, thought of Snape listening at a door, thought of a baby chosen because a murderer feared words. Then the person who hears it matters more than the prophecy, Harry said, often. So if the wrong person hears it, yes. And if someone tries to stop it, they may become part of the road that leads there. Harry shut his eyes. Dumbledore turned toward him fully. "Mr. Forley," he said softly. "What are you afraid you have done?" Harry's throat closed. Not from the binding, from himself. "I don't know." It was the most honest answer he had given Dumbledore since arriving. "I don't know," he repeated. "I thought I did. At first I thought I knew the shape of things, what mattered. What didn't. I thought if I stayed away from the big pieces, maybe I could help with the small ones. And now," Harry opened his eyes, snow clung to the stone between them. "Now I don't know if I'm one of the big pieces." Dumbledore was silent. Harry laughed, bitter and quiet. "That sounds arrogant." "No," Dumbledore said. "It sounds frightened." Harry looked away. "I don't want to hurt them." The words came out before he could stop them. Dumbledore's eyes softened. Them, Harry's fingers tightened around the hourglass. The binding stirred. "James, Lily, my parents." The words waited like birds in his mouth. The silence sharpened its knife. Harry forced himself onto safer ground. "People here." Dumbledore accepted the retreat. Caring for people does not make you dangerous to them by itself. "You don't know that." "No," Dumbledore said. "I do not." The honesty was not comforting. Harry looked at him sharply. Dumbledore folded his hands over the battlement. "But I know this. Removing yourself from every life you might affect is not purity. It is fear wearing a scholar's robes." Harry stared. "You think I should stay?" "I think," Dumbledore said carefully, "that a person cannot become innocent by refusing to exist near others." Harry's chest hurt. "I'm not innocent. I did not say you were." The wind moved around them. Dumbledore's voice lowered. "You carry grief as though it were evidence of guilt." Harry swallowed. "Sometimes it is." "Sometimes," Dumbledore agreed, "and sometimes it is evidence only that you loved someone and survived the part where they did not." Harry turned away because he could not bear the kindness in that. Below, the grounds lay white and dark. Somewhere beyond them, in a world not yet ready, Voldemort gathered followers. Snape walked corridors, angry and clever and not yet fully damned. Peter laughed beside James. Sirius wrote back to no one. Lily studied late. The future waited like a blade. "I need to tell you something," Harry said. Dumbledore did not move. The hourglass went cold. Harry felt the binding gather, not warning this time, listening. "I know something," Harry forced out. "About what's coming." Dumbledore's face became very still. "I had suspected as much. I mean something specific." Snow fell between them. Harry's heart hammered. He could do this carefully, not names, not dates, maybe shapes, maybe enough. "There will be a—" The word prophecy stuck. Harry choked. Dumbledore stepped closer but did not touch him. Harry gripped the stone so hard his fingers hurt. "There will be words," he rasped. "About a child. About someone who can." Pain clamped around his ribs. The hourglass burned. Harry gasped but pushed harder. Dumbledore's voice sharpened. "Stop!" "No," Harry snarled. He had walked into death. He had faced Voldemort. He would not be beaten by silence inside his own mouth. "Someone will hear part of it," he said, each word dragging through fire. "Someone will tell him." The binding struck. Harry dropped to his knees. It was not like choking. It was worse. Choking belonged to the body. This reached deeper. It seized the intention before breath could carry it, tore at the thought itself, and for one blinding second Harry felt as if invisible hands had closed around his soul and twisted. The hourglass cracked louder. Dumbledore knelt beside him. "Harry!" Harry could not breathe. Images flashed behind his eyes. Snape at the Hog's Head, Trelawney's blank face, Voldemort's red eyes, Lily screaming, James falling in the hole, a baby crying beneath green light, Peter, Sirius. A rat's heartbeat under borrowed skin. Harry clawed at his throat. Dumbledore's wand moved, swift and precise. Silver light wrapped around Harry like a net, not forcing the binding away but holding his body through the violence of it. "You must stop," Dumbledore said, and there was command in him now, deep and old. "Whatever power binds you, it is not bluffing." Harry shook his head. Tears blurred his vision. He had one chance. One, if he could say the name, everything might change. Maybe the timeline would push back. Maybe someone else would die. Maybe it would all fail. But Sirius in Azkaban. Lily dead. James dead. Harry's own life broken open before it began. He dug his fingers into the stone floor and forced the word upward. Pet! The world went white, not light. Pain! The hourglass flared against his palm. A sound tore from him that did not feel human. For one terrible instant, Harry was back in the third place, suspended in darkness before a shape with no face. Death's voice moved through him. The road holds. Then he was on the tower floor, gasping, Dumbledore's hand braced between his shoulders, snow melting beneath his cheek. Harry sobbed once in fury, not sadness. Fury, Dumbledore said nothing. That was mercy. When Harry could breathe again, he pushed himself upright and sat with his back against the battlement. His whole body shook. Dumbledore conjured a cloak and settled it around his shoulders. Harry wanted to reject it. He did not have the strength. The hourglass lay on the stone between them. The crack had widened. A second grain of sand had stopped in the center. Dumbledore stared at it. This time he did ask. "What is that?" Harry wiped his face with his sleeve. "I don't know, Harry." The name was quiet. The truth still would not come. "I really don't," Harry said. "Not fully." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time, then he picked up the hourglass. Harry tensed. Nothing happened. Dumbledore turned it carefully in his fingers, the firelight from his wand catching on the cracked glass. "It is old magic," he said, "or something wearing the shape of old magic. I do not think it belongs to any school I know." "That's not reassuring." "No," Dumbledore said, "it is not." He returned it. Harry took it carefully. The glass was cool now. "Did you hear any of it?" Harry asked. Dumbledore's eyes were grave. "Enough to know you are trying to prevent something, not enough to know what." Harry laughed weakly. "Perfect." "Enough," Dumbledore added, "to know that forcing you to continue would be cruelty disguised as strategy." Harry closed his eyes. "You should make me—" "No, you don't know what's at stake." "No," Dumbledore said again, "but I know what it looks like when a young man is being asked to pay in pieces of himself." Harry hated him then, only for a moment, only because he sounded too much like the man Harry had forgiven too late. "You would have done it," Harry whispered. Dumbledore did not pretend not to understand. The wind moved through his beard. "When I was younger," he said, "I did many things in the name of what I believed must be done." Harry looked at him. Dumbledore's face was turned toward the snow. "And did you regret them?" "Yes." The answer came without ornament. Harry had nothing to say to that. They sat there until the cold became unbearable. Dumbledore helped him stand. Harry hated needing the help, but his legs were not steady. The headmaster did not comment. They descended the tower in silence, the castle sleeping around them. At the foot of the stairs, Dumbledore paused. "Mr. Forley." Harry looked up. "I cannot ask you to trust me with what you cannot say," Dumbledore said, "but I will ask something else." "What?" "Trust that you are not the only person trying to hold back the dark." Harry's throat tightened. "That's the problem," he said. Dumbledore waited. Harry looked down the corridor, toward Gryffindor Tower, toward James and Sirius and Remus and Peter asleep in a room that had no idea what one of them would do. Sometimes the dark is standing close enough that everyone thinks it's part of the circle. The hourglass warmed. A warning. Harry stopped. Dumbledore went still. But again, the words had not been enough, not names, not dates, only grief wearing metaphor. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened with terrible intelligence. "I see," he said softly. "No," Harry whispered. "You don't." And before Dumbledore could answer, Harry walked away. Christmas came with too much cheer. Harry should have known Hogwarts would insist on it. Garlands appeared over doorways. Suits of armor sang carols in booming, dreadful voices. Snow piled thick along the windowsills. The great hall filled with enchanted frost that never melted and candles that smelled faintly of cinnamon. Students began leaving for the holidays. That was its own kind of pain. Lily stayed. So did James. Sirius stayed with an ease that fooled no one. Remus stayed because travel near the full moon was difficult, though the official reason involved an aunt with influenza. Peter went home for 3 days, returned with sweets from his mother, and was welcomed back by James as if he had crossed an ocean. Harry stayed because he had nowhere else to go. No one questioned that. Maybe they understood too well. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed. He stared at them for a long time. He had not expected anything. That was stupid. He should have. Gryffindors gave gifts like they issued opinions. Loudly, stubbornly, and without checking whether the recipient wanted them, from James. A Chudley Cannon's badge, charmed to shout encouragement in increasingly desperate tones. Harry laughed so hard he had to bury his face in his pillow. From Sirius. A black leather wristband that, when tapped, produced a tiny silver dog that ran in circles and barked silently. Harry held it until his eyes burned. From Remus. A book on advanced defensive theory, heavily annotated in neat handwriting. The first page read, "Since you refuse to learn things in the proper order," from Peter. A packet of sugar mice and a note saying, "You missed these in Hogsmeade. They're good if you bite the tail first." Harry sat with that note in his hand longer than he wanted to. From Lily. A small potions kit in a wooden case, second-hand but carefully cleaned with labels rewritten in her precise hand. A note lay inside. "Try not to improvise yourself into an early grave." Harry closed the case gently. Too late, he thought, then hated himself for it. Downstairs, the common room was warm and bright. James wore a paper crown and insisted it made him look regal. Sirius said it made him look like a decorative idiot. Remus drank tea and looked half asleep. Peter ate sugar mice tail first with theatrical seriousness. Lily sat by the fire, smiling into a cup of cocoa as Mary and Marlene argued over a wizard cracker that had produced a live puffskein. For a few hours, Harry let himself be there. Not as a mission, not as a warning, just there. He opened crackers. He ducked when one exploded into glitter. He watched James and Lily argue over whether snowball fights counted as organized violence. He saw Sirius fall silent for one sharp second when an owl arrived for another student, and then recover before anyone, but Harry noticed. He let Remus explain a theory about shield layering that Harry only half followed. He listened to Peter describe his mother's Christmas pudding in exhaustive detail. Small mercies. The phrase did not hurt that morning. It felt almost like permission. Almost. Then after lunch, Lily found him in the corridor outside the great hall. She carried 2 wrapped sweets in her hand and held one out. "Peace offering," she said. "For what?" "For threatening to hex you every time you say you're fine." Harry took the sweet. "Seems reasonable." "I know." She leaned against the wall beside him. "I'll probably continue." "I figured." They stood together, watching snow fall beyond a high window. After a moment, Lily said, "You scare me sometimes." Harry looked at her sharply. She did not look away. "Not because I think you'll hurt anyone," she said. "Because sometimes you look at people like you're saying goodbye to them and they don't know it." Harry's mouth went dry. The corridor seemed to narrow. "I don't mean to." "I know. That was worse." Lily turned the sweet in her fingers. "Do you know what my worst habit is?" she asked. Harry almost answered, "You stay." He caught himself. "What?" "I want to fix things." She smiled without much humor. "People, mostly. It's arrogant, I know it is. Petunia used to say I collected broken things so I could feel special when they needed me." Harry flinched at Petunia's name. Lily noticed. "You know my sister." "No, too fast." Lily's eyes sharpened. Harry looked away. "Sorry," he said. "No, people talk." "Not about Petunia." The silence stirred. Harry forced himself to breathe. Lily studied him for a long moment, then let it go. "I'm trying not to do that with you," she said. "The fixing?" "Thank you. But I am going to say one thing. Only one. Don't be cheeky. That's Potter's worst influence." Harry smiled faintly. Lily's face softened. "You're allowed to want things while you're here," she said. Harry's smile vanished. "I mean it," she continued. "Not just survive. Not just protect everyone from whatever you think you're protecting them from. You're allowed to enjoy something, to have friends, to stay for Christmas and eat terrible pudding and laugh at Sirius when he gets attacked by glitter." Harry looked down. "I don't know how." The honesty slipped out before he could stop it. Lily's voice gentled. "Then learn." Harry swallowed hard. He wanted to say he could not. He wanted to say learning would make leaving worse. He wanted to say that every kind thing she did became one more memory he would have to carry back into a world where she was still dead. Instead, he unwrapped the sweet. "What flavor is this?" "No idea," Lily said. "Marlene says mystery builds character." Harry ate it. It tasted like soap and cherries. Lily laughed at his face until James appeared from around the corner, immediately demanded to know why Evans was laughing with Forley and not him, and received the second sweet in the mouth for his trouble. For the first time in weeks, Harry laughed without guilt, catching up immediately. January took that mercy back. The new term began with sleet and a ministry announcement that everyone knew was useless before finishing the first paragraph. Suspected dark activity. Increased patrols. Citizens urged vigilance. No confirmation of organized group involvement. Sirius read the statement aloud at breakfast in a pompous voice until Lily snatched the profit from him. "People are scared," she said. "People should be angry," Sirius replied. "They can be both." Sirius looked away. James changed the subject with unusual clumsiness. The year tilted after that, not dramatically, that would have been easier. Instead, the countdown began in Harry's bones. Graduation appeared in conversations. Newts, apprenticeships, order applications, ministry departments, healing programs. The order, though no one called it that openly around him. Plans for after Hogwarts, spoken with the fragile confidence of people pretending the future was a place they could enter by passing exams. James wanted to fight. That became clear before he said it. Sirius already was fighting in every direction he could find. Lily talked about healing and research, and then, more quietly, about doing something useful against the people hurting families like hers. Remus avoided talking about the future at all. Peter said he would follow his friends. Harry heard the sentence and went cold. "You don't have to," he said. They were in the common room late. Rain hit the windows. James and Sirius were playing chess badly because both kept trying to intimidate the pieces instead of strategizing. Remus marked a calendar with moon phases when he thought no one was looking. Peter sat beside Harry with a charms essay. Peter blinked. "What? You don't have to follow them." The words were too sharp. James looked up from the chessboard. Sirius did too. Peter flushed. "I didn't mean it like that." Harry forced himself to soften his voice. "I know." No, he did not, or maybe he did, and that was worse. Peter looked embarrassed now. "They're my friends." James leaned back, expression easy but eyes alert. "And we are lucky to have him." Peter's face brightened. Harry's chest hurt. Sirius moved a chess piece. "Speak for yourself. I keep him around because he knows where kitchens hide biscuits." Peter laughed. The moment passed. Harry looked at the fire and understood with sick clarity that love could become a cage if a frightened person did not believe they deserved it. That night, he dreamed of a rat beneath floorboards. February brought the clearest sign yet that the year was ending. A letter arrived for James, not from home. Not from Euphemia or Fleamont, whose names Harry had learned slowly and carefully from stories James told when he forgot to be embarrassed by love. This letter came by a plain brown owl. James read it once, then folded it. Sirius read his face. "When?" "Saturday." Remus closed his book. Peter looked between them. "What is it?" James glanced at Harry. There was trust in the glance now, not complete enough. "Meeting," James said. Harry's mouth went dry. The order. Not formally, perhaps. Not the photograph. Not the war council Harry remembered from Grimmauld Place years later. But the beginning, Dumbledore's people. James looked back at Sirius. "Dumbledore says observation only." Sirius snorted. "Dumbledore says many adorable things." Lily, from the nearby sofa, said, "If you get yourselves killed before graduation, I'll bring you back just to hex you." James turned. "Evans, is that concern?" "It's efficient planning. You're worried." "I'm always worried. You lot keep giving me reasons." James smiled, not smugly. That was new too. "Come with us," he said. The room stilled. Lily stared at him. Sirius's eyebrows shot up. Remus looked very interested in his book. Peter stopped breathing. James rubbed the back of his neck. "Not because Dumbledore asked for people who are serious. You're serious and brilliant, and this affects you as much as anyone." Lily's expression shifted, careful, moved despite herself. "That may be the first sensible invitation you've ever given me." James brightened. "Don't ruin it," Lily warned. He closed his mouth. Sirius whispered to Harry, "Historic moment." Harry could not smile. The circle was forming. James, Lily, Sirius, Remus, Peter, Dumbledore, the Order, the photograph. The deaths. The road was assembling itself around him, piece by piece, and Harry could do nothing but recognize each stone as it landed. On Saturday evening they left. Not Harry. No one invited him. That hurt more than he expected and relieved him more than he wanted to admit. James, Sirius, Lily, Remus, and Peter disappeared under ordinary excuses and returned after midnight with faces that had changed. Not much, enough. They had seen something. He did not ask what. Lily sat beside him in the common room long after the others went upstairs. The fire was low. Her hands were clasped tightly in her lap. "People are very brave," she said. Harry looked at her. "And very frightened," she added. "Yes," she stared into the fire. "I used to think bravery meant not being frightened. So did I. When did you stop?" Harry's throat tightened. "The first time I saw someone brave die scared." Lily turned toward him. He had said too much again. But this time she did not ask. Maybe because she had seen enough that night to understand the answer belonged to a place she could not reach. March arrived. With it came career meetings, Newt's schedules, and the strange spring restlessness of students nearly finished with childhood. It also brought Dumbledore's second private conversation. This one did not happen by accident. A note appeared in Harry's Transfiguration book after class. "My office after supper, if you would be so kind." A sherbet lemon had been folded inside the parchment. Harry stared at it for a long time, then he went. The office was almost the same, not exactly. Different portraits occupied some frames. Fewer silver instruments crowded the tables. Fawkes sat on his perch, looking younger and somehow equally ancient. The sorting hat rested on a shelf, silent but aware. Dumbledore stood by the window. "Tea?" he asked. "No, thank you." "Sensible. It is terrible." Harry almost smiled. Dumbledore gestured to a chair. Harry sat. The hourglass was cold against his chest. For once, Dumbledore did not circle. "The school year is moving toward its end," he said. "Yes, you have made friends." Harry looked down. "That was not an accusation," Dumbledore said. "It feels like one." "Why?" Harry laughed quietly. "Because I wasn't supposed to." According to whom? Death, Harry thought. The hourglass warmed. He said nothing. Dumbledore sat opposite him. "I have watched you attempt to live as though affection were a tactical error." Harry closed his eyes briefly. "It might be." "It often is," Dumbledore said. "That has rarely stopped people from making it." Harry looked at him. The headmaster's face was grave. "You fear causing harm by caring," Dumbledore continued, "but you cannot remove care from the world and expect only harm to vanish." Harry's hands curled. "I tried to warn you?" "Yes." "I failed." "Yes. Doesn't that bother you?" "Deeply." Harry stared. Dumbledore's voice remained soft, "but not enough to make me confuse your suffering with useful information." The words struck hard. Harry looked away first. Dumbledore leaned back. "I've thought often about what you managed to say." Harry's pulse quickened. Words. A child. Someone hearing part of something. Someone telling him. The hourglass grew hot. Harry's breath caught. Dumbledore stopped immediately. "Even my repetition pains you." Harry nodded, jaw clenched. "Then we will not continue down that path." Frustration surged. "You should." "No," Dumbledore said, and now there was steel under the gentleness. "I should think, I should watch, I should prepare broadly against dangers I do not yet understand, but I should not torture a child for a map the universe refuses to let him draw." "I'm not a child." Dumbledore's gaze softened with terrible sadness. "No," he said. "I imagine you were required to stop being one long before you should have." Harry had to look away again. The portraits were quiet. Fawkes made a low sound. Dumbledore opened a drawer and took out a sealed envelope. Harry's heart jolted. "What is that?" "Empty," Dumbledore said. Harry frowned. The headmaster placed it on the desk between them. "I have found over many years that some truths cannot be delivered when first discovered. They must be held until the world has grown a place for them." Harry stared at the envelope. "I don't understand." "No, but perhaps one day you will need a place to put words you cannot yet give." The hourglass warmed, not painfully. Harry looked from the envelope to Dumbledore. The headmaster's eyes gave away nothing and too much. "You're offering to keep a letter, if you ever choose to write one." "To who?" That, I suspect, is not a question for me to answer." Harry's mouth went dry. A sealed letter, a place for words, something the silence might allow if the reader could not act until after the road had already held. He did not touch the envelope, not yet. "I don't know what I'd say." "Then do not say it tonight." Dumbledore slid the envelope back into the drawer. The conversation ended there, but the idea remained. It followed Harry through April. A letter, not a warning, not prevention. A message aimed downstream. A mercy that could not alter the anchor because it would arrive only after the anchor had already done its damage. Who would read it? Sirius? No. Too dangerous before Azkaban. Too late after. Maybe Dumbledore. He already knew enough to suspect too much. Harry himself. The thought frightened him. A letter from a version of himself who had spent a year loving ghosts before they died. Would that comfort him in 1998, or break him? May came bright and merciless. The grounds bloomed. Students dragged books outside. James developed a sunburn across his nose and insisted it made him look rugged. Sirius said it made him look like a tomato with family issues. Lily laughed before catching herself, then did not bother pretending she hadn't. They were almost happy sometimes. That was the worst part. One afternoon, Harry found James alone by the lake, throwing stones across the water with unnecessary magical enhancement. Each stone skipped 12 times. Show off. Harry sat beside him. James glanced over. "You look like you're about to say something depressing." "I can leave." "No, no. I've grown fond of your gloomy wisdom." Harry picked up a stone and turned it in his fingers. For a while they watched the water. Then James said, "I'm going to ask Lily out after Newt's." Harry dropped the stone. James grinned. "Too shocking." "No, I just after Newt's." "Yes. See, I have learned about timing. Also dignity. Also not making a girl's existence into public theater." Harry smiled faintly. "Miracles happen." "Exactly. Tell Remus, he'll be proud." Harry looked at him. James's grin softened. "I love her," he said. The words landed quietly. No performance. No audience, just truth. Harry's chest tightened. James looked out over the lake. "I know I've been an idiot about it." Harry said nothing. "I like the idea of her liking me," James continued. "For a long time, that's not the same thing. I think I'm starting to understand that." Harry's throat ached. "She makes me want to be less of a prat," James said. "Not because she'd reward me, just because when she looks at me I want there to be something decent there." Harry looked down at his hands. There you are, he thought. His father, not the saint, not the bully. Not the photograph. A boy becoming a man because love had finally stopped being about possession and started becoming responsibility. "I think," Harry said carefully, "she sees it." James turned to him. "Yeah," Harry nodded. James's face lit with such open hope that Harry had to look away. "Folly." James said, "If that's false encouragement, I will be emotionally devastated." "It's not." "Excellent. I shall name my first emotional breakthrough after you." Harry choked on a laugh. Then the laugh hurt too much and became silence. James bumped his shoulder lightly against Harry's. "You all right?" Harry closed his eyes. Fine waited on his tongue. He did not say it. "No," Harry answered. James was quiet. Then, softly, "Anything I can do?" Harry thought of Halloween, of a hallway, of James without his wand, of a choice that lasted only seconds and echoed for 17 years. "Keep becoming this," Harry said. James frowned. "This? Someone decent." James looked embarrassed enough to hide it with a joke. For once he did not. "I'll try," he said. June arrived with exams, heat, and endings. Newt swallowed the castle whole. Even Sirius studied, though he did it dramatically, sprawled across furniture as if academia had personally wounded him. Lily became terrifying. Remus became quieter. Peter panicked and improved. James discovered that being serious for sustained periods gave him headaches. Harry sat the exams because Harry Forley had to exist on paper. He did well in defense, adequately in charms, barely respectably in transfiguration. Lily dragged him through potions with such determination that he suspected his passing grade would belong morally to her. After the last exam, the castle exhaled. Students flooded the grounds. Someone set off fireworks near the lake. McGonagall pretended not to see for nearly 30 seconds, which everyone agreed was generous. Graduation waited at the end of the week. Not called that, not officially, but everyone knew. The last feast, the last night in dormitories. The last time these students would belong to Hogwarts before the war claimed whichever pieces it could reach. Harry felt the countdown in every tick of the hourglass. The crack had widened again. 3 grains of sand were trapped now. He had stopped asking what that meant. On the final night before the leaving feast, Harry returned to the astronomy tower alone. He expected Dumbledore. Instead, Sirius found him. "Thought so," Sirius said, stepping into the cold. Harry leaned on the battlement. "Do I have a sign on my back?" "Yes. It says brooding location predictable." Sirius came to stand beside him. For a while they watched the stars. Sirius was uncharacteristically quiet. Then he said, "James likes you." Harry's throat tightened. "I like him too." "Good," Sirius nodded. "Because if you vanish after school without saying goodbye, he'll pretend not to care and be unbearable about it." Harry looked at him sharply. Sirius's expression was casual, too casual. "What makes you think I'll vanish?" "You arrived out of nowhere with no past, no luggage, and eyes like a war veteran. People like that either stay forever or disappear before anyone can ask them to." Harry looked away. Sirius's voice softened. "I know something about running before goodbye gets its claws in." Harry thought of Grimmauld Place, of a boy leaving a family that called him blood and meant ownership, of a man laughing in a kitchen because if he stopped, grief would find him. "I'm not trying to hurt anyone," Harry said. "I know. That should not have made it worse." Sirius bumped his shoulder against Harry's the way James had by the lake. "You did something for Marlene," Sirius said. "Don't know what exactly, don't need to, you tried." "Trying isn't enough." "No," Sirius said. "Usually isn't, still better than not trying." Harry stared at him. Sirius grinned faintly. "Moony said that once. I stole it and made it sound better." "No, you didn't." "No, I didn't." They both smiled. Then Sirius looked back at the stars. "If you do vanish," he said, "leave James a note. He's sentimental beneath the ego." Harry's eyes burned. "What about you?" Sirius's grin returned, but softer. "I'm not sentimental. I'm devastatingly mysterious." Harry laughed. The sound went into the night and vanished. The next evening, the leaving feast shone gold. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table among the nearly graduated and tried to memorize without looking like he was memorizing. James laughing with his head thrown back. Lily pretending not to smile at him and failing. Sirius stealing food from 3 plates at once. Remus watching them all with fond exhaustion. Peter leaning into the circle. Marlene raising her goblet to absent family and not crying. Mary squeezing her hand. Benji Fenwick singing badly. Dumbledore stood to speak. He talked about courage, as he always had, about choices, about dark times and the strange, stubborn light young people carried into them. He did not look at Harry often, only once, when he said, "Some of us are given only a little time in the lives that change us most." Harry's hand closed around the hourglass. It burned, not warning, reminder. The feast ended, students rose, noise filled the hall. James turned to Harry. "Forley, summer plans." Harry opened his mouth. Nothing came, not because of the binding, because he had no answer. James's smile faded. Lily watched from beside him. Remus, too, serious for once, did not joke. Peter looked confused, then worried. Harry forced a small smile. "I'll figure it out." James did not believe him. None of them did. Lily stepped closer. "You'll write?" she asked. Harry's throat tightened. "I'll try." Her eyes searched his face. "Harry," he looked at her, just his name. His false name, his real name, both. She seemed about to say something else, but James called her from behind, and the moment broke. Harry watched her turn. The hourglass ticked. Wrong. The school year was over. The countdown had begun. And somewhere beyond Hogwarts, in a future still gathering itself, a prophecy had not yet been spoken. A child had not yet been born. A murderer had not yet chosen. James and Lily Potter were alive, unmarked, and walking forward. Harry stood in the great hall, surrounded by laughter, and understood at last the worst possibility. The mark might not begin with Voldemort, it might begin with love, and Harry had already loved them far too much to step away cleanly now. The leaving feast ended, but Harry did not leave. Not properly, That was the first sign that the hourglass had started changing the rules. He had expected a clean ending. A pull in the chest, the dark in between opening beneath his feet. Death's voice, perhaps, telling him the year was spent and the choice was waiting where he had left it, at the edge of the forbidden forest. Instead, he woke the morning after the feast in an empty dormitory. For one confused second, Harry thought the others had gone down to breakfast without him. Then he saw the beds, stripped, bare, no robes flung across James's chair, no books stacked beside Remus's pillow, no sugar mouse wrappers near Peter's trunk, no black leather jacket Sirius had once insisted was technically formal wear. The room was not merely empty, it had been cleared. Harry sat up too fast. The hourglass slid from beneath his pillow and landed on the blanket. 4 grains of sand hung trapped in its center now. Its crack had widened enough that Harry could feel a faint vibration whenever he touched it. "No," he whispered. He threw on robes and ran. Gryffindor Tower was wrong. Not abandoned exactly, but between lives. Younger students moved through the common room carrying trunks, chattering about summer. None of them noticed Harry standing at the bottom of the stairs like a ghost who had missed his own haunting. The fat lady was already singing farewell songs. "Have you seen James?" Harry asked her. The portrait paused mid-note. "Potter left at dawn, dear." Big smile, loud friends, nearly forgot his trunk, then came back for a girl with red hair, though she did not need him to carry anything and told him so. Harry's chest tightened. Lily left, with Miss MacDonald and Miss McKinnon. Mr. Lupin, too, eventually. The handsome, dramatic one made a rude comment about my high notes. "Serious? If that is the name attached to the hair, yes." Harry grabbed the edge of the portrait whole. Gone, all of them gone. He had not said goodbye, not properly. The hourglass burned against his chest, not painfully, but firmly, a reminder. Harry stumbled through the portrait hole and into the corridor. The castle had entered that strange post-term quiet he remembered from years when he had stayed behind too long. Footsteps echoed farther. Portraits dozed. House elves moved unseen, stripping away the evidence of another school year. He found Dumbledore in the entrance hall. The headmaster stood near the great doors, speaking quietly with Professor McGonagall. Both turned as Harry approached. McGonagall's face softened in a way that would have startled him once. "Mr. Forley," she said, "I thought you had gone." "So did I," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes moved instantly to the hourglass beneath Harry's robes, though it was hidden. Of course he knew. McGonagall looked between them, and with the perfect instincts of a woman who had spent decades refusing nonsense until nonsense learned to behave around her, said, "I shall leave this to you, headmaster." She swept away. Harry waited until she was gone. Then he said, "They left." "Yes." "I was supposed to," the words tangled. "Say goodbye, warn them, stay, leave, none of them were enough." Dumbledore came closer. "I left a note at your bedside. It seems the castle misplaced the timing." Harry almost laughed. "The castle!" "The castle takes blame very well. It is made of stone." Harry did not smile. Dumbledore's face sobered. "What happened?" Harry asked. The headmaster was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Perhaps it would be better to ask what is happening." The hourglass ticked, wrong, the entrance hall blurred. Harry reached for his wand, but the world had already begun to fold. It did not feel like apparition. Apparition squeezed the body through space. This pulled time through him. The stones of Hogwarts stretched into long gray lines. The sunlight at the doors flashed gold, then white, then dark. Voices layered over one another. Students laughing, rain hitting windows, fire crackling. Dumbledore saying his name once, twice, then years away. Harry fell forward and landed on a summer road. He gasped, not from impact, from warmth. The air was heavy with late July heat. Bees moved through hedgerows. Somewhere nearby, a church bell rang once, then fell silent. Harry stood beside a low stone wall, dressed in robes he did not remember putting on. They were older now, more worn. His hair had grown a little. His hands looked the same. The hourglass hung hot against his chest. Ahead, beyond a garden gate covered in white flowers, people were gathering, wizards and witches in dress robes. A few muggles in uncomfortable suits, Dumbledore in deep blue, McGonagall dabbing one eye with a handkerchief and pretending not to, Sirius Black standing at James Potter's side, devastatingly handsome and trying very hard not to look moved. Harry's breath caught no, not no, yes. James stood beneath an arch of flowers, older by more than a summer. Not much. Still young enough that the word husband should have looked too large on him, but something had settled in his face since Hogwarts. War had taken the last easy softness from the edges of him. He smiled less carelessly now, but when Lily appeared at the end of the garden path, all of that vanished. James Potter looked at her as if the world had ended and begun again in the same instant. Lily wore simple white robes. Her red hair was pinned back with small flowers, though several curls had already escaped. She looked beautiful, yes, but that was not what broke Harry. She looked happy, not safe. Not untouched by war. Happy, Harry gripped the wall so hard rough stone cut his palm. "Small mercies," he whispered. This one did not feel small, it felt impossible. A hand touched his shoulder. Harry turned. Remus Lupin stood beside him, older too, thinner. Tired in a way that no longer looked temporary, but his smile was real. "You came," Remus said. Harry stared at him. The timeline had moved him forward, but not erased him. That was the second sign. However this worked, it had made room for him in the years between. Not every day. Not all the spaces, but enough for people to expect him where the hourglass placed him. "I came," Harry said. Remus's gaze sharpened slightly, as if hearing all the things beneath the answer. Then he nodded toward the gathered guests. "You missed Sirius threatening to duel the florist." "Why?" He said the lilies were too obvious. Despite everything, Harry laughed. Remus's smile widened. "Come on," he said. "You should stand with us." Harry wanted to say no. He wanted to stay outside the wall, where grief could at least pretend to be respectful. But Lily had reached James now, and James had taken her hands, and the entire garden seemed to lean toward them. Harry followed Remus through the gate. Sirius saw him first. "Forley," he whispered fiercely from his place beside James. "Where the hell have you been? Complicated?" Harry whispered back. "Everything with you is complicated." James glanced over, and his face lit. That nearly undid Harry. Fleamont Potter, seated in the front row beside Euphemia, turned to see what had distracted his son. Harry looked away quickly. He had never met his grandparents. They looked older than he expected and kinder than he could bear. The ceremony began. Harry heard almost none of it. He watched James's hands tremble when he repeated his vows. He watched Lily notice and squeeze his fingers. He watched Sirius look away at the exact moment James said the word family. He watched Remus smile like someone storing warmth for winter. He watched Peter standing at the edge of the party, eyes bright with tears and pride, applauding louder than anyone when the vows were sealed. Peter looked happy too. That was becoming harder to survive. Afterward, there was music in the garden. James danced badly with Lily and did not care. Sirius danced worse with Marlene and cared even less. Mary laughed until she cried. Benji Fenwick spilled wine down his robes. Dumbledore spoke quietly with older witches and wizards, whose names Harry recognized from photographs of the dead. The order was not yet a photograph on Moody's wall. It was people at a wedding, eating cake under summer light. Harry stood near the edge with a glass he had not touched. Lily found him there. "Harry Forley," she said, smiling, "if you brood at my wedding, I'll take it personally." His throat closed. "Sorry, you should be." She held out a piece of cake on a napkin. "Eat." Harry took it automatically. Lily studied him. She looked older than at school. Not by much, but enough. There was a steadiness in her now that made his chest ache. She had chosen her road with open eyes. "You vanished after Hogwarts," she said. Harry looked down at the cake. "I know." James pretended he wasn't hurt. Harry flinched. Lily's voice softened. Sirius was furious. "Remus said you probably had reasons. Peter thought maybe you didn't like us as much as we thought." Harry closed his eyes. "I'm sorry. Do you mean that?" "Yes." "Then don't do it again without a letter." The hourglass warmed, not warning. Permission, perhaps. Harry looked at her. "I'll try." Lily sighed. "You and that answer. It's usually the best I can do." "I know." Her smile faded slightly. "That's what worries me." Before he could answer, James appeared behind her and wrapped an arm around her waist with the look of a man who was still mildly astonished he was allowed to. "Evans," he said. "Potter," Lily replied, though her face softened around the name. James looked at Harry. "Forley, you owe me a dance." "No, I don't." "Yes, you do. Everyone who disappears mysteriously owes the groom a dance. It's ancient law." "I don't dance." "Excellent, neither do I." Lily looked at both of them. "This will be terrible." "It will be historic," James said. It was terrible. For nearly 3 minutes, Harry Potter danced with his father at his parents' wedding while Sirius shouted advice. Lily laughed with her hand over her mouth, and the hourglass ticked against Harry's heart. For 3 minutes, the future did not win. Then the world folded again. The garden blurred. Music stretched into a thin golden thread. Harry tried to reach for them. His hand closed on air. The next time he woke, it was raining. He was in a narrow kitchen that smelled of tea, wet wool, and wan smoke. Voices argued in the next room, not children's voices now. The order had become real. Harry sat at a small table with a chipped mug in front of him. He did not know whose house this was. Some safe place, probably. Some temporary shelter hidden under charms and fear. The hourglass lay beside the mug, 5 grains caught in the center. He had no memory of arriving, but he knew more than he had before. That was the third sign. Time was filling gaps around him, not memories exactly, not full ones, more like footprints after rain. He knew he had seen James twice since the wedding. Knew he had spoken with Remus after a full moon in a cottage near Wales. Knew he had watched Lily brew healing potions for a safe house and had not trusted himself to speak for 20 minutes. Knew Sirius had dragged him into a pub once and demanded he either explain himself or drink. Harry had chosen neither. The years were not continuous. They were given to him in pieces, enough to love, not enough to change. In the next room, Moody's voice growled. "We move before dawn." Harry froze. Alastair Moody. Younger, though not by much in any way that mattered. He came through the doorway a moment later, scarred less heavily than Harry remembered, both eyes still natural, though one had a milky cast from some old curse. He looked at Harry once and immediately disliked the amount he did not know. "Who's this again?" Moody demanded. "Forley," Sirius said, entering behind him. "He specializes in being dramatic and unhelpfully cryptic." Moody's gaze drilled into Harry. "Dumbledore's." "Occasionally," Harry said. Moody snorted. "That's not an answer." "No," Harry said. "It isn't." Moody looked at Sirius. "I hate him already." Sirius grinned. "See, he fits." James entered last, rain in his hair, Lily beside him. They looked older again, only a year or two since the wedding, maybe less, but war-aged people unevenly. James had a cut along his jaw. Lily's sleeves were rolled up, and there was blood dried near one cuff that Harry knew was not hers because she was too calm about it. Peter followed with a stack of papers clutched to his chest. Harry's stomach tightened. Peter was still there, still close, still trusted. "Dumbledore's late," James said. "Dumbledore is never late," Sirius said. "He arrives when dramatic tension peaks," Moody barked. "Dumbledore arrives when he arrives. Sit down." They sat. Harry stayed near the kitchen threshold, half in the room, half out of it. The meeting began. Names, locations, safe houses. Missing people. Suspected informants, ministry failures. Families moved, auras compromised. Voldemort spoken of only by title or silence. Harry listened and understood the war differently than he had as a child. In his time, the First War had been history. Tragedy. A shadow behind the brighter terror of Voldemort's return. Here it was logistics. Who could hide a family by Thursday? Which flu routes were safe? Who had access to St. Mungo's records? Which Death Eaters had been seen near Tinworth? Who had not answered an owl? Harry's future had been built from these small, exhausted decisions. At one point, Moody mentioned a young couple in hiding near the coast. "Their boy's sick," he said. "Can't move him far." Lily leaned forward. "I can go." "No," James said immediately. Lily turned to him. James held up both hands. "Not because you can't. Because you were seen last week. I can change my face. Not enough." "James, he's right," Moody said. Lily's mouth tightened, but she sat back. Harry watched them and understood something painful. Love had made James better. It had also made him afraid. The meeting ended with no victories, only assignments. As people stood, Harry caught Dumbledore's eye across the room. The headmaster had arrived at some point without Harry noticing. Older now by years, though not enough for anyone else to remark upon, he looked at Harry with no surprise. "You're still here," Dumbledore said quietly when the others drifted away, sometimes. Dumbledore nodded as though that confirmed something. The hourglass, Harry touched it through his robes, still ticking, wrongly, always. They stood in the kitchen while rain struck the windows. "I need the envelope," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "Do you?" "No," Harry swallowed, "but I think I will." Dumbledore did not ask who the letter was for. He only said, "Then it is waiting." The world folded again before Harry could answer. Winter, spring, a funeral, not one of the anchors. That was how Harry measured horror now. A woman named Dorcas Meadows stood alive in one fold, laughing with Marlene over tea. In another, people spoke about her in the past tense. Harry never saw the death, only the absence. That was often worse. A safe house in Devon, a hospital corridor. A ministry atrium where Sirius moved through the crowd with his head high and his jaw clenched because a woman with black family cheekbones had passed him without speaking. Peter sitting alone on a step outside an order meeting, hands shaking. Harry sat beside him once. "What if I'm not brave enough?" Peter whispered. Harry's chest tightened so hard it hurt. The binding stirred, though he had not tried to speak. "Then tell them," Harry said carefully. Peter laughed bitterly. "Tell James I'm a coward. Tell James you're scared." Peter looked at him like he had suggested walking into the lake. He'd understand. "You don't know that." "Yes," Harry said. "I do." Peter stared at him. The silence warmed but did not strike. Too general. Harry leaned closer. "Being scared doesn't make you dangerous," he said. Peter looked away. Harry forced the next words through his teeth, testing every inch of them. Hiding fear until it has nowhere to go does. The hourglass burned. Peter frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means one day fear will offer you a master who promises survival, and you will mistake surrender for safety." Harry could not say that, so he said, "It means talk to your friends before you start believing you don't have any." Peter's face flushed for a moment. Harry thought it had landed. For one impossible second, Peter looked young enough to save. Then James called from the doorway. "Wormy, you coming?" Peter stood too quickly, relief flooding his face at the nickname, the invitation, the easy place beside brighter boys. "Yeah," he called. He glanced back at Harry. "Thanks," he said. Harry nodded. Peter ran to James. The world did not change. The hourglass ticked wrong. In the next fold, James told Harry Lily was pregnant. It happened in a sitting room Harry recognized only from photographs he had never had. Not Godric's Hollow. Not yet. A temporary place. A rented cottage under wards with too many books and not enough chairs. Lily sat by the window, one hand resting lightly over her stomach, though there was no visible change yet. James paced in front of the fireplace like a man facing 3 separate emergencies and delighted by all of them. Sirius stood on the hearthrug, grinning so widely it looked painful. Remus sat very still. Peter blinked too fast. Harry stood in the doorway and felt the world narrow. James saw him. "Forley," he said, voice breaking around joy. "You excellent ghost, get in here." Harry could not move. Lily looked at him. Her smile was soft and bright and terrible. "We're having a baby," she said. A sound left Harry, not a word, not quite. The hourglass went cold. The room waited. Harry forced himself forward because not moving would be worse. James grabbed him in a hug. Harry stood rigid for half a heartbeat, then held on. His father's arms closed around him, alive and strong. "We're having a baby," James said again into his shoulder, as if the words were too large to say only once. Harry closed his eyes. "I know, I'm sorry, thank you." None of it could be spoken. When James pulled back, his eyes were wet and shameless. Sirius clapped Harry on the shoulder hard enough to hurt. "I'm going to be the best godfather in history." Harry nearly broke. James pointed at him. "He is, we've decided, mostly because he threatened us." "I presented a persuasive case," Sirius said. "You said you'd steal the baby. Persuasive." Lily rolled her eyes, smiling. Harry looked at her stomach. Nothing visible. Everything already marked. The fear returned sharper than before. Had his presence done this? Had the future chosen them because he loved them too loudly across time? No. The prophecy had not yet been spoken. Or maybe it had. Harry did not know what month this was. Panic rose. When? He asked, Lily's head tilted. Late July, probably. The room tilted. Late July, of course, James laughed. Summer baby. Excellent timing. Child will never suffer exams on a birthday. Already considerate. Sirius announced plans for a broom. Lily threatened him. Remus asked quietly how she was feeling. Peter smiled and smiled and smiled. Harry excused himself before the binding or grief could split him open in front of them. He made it outside before he was sick in the garden. Dumbledore found him there, of course. You knew, the headmaster said. Harry wiped his mouth with a shaking hand. The silence stirred. Harry said nothing. Dumbledore looked toward the cottage, where laughter glowed behind curtains. The child, he said carefully, is part of what you tried to warn me about. The hourglass burned. Harry squeezed his eyes shut. Dumbledore stopped. I am sorry, he said. Harry laughed weakly. For what? For all the questions I cannot ask without harming you. Harry leaned against the garden wall. What month is it? November? Dumbledore said. 1979. Harry's breath caught. The prophecy was close, maybe already arranged in the bones of things. Has anything happened? Harry asked, voice rough. Anything with words, a seer, an interview, anything strange, the binding seized before Dumbledore could answer. Harry doubled over. Dumbledore cursed softly under his breath. The pain faded only when Harry stopped reaching toward the question. Dumbledore's face was grim. I will prepare broadly, he said. It won't be enough. No, Dumbledore said. Perhaps not. Inside the cottage, James laughed. Harry covered his face. The next fold came with snow. Lily was visibly pregnant now. She sat in an armchair beneath a blanket while Sirius argued with James about baby names. Absolutely not, Lily said. Sirius looked offended. Sirius is a noble name. It is your name. Exactly. Proven quality. James leaned against the mantel, grinning. We could name him Fleamont. Lily's expression softened. Your father would cry. He cries when his tea is the correct temperature. He's a sensitive man. He once challenged a doorknob to a duel. It was stuck, Sirius said. Valid. Harry stood near the bookshelves, listening as if from underwater. They were talking about him, not as the boy who lived, not as a prophecy, as a baby, a future, a joke, a hope. Lily looked toward Harry. Any suggestions? The room went quiet in his head. Harry, say Harry. Name me before the world does. His mouth opened. The binding did not stop him. That was the terrifying part. The name was not a warning, not an anchor, perhaps. His name had been chosen somehow, maybe by them, maybe here, maybe in every version of the road. He could say it. He could give himself to them. Harry's throat tightened. James tilted his head. Folly! Harry looked at Lily. Her green eyes were warm, curious. Harry, he said softly. The word entered the room like a fragile thing. Lily's hand moved over her stomach. Harry, she repeated. James went still. Sirius's grin faded into something gentler. Remus looked at Harry sharply. Peter smiled. Lily looked at James. I like it, she said. James swallowed. Yeah, he said. Harry Potter. Harry had to leave the room. No one followed immediately. That was kindness. Sirius came after a few minutes. He found Harry outside under the eaves, snow falling beyond the wards. You all right? Harry laughed once. Sirius grimaced. Stupid question. I'm getting infected by James. Harry wiped his face quickly. Sorry. For what? Harry shook his head. Sirius leaned beside him against the wall. Harry's a good name, he said. Harry closed his eyes. Yeah, feels like it was waiting. Harry's chest hurt. Sirius looked at him sidelong. You did that thing again. What thing? Looked at us like you're remembering us wrong. Harry did not answer. Sirius's voice changed. Folly. Harry looked at him. The snow softened everything except Sirius's eyes. If something happens to me... No. The word came out instantly. Sirius blinked. Harry's heart hammered. No, Harry said again, quieter. Don't. Sirius studied him. I was going to say if something happens to me, look after James. Harry almost laughed. Almost. You think he needs looking after? Yes, Sirius said. Constantly. He's a menace with cheekbones. Harry stared out at the snow. I can't promise that. Sirius's mouth tightened. No, didn't think so. The silence between them changed. Sirius was not stupid. He had never been stupid. Reckless, yes. Proud, wounded, but not stupid. He knew Harry's refusals had shapes. Harry gripped the edge of his sleeve. "There may come a time," he said slowly, "when everything looks obvious." The hourglass warmed. Sirius turned fully toward him. Harry chose each word like stepping across thin ice. When anger gives you a straight road, when grief points at one person and says there, "Him, run!" The hourglass burned. Harry breathed through it. "If that happens, don't run alone." Sirius went very still. Harry forced the rest out. Find the second shadow. Pain flashed behind his eyes, not enough to stop him, not names, not dates, not betrayal, a phrase, a shape, maybe useless, maybe not. Sirius stared at him. "The second shadow," he repeated. Harry nodded, shaking. "What does that mean?" "I can't tell you." Sirius's face hardened with frustration. Then something in Harry's expression must have reached him because the anger fell away. "You're serious?" "Yes." Sirius looked out at the snow. For a long moment he said nothing. Then, quietly, "If this is one of your tragic riddles, I hate it." "I know. I'll remember it." Harry's knees nearly gave. "Promise?" Sirius looked back at him. For once there was no grin. "I promise." The hourglass cooled. Some mercies were so small they felt like insults. Harry took it anyway. Summer. A baby crying, not Godric's Hollow. A different house, safe enough for visitors. Bright enough for joy. Harry stood in the doorway and watched James Potter hold his newborn son. The world should have ended from the impossibility of it. It did not. Baby Harry was red-faced, furious, and tiny beneath a knitted blanket. His hair already stuck up in defiance of every law governing infants. James looked terrified. "He's so small," James whispered. Lily, tired and glowing in a way that made Harry's chest ache, smiled from the bed. "He's a baby, James." "I knew that intellectually." Sirius hovered near the foot of the bed, hands clasped behind his back like someone afraid he might accidentally steal the child too early. Remus stood beside him, smiling softly. Peter peeked around James's shoulder. Harry could not move. James looked up. "Forley," he said, voice thick. "Come meet him." No, Harry's body refused. The hourglass ticked wrong. James crossed the room carefully, as if carrying a star. Baby Harry fussed. Harry looked down at himself, at his own face, unformed and furious, at the scarless forehead. The grief inside him became so large it went silent. "Do you want to hold him?" James asked. Harry shook his head immediately. James did not push. Instead, he shifted the baby so Harry could see. "This is Harry," James said softly. "Harry James Potter." The room blurred. Harry laughed once, broken and quiet. James smiled. "Good name, isn't it?" "Yeah," Harry whispered. The baby opened his eyes green. Harry's breath caught. For one impossible second, he imagined the baby knew him. Of course he did not. He was only a child, only himself before the world broke him. Harry touched one finger gently to the edge of the blanket. Baby Harry's tiny hand moved, caught his fingertip and held. The hourglass stopped ticking, just for a heartbeat. Harry stood frozen. No one spoke. Then the baby released him and began crying again with great outrage. James laughed wetly. Lily said, "He has your volume." "My passion," James corrected. "Your volume." Harry stepped back. The hourglass resumed. Tick, wrong. That night, after everyone else slept, Harry wrote the letter, not all of it, only the first line. He sat at Dumbledore's desk in the headmaster's office while the older man waited by the fire, giving him silence as if silence were something that could be made kind by choice. The envelope lay open beside the parchment. Harry dipped the quill. For a long time, he could not begin. Then he wrote, "When you read this, the worst of it has already happened. The binding did not strike." Harry exhaled shakily. He continued. He did not write names as warnings. He did not write dates that could change anything. He wrote memories. James dancing badly at his own wedding. Lily forcing him to eat cake. Sirius promising to remember the second shadow. Remus keeping watch without being asked. Marlene alive by the fire after losing someone. Peter laughing before fear swallowed him whole. He wrote that love had existed before sacrifice. He wrote that his parents had not died only as symbols. They had lived as people. Flawed, funny, stubborn, unfinished, and brave. He wrote for the boy who would one day stand at the edge of a forest believing death was the only thing left he could offer. He wrote until his hand cramped. He did not sign it at first. Then, beneath the last line, he wrote, "Harry Forley." He stared at the false name, then added, after a long silence, "Who was Harry Potter?" First the ink dried. The binding remained quiet. Dumbledore approached. Harry folded the parchment carefully and placed it inside the envelope. "To whom shall I deliver it?" Dumbledore asked. Harry sealed it with wax. The question mattered. He understood that now. If Dumbledore read it early, he might try to change too much. If Sirius got it, grief might weaponize it. If Remus got it, he might carry another secret until it hollowed him. No, the letter belonged to someone who could not act until the anchors had already held. Harry looked up. "To me," he said. Dumbledore's eyes softened. "When?" Harry's fingers rested on the seal. "When I've earned it." Dumbledore did not ask what that meant. Perhaps he already understood. He took the letter. "I will keep it safe." Harry believed him. That frightened him too. The folds came faster after that. The prophecy happened off-page. Of course it did. The most important words of Harry's first life did not allow him to witness their birth. One moment, there was ordinary fear. The next, everyone spoke around an absence. James and Lily were moved. Not once, again, then again. The baby remained mostly indoors. Dumbledore's face grew older in weeks. Snape appeared in corridors Harry never quite reached, black robes snapping at the edges of scenes, face pale with choices not yet complete. The name Voldemort was no longer simply fear. It was direction. Harry felt it in the way Order members looked at the Potters and then looked away. In the way Lily held her son tighter when owls arrived. In the way James stopped joking about danger in front of her. In the way Sirius stood near doors. In the way Peter sweated whenever Moody mentioned spies. The road had narrowed. The anchor had formed. Harry tried once more, only once. He found Dumbledore after an Order meeting in a candlelit room that smelled of smoke and old books. "It's them now," Harry said. Dumbledore did not pretend not to understand. "Yes." "Why?" The binding warmed. Harry pushed carefully. "Why them and not?" The pain began. He stopped. Dumbledore looked exhausted. "There was a choice," he said. Harry's blood went cold. "Not mine," Dumbledore added. "Not theirs. His. Voldemort." Harry shut his eyes, of course. The prophecy had not forced his hand. He had chosen, as he always had. That should have made Harry feel less guilty. It did not. The Fidelius came like a storm no one admitted was rain until they were already soaked. Godric's Hollow. The name entered Harry's life as a location before it became a grave. The cottage was smaller than Harry expected. War had made it legendary in his mind, expanded it into a monument. But the first time he saw it whole, it was simply a house. Warm windows, a crooked garden gate, a little path, toys near the hearth, Lily's mug on the kitchen table, James's cloak over a chair, Sirius's boots leaving mud by the door until Lily threatened to banish them. Harry hated the house for being lovely. He loved it for the same reason. The secret keeper was supposed to be Sirius. Everyone knew that. Even Harry, who had once learned it as history, saw the shape of it forming naturally. Sirius was James's brother in every way but blood. The obvious choice. The expected one. The kind of choice Voldemort would believe. That was why they changed it. And Harry watched the idea arrive, not as betrayal, as strategy. They were in the kitchen of Godric's Hollow, late October 1981. Rain ticked against the windows. Lily had taken baby Harry upstairs. James stood by the table, arms folded. Sirius paced. Remus sat pale and quiet near the fire. Peter stood near the sink, twisting his fingers. Harry hovered by the doorway, sick with knowing. "No," he said before anyone finished speaking. They all looked at him. Sirius frowned. "We haven't said anything yet." "No," James's eyes sharpened. "Forley." Harry's chest tightened. The hourglass was hot, not warning, threat. He could not stop this. He knew it before he tried. "Sirius should stay secret keeper," Harry said. The binding allowed that. Because it was advice, not revelation. Because advice could be ignored. Sirius shook his head. "That's what they'll expect. Let them expect it. That gets James, Lily, and Harry killed if they come for me." Harry's voice broke. "They come anyway." The room went still. The hourglass flared. Pain cut through him. James stepped forward. "What?" Harry gripped the door frame. "They come anyway," he repeated, because the words had passed once and maybe they could pass again. "No matter what you do, The binding slammed down. Harry collapsed against the wall. Lily appeared at the bottom of the stairs, baby Harry in her arms. "Harry?" Two Harrys looked toward her, one crying softly, one choking on the future. Dumbledore was not there. No one could help. Sirius grabbed Harry's shoulders. "Forley, breathe!" Harry tried. The pain eased only when the sentence died. James's face had gone white. "What do you know?" Harry's mouth opened. "Peter." The name rose. The anchor took hold. Harry could not even form the first sound. His throat locked so completely that terror flooded his eyes. James saw it, so did Sirius. So did Lily. Remus stood slowly. Peter looked frightened, not guilty, frightened that almost destroyed Harry. "I can't," Harry rasped. Sirius's hands tightened on him. "Can't or won't?" Harry looked at him. Sirius flinched, understanding, not of the truth, but of the prison around it. "Can't," he said quietly. Harry nodded once. Lily came closer, baby held against her. "Then don't hurt yourself trying." Harry laughed brokenly. "You don't understand." "No," Lily said, "but I understand hurting yourself." James looked from Harry to Sirius to Peter. For one wild second, Harry thought suspicion might land where it needed to. Then the timeline moved. Baby Harry began to cry. Lily turned instinctively. Peter dropped a glass. It shattered. Everyone looked. Only a second. Enough. When James spoke again, the sharpness had gone from his face, replaced by exhausted fear. "We're doing the switch," he said. "No," Harry whispered. Sirius swallowed hard. "It's the best plan." "No," Peter's voice shook. "I can do it." Harry looked at him. Peter's eyes were wet. "I can." Peter insisted, looking at James now. "No one will think it's me. That's the point, isn't it? I can help." James crossed the room and gripped Peter's shoulder. "I know you can." Harry wanted to scream. The hourglass burned through his shirt. Sirius remembered. Harry saw the moment. The second shadow. Sirius looked at Peter, really looked. Suspicion flickered. Not enough. Not yet. Then Peter looked back, wounded and terrified, and Sirius's face twisted with guilt. Because Sirius loved his friends, because Sirius hated himself for suspecting the weakest of them. Because the timeline knew exactly where to press. Harry understood then. The anchor did not simply block words, it used love. The switch happened. Off-page, almost. A few whispered words. A charm cast under Dumbledore's authority. A secret moved from the obvious target to the overlooked friend. The cottage disappeared from the world, except to Peter. Except to Voldemort soon. Except to Harry, because the hourglass had brought him here to witness and not prevent. Afterwards, Sirius found him outside by the gate. The rain had stopped. The sky hung low and black. "I remembered," Sirius said. Harry looked at him. The second shadow. Sirius's voice was rough. "I remembered." Harry could barely breathe, and Sirius looked toward the cottage. "I don't know what I saw." Harry closed his eyes. That was more than history had given him before, less than he needed. "I'm sorry," Harry said. Sirius laughed once harshly. "I'm starting to hate when you say that. I know." Sirius stepped closer. "If something happens, don't go alone," Harry said. Sirius's jaw tightened. "Find the second shadow," Harry continued. "Even if the first one is screaming in your face." The hourglass burned but did not stop him. Sirius nodded. "I promised," he said. Harry looked at him. "Promise again." Sirius's eyes flashed. Then he said, "I promise." The final fold began before dawn on October 31st, 1981. Harry felt it all day, not a vision, not knowledge, a gravity. He woke in a room above the leaky cauldron, though he had no memory of taking it. The hourglass lay on the pillow beside him. Its crack had reached the frame's base. Sand barely moved now. Most of it had gathered in the center, caught in a golden knot that trembled with every second. He dressed slowly. His hands were steady, that frightened him. Outside, London moved through an ordinary morning. People bought bread. Owls crossed gray sky. A child laughed in the street. Somewhere, Peter Pettigrew carried a secret. Somewhere, Voldemort prepared to act on it. Harry tried to apparate to Godric's Hollow. The world spat him back onto the pavement. He tried the flue. The flames burned green, then black, then died. He tried walking into a muggle alley and forcing the hourglass to take him. Nothing. Not yet. The anchor would allow him only when the shape was fixed beyond interference, so Harry waited. That was the final cruelty. He spent the day walking past shops, past people, past windows full of ordinary things. He bought nothing, ate nothing, spoke to no one. The hourglass grew colder as evening approached. At sunset, he found Dumbledore, not by searching. The headmaster stood beneath a street lamp near a quiet square, as if he had been waiting for a man time itself refused to let arrive early. "You know," Dumbledore said. Harry nodded. Dumbledore looked older than he had that morning. Perhaps they both did. "I cannot find Peter," Dumbledore said. Harry closed his eyes. There it was, not enough, never enough, serious. Looking, Harry's heart clenched. Alone, Dumbledore's face was grim. "For now," Harry whispered, "no." The hourglass turned ice cold. Dumbledore stepped closer. "Harry!" The false surname had fallen away between them months ago, though no truth had replaced it aloud. "I have tried," Dumbledore said. Harry laughed, and it sounded empty. "I know. I will continue trying. It won't stop tonight." "No," Dumbledore said, honesty again, always honesty when comfort would have been easier. Harry looked at him through the darkening street. "The letter, safe. After," Dumbledore nodded, "only after." "Yes." The hourglass began to tick loudly, correctly. For the first time, Harry looked down. The trapped sand glowed. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "It is time," Harry swallowed. "I don't want to go." "No." The simple agreement nearly broke him. Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder, not guiding, not restraining, only there. "You have left more mercy than you know," he said. Harry shook his head. "Not enough." "No," Dumbledore said softly, "but more." The hourglass cracked, not fully, not yet. The street vanished. Harry fell through cold, through darkness, through the smell of smoke and wet leaves and old magic breaking. He landed on a road beneath a Halloween sky. Godric's Hollow lay ahead. The cottage roof was torn open. Green light was already gone. A baby was crying. And Harry Potter, who had spent years trying to reach this night early enough to change it, arrived exactly when time allowed him to. After. The cottage was smaller, in ruin. That was Harry's first thought, not a noble thought, not a useful one. Not the kind of thought that belonged to a night history had sharpened into legend, but it was true. The house at Godric's Hollow had seemed warm when whole. Not grand, not rich, but full of life in the way loved houses became larger than their walls. There had been toys near the hearth, Lily's mug beside the sink, James's cloak thrown over a chair, Sirius's muddy boots by the door, a little garden gate that stuck in damp weather. Now the roof had been torn open like paper. Smoke rose into the cold Halloween sky. Bricks lay scattered across the path. One upstairs window had shattered outward, glass glittering over the garden like ice. The front door hung crooked from one hinge, and inside a baby cried. Harry stood in the road and could not move. He had thought grief would prepare him. That was almost funny, as if knowing a curse was coming made the wound smaller. As if years of hearing the story, seeing the photographs, surviving because of this night, could blunt the simple horror of a house broken open and two people dead inside it. The hourglass burned against his chest, not warning now, summons. Every grain of sand had gathered in the center. The crack in the glass glowed white gold, pulsing with the baby's cries. Harry took one step, then another. The wards were gone. He felt their absence like a missing wall. The cottage had been hidden from the world only hours ago. Now it stood exposed beneath the sky, no longer protected by secrecy, because the secret keeper had given the secret away and the man who used it had already come and gone. The garden gate creaked when Harry pushed it open. He nearly laughed, still stuck, even now. He crossed the path slowly, wand in hand though there was nothing left to fight. The smell reached him before he entered, smoke, dust, burned wood, magic, and beneath all of it, something green and cold that did not belong to ordinary destruction. The killing curse left no blood. That had always seemed almost merciful when people spoke of it. It was not. There were worse things than blood. Blood meant a body had tried. Blood meant a wound had happened somewhere the living could understand. The killing curse left people looking untouched, as if death had been invited in and the body had simply agreed to stop. James Potter lay in the hall, Harry saw him from the doorway and stopped breathing. His father had fallen near the stairs, no wand in hand, of course. Harry had known that. Voldemort had told him. Lily had told him in echoes. Every version of the story agreed. James had faced Voldemort without his wand, trying to buy time with nothing but his body and love. Knowing did not help. James was sprawled half-turned toward the door, one arm out as if even falling had not stopped him reaching for the danger. His glasses had come off and lay cracked near the wall. His hair was as impossible as ever. There was dust on his cheek. He looked young, too young. Younger than Harry felt, though Harry was only 17 and far older than that by every measure that mattered. Harry sank to his knees beside him. For one wild second, he expected James to open his eyes and make some terrible joke about dramatic entrances. He did not. Harry reached out with a shaking hand and touched his father's sleeve. Cold had not fully settled yet. That nearly destroyed him. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered. The words were useless. He said them anyway. "I tried." James did not answer. Somewhere above, the baby wailed. Harry closed his eyes. He could not stay here. Not yet. Not when the living version of himself was upstairs, scar newly carved into his forehead, screaming because the world had just begun taking things from him. Harry forced himself to stand. His legs nearly failed. He stepped over broken plaster and climbed the stairs. The nursery door hung open. Lily Potter lay before the cot. Harry's world went quiet, not silent. The baby cried. Flames crackled somewhere below. Wind moved through the broken roof, but all of it became distant, as if heard from underwater. Lily was on the floor, one arm bent beneath her, red hair spread against the boards. Her eyes were closed. Her face was turned toward the cot, toward him, always toward him. Harry leaned against the doorway because otherwise he would have fallen. He had seen death, too much of it. Cedric in the graveyard, Sirius vanishing through the veil, Dumbledore below the tower, Fred with laughter still near his mouth, Remus and Tonks side by side on the floor of the great hall. He had thought there was no new shape grief could take, but seeing Lily here was different. Because this was the first wound, the one beneath all the others. "Mum," he said. The binding did not stop him. There was no one left to act on the truth. The word entered the ruined nursery and broke him open. Harry crossed the room and knelt beside her. He did not touch her face at first. He was afraid to. Afraid she would vanish like every other version of her had, mirror, ghost, memory, dream. Then the baby cried again, fierce and miserable, and Harry remembered the only thing the night still allowed him to do. He looked into the cot. Baby Harry Potter stared back with wet green eyes. The lightning scar was fresh and angry on his forehead. Harry had imagined it before. Of course he had. 100 times. 1,000. The moment that made him famous. The moment that destroyed Voldemort's body and left Harry alive. But fame had no place in this room. There was only a child. A small, frightened child in a blue blanket, fists clenched, cheeks red from crying, dark hair sticking up in every direction. The boy who lived. The boy who had not yet learned he would be punished for surviving. Harry gripped the side of the cot. For a moment he could not breathe. "Hi," he whispered. Baby Harry hiccuped mid-cry. Harry gave a broken laugh. "Yeah, I know." He should not pick him up. That thought came from nowhere and everywhere. It might be dangerous. It might be impossible. It might be another line crossed in a night already full of anchors. What happened if he held himself? Would time reject it? Would the hourglass shatter? Would death reach through the room and remind him he had been allowed presence, not comfort? Baby Harry began crying again. Harry reached into the cot. The hourglass did not burn. Carefully, trembling, he lifted the baby into his arms. The child was warm, alive. Harry made a sound he would never have admitted to anyone. Baby Harry squirmed, furious and terrified, his tiny hand catching in Harry's robe. Harry held him against his chest and rocked him because he had seen people do that, and because some things were older than memory. "It's all right," he whispered. A lie, the baby cried harder. Harry pressed his cheek to the soft, dark hair. "No, it isn't," he corrected, voice breaking. "It isn't all right. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The baby's cries slowly changed, not stopped, nothing so clean. they softened into tired, hiccuping sobs. Harry stood in the nursery with his dead mother at his feet and his infant self in his arms, and understood at last what death had meant. He could not save them, he could not stop this, but he could be here, for the child who had been left in the wreckage, for the parents who had died believing no one would know the whole shape of what they had given. For himself, perhaps, though that mercy felt too large to name. Harry turned toward Lily. "She saved us," he told the baby softly. "You'll hear that later, but not enough, never enough. She was scared and she stayed. She was young and she stayed. She loved you so much that death had to change its own rules to get around her." The baby blinked up at him. Harry laughed through tears. "And Dad," he whispered, looking toward the stairs. "Dad tried too. He didn't have his wand, he still stood there. That counts, don't let anyone make it sound like it doesn't." The hourglass warmed, not warning, witness. Harry sank into the chair beside the cot, still holding the baby. He did not know how long he sat there, maybe minutes, maybe the rest of his life. The crying faded eventually into small, exhausted breaths. Baby Harry fell asleep against him, one fist still hooked in his robes. Downstairs, something heavy shifted. Harry's head snapped up. A voice boomed through the broken house. "Lily, James, Hagrid." The name hit him with such force that Harry almost stood too quickly. Boots crunched over debris below. A great sobbing breath filled the hall. "No," Hagrid said. The word cracked. "No, James, no." Harry closed his eyes. Hagrid had found his father. The grief in that sound was enormous, larger than the ruined hall could hold. It climbed the stairs before Hagrid did. Harry looked down at the baby. "You're going to love him," he whispered. "He'll bring you a cake one day. It'll be crushed and ugly and perfect." Hagrid's footsteps reached the stairs. Harry stood, holding the baby carefully. The half-giant appeared in the doorway and froze. Hagrid was younger, his beard still wild but less gray, his enormous face wet with tears. His pink umbrella was clutched in one hand. His eyes went from Lily on the floor to Harry standing beside the cot with the baby. For one dangerous second, Harry did not know what Hagrid would see: a stranger, an intruder. A boy with the same eyes as Lily and the same face the baby might one day grow into. Hagrid's grip tightened on the umbrella. "Who are ye?" he asked, voice thick and wary. Harry swallowed. "A friend." It was the only answer left. Hagrid stared at him. "Dumbledore sent me," he added. That was not exactly true. It was true enough to survive. Hagrid's face twisted at Dumbledore's name, hope and grief mixing painfully. "He sent me too. Get Harry, take him safe." The baby stirred at his name. Harry looked down. Harry, given by them, carried by him. "I know," he said. Hagrid stepped closer, then stopped near Lily. A sob shook him. "Oh, Lily," he whispered. "Oh, not you too." Harry's arms tightened around the baby. Hagrid wiped his face with one huge hand, trying to steady himself. "Is he hurt?" he asked. Harry forced himself to check what he already knew. "The scar, nothing else I can see." "Scar?" Harry shifted the baby so Hagrid could see. Hagrid made a choked sound. Poor little tyke. Harry could not answer. The roar came from outside. Motorbike. Hagrid turned toward the broken window. Harry's heart stopped, serious. The sound grew louder, tearing through the night until the whole ruined house seemed to tremble with it. A motorbike dropped from the sky and skidded hard on the road outside. The engine died. Footsteps ran across the garden. Then Sirius Black burst through the cottage door. "James?" His voice broke on the name. Harry flinched. Downstairs, silence. Then a sound like something inside Sirius had torn loose. "No." Harry closed his eyes. Baby Harry woke and whimpered. Hagrid looked from the stairs to Harry. "Stay here." He moved down too slowly for urgency because the house was broken and Hagrid was too large for grief to navigate safely. Harry followed anyway. He could not leave Sirius alone with this. He reached the top of the stairs and saw him below. Sirius knelt beside James, not touching him at first. As if there might still be a spell to break. As if a hand laid wrong could make death more real. His hair had fallen into his face. His leather jacket was soaked from the rain. His wand lay in his hand, useless. "Prongs," Sirius whispered. Harry had heard Sirius laugh in his life. Barking, reckless, bright. He had heard him shout, heard him rage. Heard him speak from a fireplace with danger at his back. He had never heard that voice, that small, that young. Hagrid stood nearby, crying openly. Then Sirius looked up and saw Harry on the stairs with the baby. His face changed. For 1 second, hope rose, not that James was alive, something worse, that someone could explain, that someone could undo, that Harry Forley, who appeared and vanished with war in his eyes, had finally come with an answer large enough to matter. Harry descended slowly. Sirius stood. What happened? He demanded. Harry could not speak. Sirius crossed the hall in 2 strides. What happened? Hagrid stepped between them. Sirius! No, Sirius's eyes were wild. He knows things, don't you? He looked at Harry. You always know things after they're too late. Harry flinched, true, every word. Baby Harry began to cry. Sirius looked at him. Everything in him collapsed inward. Oh, he whispered. He reached out, then stopped, hands shaking. Harry understood. Sirius was the godfather, the one chosen, the one who had promised to protect him. But Sirius had just found his brother dead on the floor, and upstairs Lily lay cold beside an empty cot, and protection had already failed. Harry stepped closer. Hold him, he said. Sirius looked at him as if the words were cruel. I can't. Yes, you can. Sirius shook his head. I should have been secret keeper. No, the word came sharp. Sirius's face twisted. It was my idea, the switch. I told James. No. Baby Harry cried harder. Harry shifted him towards Sirius. Sirius, hold him. For a moment, Sirius did nothing. Then he took the baby, awkwardly, desperately. Like accepting something breakable from the edge of a cliff, Baby Harry wailed against his chest. Sirius folded around him. I'm sorry, he whispered. I'm sorry, Harry, I'm sorry. Harry gripped the banister. 2 Harrys in the hall, one crying, one trying not to. Hagrid wiped his eyes. Dumbledore said I'm to take him. Sirius's head snapped up. No, Sirius. No, I'm his godfather. Hagrid looked miserable. Dumbledore's orders. Dumbledore can come here and take him from me himself. Harry's stomach clenched. This was the next piece. Sirius gave Hagrid the motorbike. Hagrid took Baby Harry. Sirius went after Peter. Peter framed him. 12 years in Azkaban, anchor the road held, but there was space here, small, brutal space. Sirius, Harry said. Sirius looked at him. His eyes were red, furious, shattered. Remember, Harry said. The hourglass burned. He pushed through. Remember what I told you. Sirius froze. The second shadow. Harry saw recognition land. Sirius looked toward the broken door, toward the road, toward the world where Peter Pettigrew was running, his grief sharpened into direction. No, Harry said quickly. Sirius's eyes snapped back. Not alone. The hourglass flared white. Pain sliced through Harry's chest. He staggered, but kept speaking. Not alone. Find the second shadow. Don't let the first one make you stupid. Sirius breathed hard. Hagrid looked between them, confused and frightened. What's he on about? Sirius's face twisted. I know where he'll go, he said. Harry's blood went cold. Peter. Of course Sirius knew, not from prophecy, not from magic, from friendship, from years of maps and hiding places and fear. Sirius, Harry said. Sirius looked down at Baby Harry. For one terrible moment, Harry thought it had worked. Then Baby Harry reached for Sirius's jacket with one tiny hand, and Sirius broke. I can't keep him safe if Peter's alive. The hourglass ticked. Correctly. Harry hated it. He wants you angry, Harry forced out. He wants you alone. Sirius stared. Something changed. Not enough to stop him. Enough to slow him. He turned to Hagrid. Take him, he said hoarsely. Hagrid blinked. What? Take Harry to Dumbledore. Sirius pressed a kiss to the baby's forehead, right beside the scar, and made a sound that was almost a sob. Take him somewhere safe. Hagrid's massive hands closed gently around the baby. Sirius did not let go at first. Harry watched his fingers tremble. Then he released him. Hagrid held Baby Harry against his coat. I'll bring him safe, Hagrid promised. On me life. Sirius nodded once. Then he pulled keys from his pocket with shaking hands and shoved them at Hagrid. Bike, it's faster. Sirius, go. Hagrid looked at Harry, maybe asking whether this was right. Harry could not answer. No answer would be right, so Hagrid carried the baby out into the night. Harry followed to the doorway and watched him climb awkwardly onto the motorbike, baby bundled in one enormous arm. The engine roared alive. Baby Harry cried once, sharp and fading. Then Hagrid rose into the sky. Harry watched until the sound disappeared. When he turned back, Sirius was standing in the wrecked hall with James's cracked glasses in his hand. Harry's heart clenched. "Don't go alone," he said again. Sirius looked at him. "I won't," he said. The hourglass warmed. Harry almost believed him. Then the cottage shifted, not physically, time. The edges of the room blurred. "No," Harry said. Sirius looked up. "Forley!" Harry reached for him. The world folded, not far, not years, minutes, maybe hours. He landed in a London street under rain. Noise crashed over him, screaming, running footsteps. A blast mark smoking in the middle of the road. Muggle policemen shouting. Wizards in dark cloaks apparating at the edges and trying not to be seen, and Sirius Black laughing. Harry staggered against a brick wall. The street was chaos. A crater had opened in the road. Pipes hissed. Broken glass glittered everywhere. People were hurt. Too many people. Muggles, mostly, because Peter had always known how to make innocence useful to a lie. Sirius stood in the middle of it, wand hanging loose at his side. But he was not laughing as history had taught Harry to imagine, not madly. Not because grief had snapped into hysteria. He was laughing because there was blood on his face and horror in his eyes, and a dozen wands pointed at him, and the truth had become so impossible that laughter was the only sound his body had left. "He cut it off," Sirius said. No one listened. "He cut off his finger. He was here, he was," a wizard shouted. "Drop your wand." Sirius looked around. Harry pushed off the wall. Sirius's head turned. For 1 second, their eyes met through the rain, recognition, relief. Then something else, memory, the second shadow. Sirius looked down at the street, at the blood, at the crater, at the place where Peter had stood. Harry saw him understand, not all of it, not enough, but more than history had given him. Peter was not dead. Sirius's laughter stopped. He raised both hands slowly. His wand fell to the wet pavement. "He's alive," Sirius said clearly. The auras froze for half a beat. "He's an animagus," Sirius said, voice raw. "Rat, Peter Pettigrew is alive. Check the sewers. Check." A stunning spell hit him in the chest. Sirius collapsed. Harry screamed and lunged forward. Someone seized his arm. Moody. Younger Moody, wild-eyed and grim, dragged him back into the shadow of an alley. "Don't," Moody growled. Harry struggled. "Let me go. You want to join him? They have to listen." "They won't." Harry rounded on him. Moody's face was rain-streaked and furious. "They've got a street full of dead muggles, one wizard laughing in the middle, one finger, half the witnesses confounded by terror, and Barty Crouch breathing down every neck in the department," Moody snapped. "They won't listen tonight." Harry stared. Moody looked toward Sirius as auras bound him. "But I heard." Harry's breath caught. Moody's magical eye did not exist yet, but his gaze was no less piercing for it. "I heard what he said." Harry's chest hurt so badly he could barely stand. "Will it matter?" Moody's mouth twisted. "Not enough. Honesty. Always honesty." Sirius was lifted between two auras, unconscious, head lolling. Harry's hands shook. Peter had escaped. Sirius was arrested. The street was full of bodies. The anchor held, but Sirius had said it. Clearly, Peter Pettigrew is alive. A rat, Moody had heard, maybe someone else too. Not enough to save Sirius, enough to plant a doubt, a small mercy. Harry nearly hated the phrase now. Moody shoved him deeper into the alley as more ministry officials arrived. "You shouldn't be here," he said. Harry laughed weakly. "People keep telling me that." Moody's eyes narrowed. "Dumbledore's ghost boy," Harry blinked. "What? That's what Black called you once." Moody studied him. "Said if a young man with sad eyes and no past ever appeared at the wrong moment, I should listen even if it sounded mad." Harry's throat tightened. "Serious? He said that? After the wedding? Drunk enough to be honest, sober enough to remember." Moody looked back toward the street. "So talk." Harry could not. The binding sat silent now because there was nothing left to prevent, but silence had become habit and horror had become weight. Moody saw his face. "Can't," Harry nodded. Moody cursed, then he leaned close. "Then answer this. Is Pettigrew alive?" The hourglass warmed. Harry opened his mouth. The binding did not strike. The anchor was past. The betrayal had happened. But could this change too much? Could saying yes here free Sirius? Could freeing Sirius unmake Harry's childhood, the Dursleys, everything that shaped him into the person who walked into the forest? The silence did not stop him. Fear did. Moody grabbed his robes. Is Pettigrew alive? Harry thought of Sirius in Azkaban, 12 years, Dementors, cold stone. He thought of baby Harry on Hagrid's bike, already leaving for a doorstep in Surrey. He thought of death saying the road holds, and he understood the cruelty of being allowed to answer only when the answer could not save enough. Yes, Harry whispered. Moody's face hardened. Can it be proven? Harry closed his eyes. No, Moody released him. For a long moment the alley held only rain. Then Moody said, Crouch won't care. Harry opened his eyes. He wants bodies in cells. Quick, public. Black's a black, and half the world will believe the worst before the ink dries. But you heard. I, Dumbledore, will hear. I, Harry swallowed. Will Sirius get a trial? Moody's jaw worked. Maybe, if Dumbledore pushes hard enough, if I push, if Black stays sane enough to repeat himself. The hope was so sharp it hurt. Moody saw it and killed it before it could grow. Doesn't mean justice. Harry nodded. No, of course not. A trial could be rigged. Evidence could be ignored. Fear could choose the simpler story. Barty Crouch could send Sirius to Azkaban with legal words instead of none, and history would still call him murderer, but a record might exist, a doubt. A sentence spoken under Veritaserum and dismissed because the Ministry feared embarrassment more than truth. A file Dumbledore could one day remember, a crack, small mercy. Moody looked at him strangely. You look like a man who hates getting what he asked for. Harry almost smiled. I usually do. The world folded again. A room, stone walls, no windows. Sirius Black sat chained to a chair. Not Azkaban yet. Harry stood in the back of the chamber beside Dumbledore, invisible under a disillusionment charm so strong it felt like cold water over his skin. Moody stood near the door, arms crossed. Barty Crouch SR presided at the front, face hard, eyes colder than law. This was the hearing. Harry understood at once. Not a trial in any meaningful sense, a procedure, a performance, contained mercy made cruel by machinery. Sirius looked awful, pale, hollow-eyed. Hair hanging limp around his face, but not gone, not fully. When asked his name, he answered. When accused of betraying James and Lily Potter, he looked at Crouch with such hatred the torches flickered. I did not betray them. Crouch's quill scratched. You were their secret keeper. No. A murmur moved through the chamber. Crouch's face did not change. Convenient. Peter Pettigrew was secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew was murdered by you in front of 12 muggles. He is alive. More murmurs. Crouch leaned forward. You expect this court to believe that a decorated pureblood heir, known associate of the Potters, gave their location to Pettigrew, then slaughtered him and a street of muggles. Sirius's face twisted. No, I expect this court to listen when I say he was an animagus. Crouch's expression sharpened despite himself. Illegal registration? Yes. With proof. Sirius laughed once, not madness, despair. The proof ran into a sewer. Someone scoffed. Dumbledore's hand tightened on the back of the bench before him. Harry stood behind him, heart pounding. Crouch asked questions designed to close doors. Sirius answered with what he had, not enough, never enough. He admitted the switch. That hurt him. Harry saw it in every word. He admitted it had been his idea. He admitted he had gone after Peter. He admitted wanting to kill him. He denied casting the curse that killed the muggles. He repeated, again and again, that Peter had cut off his own finger and transformed. Crouch allowed no Veritaserum. Unreliable under emotional distress, he said. He allowed no pensive evidence from Sirius's memories. Easily altered by a wizard of his background, he said. He allowed no delay. The public requires confidence, he said. Harry wanted to curse him. Dumbledore rose once. Bartemius, he said, voice quiet but carrying. Crouch looked at him. Albus, I have indulged this irregularity at your insistence. A man's life is not an irregularity. A dozen muggles' lives are not a philosophical exercise. Dumbledore's eyes flashed. No, nor are they served by refusing all possibilities that trouble a convenient narrative. Crouch's face hardened. The Wisengamot has heard enough. Harry looked at Sirius. Sirius had stopped fighting the chains. His eyes had found Dumbledore. Then, impossibly, they flicked past him. To Harry, he could not see him. He should not have been able to. But Sirius looked directly at the space where Harry stood under the charm. His mouth moved, no sound. Harry read the words anyway. Second shadow. Harry's eyes burned. Then Crouch pronounced judgment. Azkaban, indefinite imprisonment. No Dementor's kiss, because Dumbledore had bought that much. A recorded hearing, because Moody had bought that much. A statement entered and dismissed, because Sirius had remembered enough to speak. Not freedom, not justice, small mercy, twisted into something barely recognizable. Sirius did not laugh when they took him away. That mattered. Harry hated that it mattered. The chamber emptied slowly. Moody left first, furious. Crouch swept out with clerks around him. Dumbledore remained until only he and Harry stood there. The disillusionment charm faded. Harry appeared in the cold room like a ghost, accepting he had been seen. Dumbledore looked older than ever. "I failed him," Harry said. Dumbledore closed his eyes. "We failed him." "No, I knew." The binding did not react. The road was behind them now. Harry almost wished it would hurt him. Pain would have been easier than this. "I knew and I couldn't. You gave him words that kept him from surrendering entirely to despair." Dumbledore said. Harry's laugh was bitter. "He's going to Azkaban." "Yes." "So what did it matter?" Dumbledore did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice was quiet. "It may matter one day that he entered with a truth still intact." Harry looked at the empty chair. A truth still intact. 12 years. Could a phrase survive Dementors? Could a promise? Could a doubt? The hourglass warmed. Harry touched it. The crack had reached all the way around the glass now. Only magic held it together. The world folded one final time. Privet Drive. Harry knew it before he saw the sign. The night was colder here, cleaner, crueler in its ordinary silence. Number 4 stood neat and dark beneath a starless sky. The garden was trimmed, the curtains drawn. No one inside knew their lives were about to become tangled with a war they hated and a child they would resent for surviving it. Dumbledore stood by the doorstep, older than 1977, not as old as Harry remembered. McGonagall waited beside him in tabby-cat sternness turned human. Hagrid stood near the motorbike, enormous shoulders shaking. In his arms, baby Harry slept. Harry stood across the street beneath a tree, unseen. Or perhaps simply unnoticed by everyone, except the one man who had learned to expect him at edges. Dumbledore looked up once. Their eyes met through the dark. Harry shook his head. "Not here, not this. He could fight this one, couldn't he?" This was not Godric's Hollow. James and Lily were already dead. Voldemort had already fallen. Sirius was already bound for Azkaban. The anchor had held. Surely this could change. Surely Harry could step forward and say no, not them, not the cupboard, not 10 years of neglect wrapped in suburban curtains. Let Hagrid keep him. Let McGonagall take him. Let Dumbledore create another miracle of administration. The hourglass went ice cold. Harry's breath froze. The road holds, not death's voice this time, the truth itself. Harry gripped the tree trunk. Dumbledore placed the baby on the doorstep. A letter rested beside him. Harry wanted to hate him. He had once. Maybe part of him still did. But standing here now, with the whole year behind him, he understood something that did not forgive and did not absolve. Dumbledore was afraid too, afraid of blood wards, of followers who might seek revenge, of a world that would try to turn a baby into a symbol before he could speak. Afraid enough to make a choice that would protect Harry's life and wound almost everything else. Harry did not forgive the wound, but he understood the fear. McGonagall said something Harry could not hear. Hagrid sobbed. Dumbledore bent over the baby for a moment. Then they left. The motorbike rose. McGonagall vanished. Dumbledore lingered beneath the street lamp. Harry crossed the road. The headmaster did not turn until Harry stood beside him. For a while, neither spoke. Baby Harry slept on the doorstep, wrapped in a blanket against the cold. "He'll be unhappy here," Harry said. Dumbledore closed his eyes. "Yes, the honesty hurt more than any defense could have. Then don't leave him." "I must." "No," Harry said, anger rising. "Don't say must." Must is what people say when they want cruelty to sound clean. Dumbledore flinched. Good, Harry thought, then hated himself for thinking it. "The wards created by Lily's sacrifice may be anchored in her blood," Dumbledore said. "Her sister is the strongest remaining tie. She won't love him." "No." Harry's hands shook. "She'll hate what he is. Perhaps. She'll make him small." Dumbledore looked at the sleeping baby. His face was full of grief. "I know." Harry stared at him. "You know, I suspect enough." "And you still leave him alive?" Dumbledore's voice broke its calm at last. "Yes, I leave him alive. I leave him hidden from those who would kill him, use him, worship him, steal him, raise him as a weapon, or drag him into a war before he can walk. I leave him with blood protection I do not fully understand, because the alternative is trusting a shattered world to be gentle with him." Harry's anger faltered. Not gone, never gone, but complicated. Dumbledore's shoulders sagged. "And because," he said softly, "I am not wise enough to know how to save him from every kind of harm, only some." Harry looked at the doorstep. Baby Harry shifted in his sleep. Some, always some, only some, small mercies. Harry walked to the doorstep and knelt. The baby did not wake. He was so small beneath the blanket. Harry touched 2 fingers gently to the edge of the letter. He could take it, tear it up, wake the house himself, run with the baby into the night. The hourglass trembled against his chest. The glass began to split. Harry withdrew his hand, not because he agreed, because the road held. Because every life he had lived began here, and time would not let him unmake the boy who would one day choose to walk into the forest. Harry leaned close to the sleeping child. "They are not all of you," he whispered. "Remember that, even when you don't know you're remembering. The cupboard is not all of you. Their cruelty is not all of you. You were loved first." The baby slept on. Harry's eyes burned. "You were loved first," he repeated. The hourglass pulsed behind him. Dumbledore made a small sound. Harry stood. "What?" he asked. Dumbledore was looking at him with an expression Harry could not read. "Nothing," he said, but his eyes were wet. Harry looked back at the baby one last time, then the first light appeared at the edge of the sky. Not dawn, not really, something colder, something between worlds. The hourglass cracked audibly. Harry drew it from beneath his robes. The glass had split open, but no sand fell out. Instead, the trapped grains rose into the air, tiny points of gold hanging around his hand like stars. The frame crumbled. Dumbledore stepped back. "Harry, not Forley, not Mr. Forley." Harry, he looked at the headmaster, this younger Dumbledore who had watched him arrive wounded in an alley, who had enrolled him under a false name, who had guarded a letter for a reader who did not yet exist, who had tried, failed, and kept trying anyway. "I have to go," Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. "I think you do." "The letter, safe. After I earn it." "Yes," Harry swallowed. "Don't read it." Dumbledore's mouth twitched sadly. "I shall resist the temptation with heroic difficulty." Harry almost smiled, almost. Then he looked toward number 4, at the baby. At the doorstep. At the beginning of the life he had once thought started with abandonment, it had not. That was the last mercy, not rescue, not justice, knowledge. He had been loved before he was left. Loved fiercely enough to bend death, break Voldemort, and send him backward through time to witness what could not be saved. The golden grains spun faster. The street blurred. Dumbledore's voice reached him through the breaking light. "Harry," he turned. Dumbledore's face was fading. "If you see them again," the headmaster said softly, "tell them." The world cracked. Harry never heard the end. The third place opened beneath him. Darkness rose like water. For one instant, before it swallowed everything, Harry saw 2 images at once. A baby sleeping on a doorstep, and a 17-year-old boy lying in the forbidden forest, green light still fading from his chest. The hourglass shattered fully. Every grain of sand became a star. Harry fell toward them. Behind him, October held. James and Lily remained dead. Sirius remained condemned. Peter remained hidden. The baby remained on the doorstep. History remained cruel, but not untouched. A phrase had entered Azkaban with Sirius Black. A doubt had entered Alastor Moody's record. A letter had entered Dumbledore's keeping. A memory had entered Harry's soul where no Dementor, no curse, no cupboard, and no prophecy could reach it. He had not saved his parents. He had not saved Sirius. He had not saved the child on the doorstep from the years ahead. But he had been there. He had held the baby when no one else yet could. He had told him the first truth before the world taught him lies. You were loved first. Small mercy. The smallest, the largest, the only one time allowed him to carry home. Harry fell through stars that had once been sand. For a moment, there was no body, no forest floor beneath his back, no broken hourglass burning against his chest, no October road, no baby on a doorstep, no ruined cottage, no Dumbledore fading beneath a street lamp, only darkness, not empty darkness, the same darkness. The third place waited around him, patient and cold, as if it had never moved at all. Harry drifted inside it with the terrible exhaustion of someone who had lived too many endings and still had not reached the end that mattered. Somewhere beyond this place, his body lay in the forbidden forest. Somewhere beyond this place, Voldemort believed he had killed him. Somewhere beyond this place, Hagrid was bound and weeping. Ron and Hermione were still alive or dead or fighting, and Hogwarts was either standing or falling. Time had no meaning here. That was what frightened him most. He had spent a year in 1977, then more than a year. Then pieces of 1978, 1979, 1980, 1981. A wedding, a baby, a secret, a street full of rain, a doorstep. And now perhaps only one heartbeat had passed, perhaps none. Perhaps the living world had not even finished echoing with Voldemort's curse. A shape formed in the dark, death, not robed, not crowned, not skeletal, all those things and none of them. A presence at the edge of sight where the mind failed and instinct bowed its head. Harry was too tired to be afraid. "You lied," he said. The darkness held. Death did not answer at once. Harry floated in the black, hands curled into fists he was not sure he had. "You said a year." "A year was given." Harry laughed. "It sounded small here. You folded years around it. Time is rarely as obedient as clocks suggest." Harry closed his eyes. He did not know if death had eyes to meet anyway. "Why?" The darkness shifted. In its depths, Harry saw flashes. James laughing in sunlight, Lily eating cake at her own wedding, Sirius holding a baby with shaking hands, Remus marking moon phases, Peter looking frightened on a step, Dumbledore taking the sealed letter, baby Harry asleep on a doorstep. Then the images faded. "You asked to understand," Death said. Harry's throat tightened. Had he maybe not allowed? But every part of him had, every time he stared at his parents' photograph and tried to turn love into memory. Every time someone told him they had died for him and he could not remember their voices. Every time he wondered why Sirius had run, why Dumbledore had left him, why history had arranged itself so cruelly around one child. He had wanted answers. Death had given him people instead. That was worse. That was better. Harry opened his eyes. "I didn't save them." "No. I barely changed anything." Death said nothing. Harry thought of Sirius saying Peter was alive before the stunning spell hit him. Thought of Moody hearing. Thought of a hearing that still ended in Azkaban, but not in silence. Thought of a phrase carried into a prison full of soul-hungry shadows. "Did it matter?" Harry asked. Death's answer came like winter. "To whom?" The question struck harder than comfort would have. Harry saw Marlene alive beside a fire, Hagrid taking the baby, Sirius entering Azkaban with a truth still intact, Dumbledore girding a letter. His infant self hearing words he would never consciously remember. "You were loved first." "To me," Harry whispered. The darkness softened. "Then yes." Harry could not speak for a while. The third place trembled. Far away or very near, a voice called his name, not Death, not Dumbledore. "Ron." Harry heard him as if through water, desperate and furious and alive. Another voice too, Hermione. His heart lurched. Alive. They were alive. The darkness began to thin. Death waited. Harry understood then that the choice had returned, not the same as before. Not clean, not simple. Not a station with a bench and a wise old man explaining the rules. He had already stood inside the cost of survival. He had already seen where his life began. He had already walked the road backward until it placed him again at the edge of the forest. Now the question was waiting, live or go on. Harry thought of his parents, not as ghosts stepping from a stone, not as a shield of memory, but as people. James sweating nervously at his wedding. Lily threatening to hex him for saying he was fine. James holding his newborn son like the universe had become breakable. Lily's hand resting over her stomach while she laughed at Sirius. He thought of Sirius, young and destroyed, whispering sorry to a baby who could not understand. He thought of Remus, tea in hand, always watching. He thought of Peter, and the grief twisted strangely, because hatred was no longer simple once he had seen fear before it hardened into betrayal. He thought of Dumbledore beneath the street lamp, placing a child where he knew pain waited because he feared worse pain elsewhere. He thought of the sealed letter, a letter to himself, waiting only after he had earned it. Harry looked at Death. "I'm going back." Death did not move. The darkness seemed to inhale. Then Death said, "You already chose." The world returned with a gasp. Harry lay on the forest floor. Leaves pressed cold and damp beneath his palms. His chest hurt. His scar burned, not with Voldemort inside him, not with the old shared wound, but with the raw ache of being alive after death had handled him twice. Somewhere nearby, a body shifted. Narcissa Malfoy leaned over him. Her face was pale in the gloom, her hair falling forward like a curtain. Her hand pressed against his chest. She froze. Harry did too. Her fingers had found his heartbeat. For one impossible second, the entire future balanced beneath her hand. Harry remembered this moment, not from the past year, from before. From the life he had already lived to reach the forest. Narcissa asking whether Draco was alive. Harry answering, a mother lying to Voldemort because love had its own loyalties. But now the moment carried another weight. A mother, always a mother. Narcissa's lips barely moved. "Is Draco alive?" Harry drew one shallow breath. "Yes," he whispered, her eyes closed, then she turned away. "He is dead," Narcissa said. Voldemort's followers erupted. Harry lay still. The forest became noise, cheers, cries, Hagrid's sob. Voldemort's high, cold voice cutting through everything with triumph that did not know it was already rotting from the inside. Harry let himself be lifted. Hagrid's arms closed around him, and for one dizzying heartbeat Harry was in another set of arms entirely. Hagrid carrying a baby from Godric's Hollow, huge hands gentle around a bundle too small for history. The memory hit so hard Harry nearly moved. He forced himself limp. Hagrid wept into his hair. "Harry," the half-giant whispered. "Oh, Harry, no!" Harry wanted to answer, could not yet. The procession began back to Hogwarts, back through the trees. Back toward the final act of a battle history would remember as if it had been one night, not the end of decades of choices, silences, betrayals, and small mercies. Voldemort walked ahead, triumphant. Harry hung in Hagrid's arms and stared at the sky between branches. No time had passed. That was the strangest part. His body was still 17. His clothes were still torn from the Battle of Hogwarts. The year in the past had left no mark anyone else could see. No gray in his hair. No scar on his hands from the stone wall at his parents' wedding. No proof that he had held himself as a baby in a ruined nursery. But inside him, time had weight. It pressed behind his ribs with every step. When they reached the edge of the forest, dawn had begun thinning the sky. Hogwarts stood ahead, broken and magnificent. Harry had seen it whole in 1977. Now towers were cracked, smoke rose from the grounds, windows gaped black. The doors stood open like a wound. People gathered before them, students, teachers, parents, fighters, survivors, all dragged from battle into the cruel theater of Voldemort's victory. Harry saw Ron first. His friend's face changed in a way Harry could feel without looking directly. Hermione beside him made a sound that tore through every year Harry had lived. Ginny screamed. Hagrid shook. Harry remained limp. Voldemort spoke. Harry barely heard the words. He knew this part. The demand for surrender. The mockery. The lie of mercy. Neville stepping forward, shaking and brave and more like a sword than Voldemort understood. Harry watched through lowered lashes. Neville refused. The sorting hat burned. The sword came. Chaos broke open. Harry dropped from Hagrid's arms and vanished beneath the cloak. The battle resumed. Everything happened as it had to, not exactly as before, perhaps. Harry did not know any more whether memory could be trusted after time had folded him into itself. But the shape held. Neville killed the snake. Voldemort screamed. The last Horcrux died. Harry moved through battle like someone walking between two lives. He saw McGonagall dueling with a fury that would have made her younger self proud. He saw Kingsley, Slughorn, Flitwick, spells flashing around Voldemort. He saw Molly Weasley strike Bellatrix down and felt the same shock, the same fierce gratitude. He saw families clinging to one another, students pulling the injured back. Stone and dust and light, and everywhere beneath the battle, echoes, James in the great hall, laughing. Lily by a corridor window, telling him he was allowed to want things. Sirius under snow, promising to remember. Dumbledore saying a man's life was not an irregularity. Harry carried all of them into the final confrontation. When the time came, he stepped out before Voldemort. The great hall quieted around them. Harry spoke the truth Voldemort had never understood about wands, about sacrifice, about Snape, about ownership, about the Elder Wand answering to Harry because Draco had disarmed Dumbledore and Harry had taken Draco's wand. He did not speak of 1977. Not because the binding stopped him. He felt no binding now, the hourglass was gone. Death's silence had broken with its glass. The road had held. The anchor had completed. The future was here, he could have told them. He could have said James had once danced terribly at his own wedding. Lily had once given him a potions kit. Sirius had once entered Azkaban with a phrase in his head. Dumbledore had known him under another name for 21 years and never told him. He could have said all of it, but the words stayed behind his teeth. Some truths he understood now did not become kinder by being thrown into the open while people were bleeding, so he faced Voldemort with the truth that mattered to the battle. The last spell came. Red met green. The Elder Wand spun through the air. Voldemort fell. This time there was no darkness after, only silence. Then sound returned to the world all at once. People screamed, cried, laughed, ran. Harry caught the wand because his hand remembered how. For a moment he stared at Voldemort's body, small, ordinary, human after all. Untouchable apex, Harry thought distantly. No one touched by death stayed untouchable forever. Then Ron hit him from one side and Hermione from the other. Harry nearly fell. Hermione was sobbing openly. Ron's arms were crushing. Ginny reached him next, then the Weasleys, then Hagrid, then too many hands, too many voices. Everyone wanted proof that he was alive. Harry let them hold him. He had once thought being loved after a battle would feel like victory. It did not. It felt like being asked to keep standing when every bone wanted to lie down. Hours blurred, or minutes. Harry did not know. The great hall became a place of aftermath. The dead were named. The wounded moved. Families found one another or did not. Sunlight came through broken windows, impossibly gentle. Remus and Tonks lay together. Harry stood beside them for a long time. Teddy, another child loved first and left anyway. Harry closed his eyes. "I'm sorry," he whispered. The words were still useless, still necessary. When he opened his eyes, he saw something he had not noticed before. On Remus's hand, faint but visible beneath dust and blood, was a small scar across one knuckle. Harry remembered it from 1977, from the night Remus had repaired a cracked teacup in the common room and cut himself on the edge because he was watching Harry instead of the porcelain. A tiny thing, a proof no one else would understand. Harry almost reached for it. Instead, he stepped back. He found Sirius's absence next. That was absurd. Sirius had been dead for 2 years. His body had never lain in the great hall. He had vanished through the veil in the Department of Mysteries, leaving no corpse for anyone to cover. But after a year of seeing him alive, after standing in Godric's Hollow while Sirius held baby Harry, after watching him speak the truth in a ministry chamber, Harry felt the absence like a fresh wound. He wondered whether the phrase had survived Azkaban, the second shadow. Had Sirius remembered it when Dementors came close? Had it kept one corner of his mind turned toward truth? Had it made his escape easier when he saw Peter's picture in the paper? Had it helped him believe himself before anyone else did? Harry would never know. That was the nature of small mercies. They did not always announce themselves as consequences. Sometimes they simply kept a person 1 degree warmer in the dark. "Harry!" McGonagall's voice. Harry turned. Professor McGonagall stood a few feet away, battle-worn and bloodless with exhaustion. Her hat was gone. Her hair had come partly loose. Dust streaked her robes, yet she still looked like a person capable of turning chaos into order by disapproving of it hard enough. For one dizzying second, Harry saw her younger self in the entrance hall, leaving Dumbledore to handle the strange boy from Diagon Alley. "Professor," he said, her face softened, "not much, enough. There is something you must see." Harry's chest tightened. He knew before she reached into her robes, a letter. The envelope was yellowed with age, sealed in dark red wax. The wax bore no crest. Only a single line pressed into it by the edge of a wand, for when he has earned it, Harry stared. The great hall noise faded. McGonagall held it carefully, as if it were more fragile than parchment. "Professor Dumbledore left instructions," she said. "Very specific ones. I was to give this to you only after the final defeat of Lord Voldemort, and only if you survived it." Harry's throat closed. Dumbledore, the younger man under snow, the older man on a platform that had not been a platform, both. McGonagall's eyes searched his face. "He said you would understand." Harry took the letter. His hand did not shake until the parchment touched his skin. McGonagall noticed, "Of course." "Potter," she said softly, "are you all right?" The answer rose, "Fine." Harry almost laughed. Lily would have hexed him. "No," he said. McGonagall's expression changed. She did not press. "Would you like privacy?" "Yes." She nodded once. Then, in the middle of the broken great hall, Professor McGonagall did something Harry would never forget. She placed one hand briefly against his cheek. Not a teacher's correction, not a soldier's command. A farewell from someone who had watched him grow, badly and bravely, from a baby on a doorstep to a boy standing in the ruins of a war. Then she turned away before either of them had to speak of it. Harry went to Dumbledore's office. The gargoyle moved aside without a password. Perhaps the castle knew. The spiral staircase carried him upward through dust and silence. The office was damaged but standing. A few silver instruments lay shattered. Portraits slept or pretended to. Fawkes was gone, of course. The perch stood empty. Dumbledore's portrait watched him from above the desk. Harry stopped in the doorway. The portrait's eyes were closed, not asleep, waiting. Harry did not wake him, not yet. He sat in the chair before the desk and placed the envelope down. For a long moment, he only looked at it. Then he broke the seal. The parchment inside was old but preserved by magic. His own handwriting stared back at him, younger and not younger at all. Harry began to read. "When you read this, the worst of it has already happened." He stopped. The room blurred. He pressed his hand over his mouth, breathing hard. Then he continued. The letter was not long enough to contain the year. No letter could, but it carried pieces. James dancing terribly at his wedding and laughing when Lily called it historic evidence against him. Lily giving Harry cake and telling him not to brood. Sirius promising to remember the second shadow. Remus saving a page in a book for someone else because he noticed everything. Marlene alive by a fire, grieving and still there. Peter before the fall, frightened enough to be pitied and guilty enough to be hated. Dumbledore younger, clever, guilty, kind, infuriating, a baby in a ruined nursery, a doorstep. A whisper, "You were loved first." Harry read that line 3 times. The letter did not excuse anyone. It did not forgive Dumbledore for the cupboard. It did not free Sirius from Azkaban. It did not restore James and Lily to life. It did something stranger. It made the beginning wider. Harry had spent years imagining his life began with a murder and a doorstep. Now he knew it began earlier. With a wedding dance. A name suggested in a warm room. A mother's laugh. A father's trembling hands. A godfather's promise. A stranger who was not a stranger holding a crying baby and telling him what the world would try to make him forget. At the bottom of the page, the letter ended in his own hand. "You will want to tell them. Maybe one day you can. But not because you need them to carry it for you. Some mercies are only mercy if they are kept gentle. You were loved first. Live like that was true." Harry Forley, who was Harry Potter first. Harry lowered the letter. For a long time he sat very still. Then Dumbledore's portrait spoke. "I did not read it." Harry looked up. The painted Dumbledore's eyes were open now, old again, white-haired, half-moon spectacles. The face Harry had known, and beneath it the younger man who had stood beside him in snow. "I wanted to. the portrait added. Several times, Harry laughed through tears. Heroic difficulty? Precisely. Silence settled. Harry folded the letter carefully but did not put it away. You knew, he said. The portrait's face softened. Only that a boy named Harry Forley appeared in 1977 with your eyes, your grief, and an impossible reluctance to be known. Harry swallowed. You never told me. No. Why? The portrait looked down at its painted hands. Because I did not know whether telling you would create what had already happened, because the instructions were clear, because I was a coward in some matters, because I hoped, perhaps arrogantly, that when the time came the letter would give you what my explanation could not. Harry stared at him. Anger rose, old anger, new anger, then it ebbed, not gone, but tired. You left me there, Harry said. Yes, you knew they wouldn't love me. The portrait closed its eyes. I feared it. That's not the same. No, Dumbledore said. It is not. Harry's hand tightened around the letter. I don't forgive all of it. I would not ask you to. That helped, a little. Perhaps because the younger Dumbledore had already given him honesty when comfort would have been easier. Harry looked toward the empty perch. He asked me to tell them something, he said. The portrait looked at him. Your younger self. Right before I left Privet Drive. He said if you see them again, tell them. Harry stopped. Dumbledore's painted face filled with a sadness so quiet it seemed older than the frame. I imagine, he said softly, that I was going to ask you to tell them I was sorry. Harry looked down. The resurrection stone was gone in the forest. James and Lily were gone. Sirius was gone. Remus was gone now too. Could messages travel after death? Harry did not know. He had learned that death had roads, prices, doors. He had also learned not every door opened when you wanted it to. I think they knew, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes shone. Perhaps. Harry stood. The letter went into his pocket, close to his heart where the hourglass had once rested. I need to find something. The portrait did not ask what. Harry left the office and went down through the broken castle. He passed students sleeping against walls, parents murmuring over the injured, house elves moving quietly with trays, sunlight turning dust to gold. Ron and Hermione found him near the stairs. There you are, Ron said, voice rough with relief and anger. We've been looking everywhere. Hermione's eyes went instantly to his face. Harry, he must have looked awful. He felt worse. Ron stepped closer. What happened? Everything. A year, a wedding, a baby. Your parents were alive, and I met them, and I watched mine die again, and Sirius remembered something because I told him to, and Dumbledore kept a letter from me to me for 21 years. Harry looked at them, his best friends, the people who had carried so much with him already. The urge to tell them was almost physical. The binding was gone. He knew that. Nothing stopped his tongue now, nothing would burn, nothing would shatter, but the letter's final line rested in his pocket. Not because you need them to carry it for you. Hermione touched his sleeve. Harry, she said softly, you're scaring me. He managed a small smile. That scared her more. I'm here, he said. Ron frowned. That's not an answer. No, Harry said. It isn't. Hermione's eyes sharpened with worry and understanding. Later, she asked. Harry looked at her. He could say yes. He could promise. Maybe someday pieces, maybe never the whole. Maybe, he said. Ron looked between them and seemed ready to argue, then thought better of it. War had changed him too. He was still Ron, still loyal enough to be angry on Harry's behalf, but he knew better now when to let a wound have air. All right, Ron said gruffly, but if you disappear again, I'm hexing you. Harry almost laughed. Lily's voice echoed in the words. If you say fine one more time, I may actually hex you. I'll try not to. Hermione hugged him. Ron joined a second later, awkward and fierce. Harry let himself be held for a moment. He did not carry 1977 alone, not because they knew, because they loved him anyway. Afterward, he went to the Gryffindor common room. The portrait hole hung crooked, but the fat lady was safe, though deeply offended by smoke damage. She let him through with no password and a sniff that might have hidden tears if portraits had cared to admit such things. The common room was empty. Broken chairs, ash in the fireplace, a torn scarlet hanging, someone's abandoned cloak. Harry stood in the center and saw another room layered over it, James and Sirius wrestling on the floor, Remus reading by the fire, Peter saving the last biscuit. Lily laughing into Coco. Harry Forley sitting at a table, writing small mercies on parchment because he did not yet understand how large small things could become. He climbed to the boys' dormitory, his dormitory, not theirs. The room was wrecked less than he expected. A window had cracked. Dust lay over everything. The beds were empty. Harry opened his trunk. At the bottom, beneath old clothes and things he had not looked at in months, lay the photo album Hagrid had given him at the end of first year. His hands trembled as he lifted it out. He sat on the edge of his bed. For a while he could not open it. Then he did. His parents waved up at him from the first page, James with an arm around Lily. Lily smiling. Harry had looked at this photograph so many times that its grief had become familiar. He had thought he knew every inch of it. He had not. Because behind them, near the edge of the frame, half obscured by another guest and a spray of wedding flowers, stood a dark-haired boy in borrowed dress robes, not looking at the camera, looking at James and Lily. Harry stopped breathing. The photograph had always been there. Hagrid must have collected it from someone after the Potters died, maybe from a guest, maybe from a box of order things. No one had noticed the boy in the background because no one had reason to. He was just another face at a wedding, a little blurred, turned slightly away, but Harry knew him. Harry Forley, himself, caught uncredited and unnoticed in the background of his parents' happiness. In the photograph, James tugged Lily into a terrible dance step. Lily laughed. Sirius in the corner shouted something silent. Remus smiled. Peter clapped along. And Harry Forley stood at the edge, watching as if trying to memorize joy before it left. The album slipped in Harry's hands. He pressed one palm against the page, not touching the moving figures, only the margin beside them. There, proof, not for the world, for him. He turned the page. Another photograph, James and Lily sitting outside somewhere in summer. Baby Harry in Lily's arms, Sirius leaning over the back of the bench making faces at the baby. Remus holding a book upside down because he was laughing too hard to notice. Peter at the edge, smiling. And in the background, near a garden wall, just visible over James's shoulder, Harry Forley. Older than the wedding picture, still watching. Harry made a broken sound. He turned more pages, not every photograph. Most were as they had always been. James and Lily waving, Sirius grinning. Remus looking shy. Baby Harry reaching toward the camera. But now that Harry knew how to look, he found himself in three more. A blur at the wedding, a figure near a snowy cottage window. A shadow in the garden of Godric's Hollow, standing by the gate while Sirius held baby Harry and James laughed at something Lily said. The last one broke him, because the cottage was whole, because everyone in it was alive. Because he was there and not there, part of the story only as far as time allowed, visible only to someone who had learned where to look. Harry closed the album. He held it against his chest and bent over it until his forehead touched the cover. The tears came then. Not the controlled tears of a boy used to hiding grief before it became inconvenient. Not the silent tears he had shed beside graves or after battles. These tore out of him, for James, for Lily, for Sirius, for Remus, for the baby on the doorstep, for the boy in the cupboard. For Harry Forley, who had lived inside the last golden stretch of his parents' lives and left with nothing anyone could count as victory. He cried until there was nothing left in him but breath. When he finally sat up, the room had not changed, but he had not healed. That was too clean a word. Changed. The letter was in his pocket, the album was in his hands, the war was over, the dead were still dead, and Harry was alive. He returned to the great hall near sunset. Ron and Hermione sat together near the doors, waiting. Ginny was with her family. The Weasleys were grieving Fred in a cluster Harry could not yet enter without feeling like an intruder. Hagrid slept sitting upright against a wall, beard still wet with tears. McGonagall spoke quietly with Kingsley. Neville sat with Luna, sword laid beside him like an exhausted animal. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, neither asked where he had been. For that he loved them. Outside, the sun lowered behind the broken towers. Light entered the hall in long gold bars. For a moment, it looked like the Great Hall in 1977, candles blazing, students laughing, James and Lily alive at the Gryffindor table. Then the light shifted, and it was 1998 again. Harry put one hand in his pocket and touched the letter. With the other, he rested his fingers on the closed album beside him. Ron leaned back against the wall. "What now?" The question was too large, too simple, too impossible. Harry looked at the whole, at the living, at the dead. At the castle that had been whole, then broken, and would one day be repaired by hands that had survived long enough to lift stones. "I don't know," he said. Hermione gave a tired, watery laugh. "That may be the first sensible thing anyone has said all day." Ron snorted. Harry smiled, small, real. The world had not been saved cleanly. No world ever was. Voldemort was dead. That mattered. But Fred was dead too. Remus. Tonks, Colin, Lavender perhaps, so many others whose names would become lists if people were not careful to remember they had been lives first. Harry understood that now more deeply than before. History liked symbols because symbols were easier to carry than people. The boy who lived, the chosen one, the Dark Lord, the Marauders, the Potters. All clean names for messy lives. Harry had been given the mess, the arguments, the bad dances, the terrible jokes, the fear, the wrong choices, the partial mercies, the love that did not save everyone but still mattered because without it there would have been nothing worth saving at all. He would not tell Ron and Hermione tonight, maybe not tomorrow. Maybe one day he would tell them about a boy named Harry Fawley who had been sorted into Gryffindor in 1977 and had learned his parents were more than graves. Maybe he would tell Ginny first. Maybe he would tell Teddy someday that Remus had once saved a page in a book for him and Tonks had made even Moody roll his eyes. Maybe he would place the letter in a box with the album and let the truth wait until it was needed. Or maybe some mercies were only ever his to keep. Harry looked toward the open doors. Beyond them, the grounds stretched into evening. Somewhere in the forest, the resurrection stone lay hidden among leaves. Somewhere beyond ordinary sight, death waited with no hurry at all. Harry would meet it again one day. Everyone did, but not today. Today he had a letter, an album, friends beside him. A future no prophecy owned anymore. Harry closed his eyes and saw Lily in a corridor, offering him a mystery sweet that tasted like soap and cherries. "You are allowed to want things while you're here." He opened his eyes. For the first time, here did not mean Hogwarts, it meant life. Ron shifted beside him. "Mate," Harry looked at him. "You okay?" The old answer rose, "Fine." Harry thought of Lily's threatened hex. He thought of James laughing by the lake. He thought of Sirius promising through snow. He thought of the baby on the doorstep, sleeping through the first truth anyone ever gave him: you were loved first. Harry breathed in, then out. "No," he said honestly, "but I think I will be." Hermione's hand found his. Ron's shoulder pressed against his. Outside, the last light touched the broken castle and made it gold. Harry sat with the people he had saved, the people he had lost, and the memories time had allowed him to carry home. The road had held, the grief remained. But so did the mercy, small, impossible, alive.